Personal log, stardate 99243.15. Instant Soundout of the Starbase Hero Club. I ask myself as I begin this journey, will it be worth it to review and look at every single Playmates Toys Star Trek release, regardless of if I own it? Or will this be a giant disaster? I guess we'll just have to find out as we boldly go into the first video. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to the Star Trek Playmates Toys Retrospective Part 1. This is going to be a series chronicling every release in the Playmates Toys Star Trek line, from the beginning in 1992 all the way to the bitter end in 1999. We'll also touch upon 2000 and 2009 just for a little spice. But let's not focus on that. Let's start on the beginnings and the origins of this line. For this was a long-running toy line that Playmates Toys had much success with and is fondly remembered by collectors, especially as we look forward to 2022 when Playmates Toys returns to the brand. Now, I personally was very excited about that, and that is why we've launched this series into warp speed. And I promise I'll try to keep puns to a minimum, but yeah, we'll see what actually happens. So let's talk about Star Trek in 1992 before we talk about the toys. The Next Generation was widely popular in its 5th season, running strong. It had finally broken its chains. Storytelling got broader, more introspective. People had interpersonal conflict. It was great. And, of course, at this time, Paramount Studios was starting to expand the Star Trek roster. They were thinking about spin-offs, which eventually became Deep Space Nine. Movies, such as Generations, was in pre-production. And they were starting to ramp things up significantly, especially since Star Trek just crossed the 25-year mark. So, in that line, Playmates Toys, who was riding super high off their Ninja Turtles success, was ready to take on another license. And what's interesting is about the time that Turtles starts to wind down, Star Trek starts to wind up. So, in that regard, the two were meeting at a perfect spot. Next Generation, which was initially met with fan backlash because it was a new Star Trek series, it's inevitable, was beloved by the time Season 5 came around. The original series movies had concluded at this point, and we're starting to move into a new era, and one, sadly, without Gene Roddenberry. So going into this new era, we need a new toy license. What do I mean by new? Well, the line initially started for Next Generation with Galoob. They produced a small series of figures that weren't too successful during I think around the first or second season of the show. And those had not as much appeal, I think, as Star Trek's Playmates line, because that is the line that I think most people think of when they think of Star Trek toy line. So because of this, we kind of set the stage. Playmates was coming from a place of coming into the brand, being the second team to start with the Next Generation, but having a completely different approach where they weren't just focusing on basic figures, but trying to take action figures to a new level. And so as we chronicle throughout this, we're going to be covering the first year, 10 figures and a couple little extras, the first series of the Next Generation.
Computer subspace transmission to Starfleet Command from Enterprise. Stardate 45481.4. It's a single blast, source unknown. Lieutenant Worf checks weapon systems. Captain Picard orders full shields from Lieutenant LaForge in engineering. Suddenly there is an alien presence on the ship. It's one of the Borg, a hostile robotic life form. Commander Riker returns phaser fire.
Star Trek, The Next Generation action figures from Playmates.
Before we kick off Series 1 of Next Generation, couple disclaimers. First of all, I don't own every single figure in the line. I'm sorry. It just wasn't financially possible to do so, with a lot of them being incredibly rare. And most of them, though, are character variants. I own every unique character that was released in the line, at least for the 4.5-inch scale. The other thing, I don't own every accessory, and I'm not going to focus on them too heavily. So you'll see accessories used with figures, may not be the colors they came with, but they came with those accessories if you see them holding them. And thanks to the awesome website Wixaban, who gave me permission to use images from their website, we will have at least carded shots of every single figure so you can kind of give an idea of what they came with. If you want to see more details about the line, I do recommend checking it out. That is probably one of the coolest websites and was the most helpful in getting information for this video. There'll be a link for it down in the description below. So let's begin. Alright, so Series 1 of the Next Generation were packaged on a beautifully vibrant card back. I really love the way the Series 1 packaging looks. Just a ton of colors. This was 1992, but it looks like the 80s hadn't died yet. Or maybe that explosion is the 80s dying and just splashing color all over the cards. Toy packaging isn't this nice anymore, and I really do love seeing this, and I hope that, you know, the line keeps it going. Spoiler alert, doesn't quite, but I do love how just bright and vibrant this is. And it was pretty nice in other countries too. I did actually find images for Canada, Germany, and Europe, where in Germany and Europe they were distributed by Bandai. I can't escape that company on this channel. They're following me. Help. Now before we talk about the figures themselves, let's go over some basics, mainly the articulation. As you see on screen, neck, shoulders, elbows, biceps, waist, hips that work in a weird direction, and the knees. They all have this articulation unless I otherwise show it. I may not say it, but if you see something I'm showing, there's a restriction. Also, every figure came with an action base. Most of them are the comm badge from Next Generation. If it's different, I'll show that as well. Kicking the line off right is Captain Jean-Luc Picard, here appearing in his Season 5 Captain's Jacket look. Great look, great looking figure, one I don't own. And despite the fact my parents collected this line heavily for years, I can't seem to find a copy of this figure in our home. Next up, Data. Now Data, of course, is a classic TNG character, and this figure is very good. He has a nice body sculpt where he's not too much of an action pose, though his hands are molded a little weird, which we'll talk about in a moment. The likeness, pretty dang solid. I do think that Playmates did a good job with likenesses for the most part for this line, especially considering this is the early 90s. Most figures didn't look this accurate to the TV shows or movies they're based on. Also adding into that, he does have opening panels in his arm and on his back, which is a neat little detail that I really appreciate. Him holding his accessories is weird because he has to have special handles because again they didn't mold the hands for the accessories. And he does have the standard, what will be standard tricorder holster. But yeah, that phaser, it looks like a lightsaber. And I hate to say that, but it does. Next up, Worf, also in his Season 3 appearance. And I do love this line, but there is some weird figures. Worf just looks bizarre. His likeness, fairly solid, but his pose, strange. His accessories, he can't even hold properly. The batleth looks weird, the other dagger looks weird, the sword thing he comes with looks weird. He has like an open hand and then a closed fist with a slight opening that doesn't seem to hold anything. I don't really get it. This is where I think the action pose needed to die. And for the most part it did after Series 1 until the late 90s, which we'll get to at a different time. You know how you can sum up the entire action pose, action figure idea that they went with here? Riker. Dude's got battle damage. I don't know why a Star Trek figure needs battle damage, especially when it's the first Riker figure. I would have liked a neutral one first, and then yeah, you could do some battle damage and go nuts. Next up, Geordi LaForge. Now this is a popular character, and this is a very nice figure. I gotta say, I like that he's in a more neutral stance. Even if he's got super wide hips, he's in a more neutral kind of figure, which fits the engineer of the Enterprise. Also in the Season 3 costume, the LeVar Burton likeness is pretty good. And I might just be saying that because part of his face is covered by the visor, but it's honestly pretty solid. Speaking of the visor, early versions of this figure had it removable, whereas later versions glued into place because child safety laws said, wait, how small is that accessory? And Playmates had to cave. His accessories are pretty on point, pretty much everything you would expect for an engineer to have, except that dilithium crystal. I don't know why it looks so weird. I don't know is that raw dilithium? Like, what is it, and why does it come in 9 different colors with 40 different figures? It may be popping up a lot, or I may forget to include it, but yeah, that dilithium part gets around. Lieutenant Commander Deanna Troi, the first of many Troys in the line, and it is one of the hardest ones to get initially. Can confirm this with my dad specifically, who was collecting the line, said that Deanna in this jumpsuit was hard to get, and I found out later that was because she was packed only in the second assortment of Series 1, not the first, so there were less of her out there. Nowadays, she's a lot more common. The figure did get a lot of repacks and reprints, but overall, I mean, it's a fairly decent likeness. I think it's a little heavy on the makeup, and her accessories are sometimes strange, like her tricorder is a little too big, but honestly, it's a decent Deanna, and it's one of her more common looks. She swapped between this one and the red suit probably every other minute. I did watch an episode the other day where she literally walked out of a room and came back in a different jumpsuit. I don't know how she did that quick change, but hey, that's the magic of Deanna. Next up, Romulan, just Romulan. This is one of the weird figures in the line that was just species name, but yeah, it doesn't really match anything I could find from the series itself. I think it's supposed to sort of be based on T-Bach from earlier in Next Gen, and it's kind of based on the later Romulan costumes around the time Sela starts popping up. So, weird amalgamation, doesn't really match anything. The card back shows T-Bach, but yeah, I don't know. This is one of those weird ones. It's one of the figures I bought last, because it's not really a character, it's just a Romulan. But unlike a Borg, you kind of feel like he should have a name. Next up, Ferengi. Also just a Ferengi. Based on early Next Generation episode look, weirdly posed figure. He is not anywhere near normal. I can barely get him to stand without his action base, and he doesn't match any of the Ferengi figures we'll later get in Deep Space Nine. Doesn't match the characterization in Deep Space Nine. Thank you, Deep Space Nine, for making the Ferengi kind of cool and interesting. Here, though, yeah, he's just really large. I don't get this figure. In a turn of pace, Gowron the Klingon, like specifically a Klingon. And Gowron was a frequent guest star on the Next Generation, appearing many times, and I'm really glad he got a figure this early on the line. That being said, he does have Series 1 plagued problems, including a elbow without a wrist swivel, so he has a kind of weird uppercut sort of arm to hold a blaster. And overall, he does have a decent likeness, but his costume is not 100% accurate. I'm just glad to have him though. He's pretty nice. Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird figures when you look back on it, but hey, we got Gowron in Wave 1. Before Dr. Crusher, wait, what the heck? And the last figure of Wave 1, the Borg. Just a Borg, not specifically any Borg. I tried to find some source images, but he's just a Borg. And honestly, pretty cool. Swappable arms, different tubes that you can plug in different places. You can actually make a few different distinctive Borgs. I think the only thing would have been swappable heads, but that wasn't really a thing in 1992. So honestly, really like this figure. And yeah, I kind of have a whole like collection of these. Whenever I come across one of these Borg figures at a convention or a comic shop or something, I'll usually pick it up. I do love this figure, and I do have a nice little Borg army. So here's the whole series together, minus Picard and Riker. And I gotta say, pretty nice start overall. You have most of the main cast, except for Dr. Crusher, Playmates. Where's Dr. Crusher? She better be like the first figure of Series 2, because this is an insult. Our first ship in the line is the shuttlecraft Goddard, the most iconic, most appearing shuttlecraft in Next Gen. Wait, what's that, you're saying? It was only in 2 episodes? Yes, it was. That being said, it is a super fun toy. I've reviewed this one before on my channel, but I thought we'd revisit it here. Very nicely detailed, very accurate overall, and honestly, I think it's really cool. The fact it rolls is really neat. I think it's a neat, shuttlecraft rolling, kind of gives it simulated flying, and you can actually fit a figure in the front pretty comfortably, even if they have these weird V hips that just kind of move out. The figures do sit down nicely, which is appreciated. And you could technically fit 2 figures in the back if you pull out the little sciencey thing, but as you can see, it's incredibly cramped. I think it needed more space. It needed to be like an inch taller, because the battery pack is kind of blocking all the room back there. But without any figures in the back, it does look a lot better. And like I said, battery pack, it does have sound effects. Now, the next ship is not scaled to work with the action figures. It is the Starship Enterprise, or the USS Enterprise D, if you want to get technical. This is the first release in Star Trek's long-range ship series. It has sound effects. It did not come with the stand like later versions would, but it is a nice, big ship size and really fun. I wish I collect the ships more, because honestly, while researching for these videos, I found these things are really cool. I wish I had more ships, but alas, I only have a couple. From really cool to really weird, we have the communicator walkie-talkie. This is essentially a walkie-talkie which has a detached microphone that looks like a gigantic comm badge. Our next roleplay item would be the phaser, and this I actually did review before, so I'll run some old footage. Essentially, it's got a stun setting and a kill setting, makes sound, lights up. It's neat. If you want to see more on that, I did a video where I reviewed several phasers in a row. And the next roleplay item is one I do own, the personal communicator, which I bought at a comic shop for pretty much dirt cheap, and then decided to not open it, I guess, because until now I had not cracked this open. But now that I have, the box does make some promises. I don't know if it delivers, but hey, it attaches to your shirt with a weird clip system, or you could just put it in the pocket that existed on a lot of 90s t-shirts. If you're wanting a comm badge, there's a nice Bluetooth one out there, or you can get something from Fansets or Quantum Mechanics. Not recommending this one for reasons.
Now, the box promises communicator sounds
as well as actual lights and sounds from the Star Trek TV show. And even on the top says, authentic Star Trek communicator sound. And I've never heard what this sounds like. So, what does it sound like when we push the button? That's the farthest thing from authentic I can think of when it comes to the communicator badge sound from Next Generation. The last roleplay item is the Next Generation tricorder. I always liked the tricorder design from Next Gen. This is something I'd probably pick up at some point. But really cool. Lights and sounds and stuff. So 1992 was a pretty good start to the line. 10 figures, which got us most of the crew, minus Dr. Crusher, and we got the main ship and some extra accessories. So some fun stuff overall for fans of Star Trek to have, and a good initial rollout. However, it clearly was successful because we roll into 1993. Next Generation was still going strong, but starting to wind down as Season 6 began airing, as well as the first part of Season 7, which would be its final season, and Deep Space Nine started with airing its entire first season in 1993, as well as the first half of its second season. So, where was Playmates going to go? Well, they tripled the amount of figures they put out. In year 1, they put out 10 figures, which we just covered. In year 2, they put out 30. So that's a bit of a jump, and honestly, it's why I kind of combined 92 and 93, slapped them together, and called them Part 1, because it all balances out compared to what we'll get later on. So, Series 2 of the Next Generation is up next. This is 23 figures, released in multiple assortments, and honestly, I couldn't find like an exact guide as to which waves they were in. So if you see some variation in the card backs, that's probably why. And there's also variation as to, oh, did it come out with a trading card? Did it come out with a space cap? Did it have a space cap and a pamphlet, and a trading card and a pamphlet? There's all kinds of weird variations with this line, and I think you'll start to notice that. So I'm going to try my best to document it without droning on of like, look, this has got this variation here, and if you went to Germany, it's purple, and if you went to England, it's silver. Yeah, we're not going to get too specific, but I do want to have at least a sort of broad overview so you have an idea. And naturally, we're going to continue forward. So let's get rolling onto Series 2 of the Next Generation.
Stardate 45484.7. While exploring a planet near the neutral zone, the Enterprise shuttlecraft comes under disruptive cannon fire from a Romulan warbird. The shuttlecraft fires back with its phasers, which are deflected by the Romulan shields. Suddenly, the Enterprise appears, firing her photon torpedoes. Outgunned, the Romulan warbird activates its cloaking device and is gone. Under impulse power, Enterprise maneuvers out of orbit before engaging warp drive. Star Trek: The Next Generation. New action accessories from Playmates.
Alright, let's kick off the confusing history of Next Generation Series 2 with the packaging. This is a series that had 23 figures in it, so it's shipped in multiple waves, though I get conflicting reports of when and where, but I decided since they all shipped in 93, let's just review them all in 93. Let's just take a look at one big batch, but there were, 3 different packaging variants. The first batch, which included trading cards, the second batch also included trading cards, and the third batch, which was a reissue in 94 that included space caps. You might be wondering, what's a trading card if you didn't live in the 90s or the early 2000s. A trading card is a piece of cardboard with a picture on it, and on the back sometimes there'll be text. You collect them, and then you can trade them with friends. What's a space cap? It's a POG. Yeah, it says it's another game and lists like 40 different figures that could come with them, but it's a POG. And if you don't know what a POG is, use Google. Starting off Wave 2, Dr. Beverly Crusher. She should have been in Wave 1. She is a main cast member, but maybe she wasn't included because she was a quote-unquote girl in the action figure line. I don't understand, but whatever, she's here. I'm really, really happy. Now, this is one of the few figures that came with 5 different accessory colors, so good luck collectors that want to have everything. And honestly, I really like this figure. She's got her lab coat. She looks nice. She's got a decent likeness, even if her hair restricts her movement. I'm just glad to have Dr. Beverly Crusher. She should have been in Wave 1. Next figure in the wave, Guinan. Now, Guinan is a guest star that appeared so often, she's basically a main cast member, but was always listed as special guest star, and Whoopi Goldberg played her beautifully. I love this character, and I love this figure. While she does not have leg articulation like you would expect, it doesn't really matter. She is an advisor, a mentor, and also the hostess at 10 Forward, and I really love this figure, and it's probably my favorite of the Guinans, but there are more Guinans to come. Next up, Cadet Wesley Crusher. Overall, pretty nice looking figure. He's in his uniform when he is a Starfleet Academy cadet after he left as a series regular and became a guest star, but he looks nothing like Will Wheaton. This figure just has, I don't know, the hair's not even right, completely off. It's like one of the only misfires of a mainstay character in the line, which is unfortunate because I don't think they ever really got a good Wesley figure out there. But alas, he does at least come with cool accessories, and he does still have the tricolor holster, so he matches up with the Series 1 figures, while admittedly taking a different stylistic approach. He's more of a standard-looking Starfleet figure. Next up is Lore. I like Lore. It's nice that they gave Data kind of an extended family later in the series, and Lore, being the evil twin that has all kinds of emotions and personality, is really fun. And I'm glad he got a figure, even if this is not his most iconic look. I think it's like his first look, and it's also not molded correctly because the flap is on the opposite side. I double checked, and yeah, it doesn't seem 100% accurate. I don't know why it's inverted, unless all the images I found were inverted. So, alas, that's how it is. But overall, I'm glad to have Lore. Next up is Locutus of Borg. When Captain Picard was kidnapped and turned into a Borg, it was a shocking moment of television, and Best of Both Worlds is still one of the greatest two-parters in television history. What's interesting about this figure is it is a Best of Both Worlds Part 2 Locutus, when he got a little bit more Borgified and upgraded, whereas the trading card he came with had the version 1 look, which is interesting. But I do really like this figure. I love these swappable hand parts, and I do like the way he looks with the other Borg. It makes a nice little display. Klingon Warrior Worf is a weird figure. He's packaged with an overcoat, which doesn't match his overcoat from Emissary from Season 2, and yet he also doesn't look correct when you take the coat off to match Redemption. Is not quite there. I'm not exactly sure what references they really pulled for this. It seems a little all over the place. At least he pairs up with Gowron nicely. So next up is Geordi LaForge in a dress uniform. That's all I got. Starting off a trio of original series characters is Ambassador Spock from Unification. And Unification, I love that episode quite a bit, so it's nice to have a figure specifically from it. That being said, I don't know what's up with this likeness. It looks like someone sculpted Spock, just not Leonard Nimoy as Spock in Unification. His hair color's off, his face is off, and his scale's off. Plus his accessories. There's a lot of accessories that I don't understand why he has them, but hey, stuff. Next up, we have Admiral McCoy. Now, he only appeared in one scene of Encounter at Farpoint, the TNG pilot, but it's nice he got a figure. It represents the legacy of Star Trek. And yeah, that's pretty much it. He didn't really need to use any of the accessories he came with. He was in one scene with Data. Next up, Captain Scott. Now, he does work well as a original series movie figure as well as being a TNG figure because of the similar costume, but he is based on the episode Relics, where Scotty came to town, basically. But this is a pretty accurate figure overall. I think it's probably the best likeness of the three returning veterans. Yeah, he makes a great figure. His accessories make sense, and hey, remember that shuttlecraft Goddard? That was the one that Scotty left on at the end of Relics. So, there you go. Next up, Commander Sela, the second and last Romulan to be released in the line. While there's other figures of quote-unquote Romulans, this is the last true, well, half Romulan. The last one to consider themselves a Romulan in the line. And honestly, fairly solid figure overall. Sela is a complicated character with a complicated history, but I'm glad that Denise Crosby got to come back and be a recurring character because she deserved it. Mordok the Benzite. Funny story, I thought I had this figure, but I went to look for him to do the video and I could not find him anywhere at all. He is so common though that I think I've seen him so many times that I thought I owned him. Does that make him a bad figure? Not really. He's got a good likeness. He is the Starfleet cadet from Benzar that we know from the series, and overall, pretty decent figure. Just didn't know I didn't have him. He was one I had to rush ship off eBay, which was tricky. I basically just found somebody that would be like, can we get it there in a week? And that's how this all came together. Q. Q is a figure that could take many forms, but they decided to slap him in a Starfleet uniform first. And hey, that happened a lot on the show, right? There's other Qs we'll get, but this one is kind of weird that this is their first Q, but hey, he's a nice addition and he's on a new body mold when he could have just reused Picard or something. He also comes with a tiny ship of the Enterprise. Why? I have no idea. Just fun. Next up is Kaylor. Kaylor means a lot to Worf, and she meant a lot to a lot of fans, and people were kind of upset with what happened to her. But I gotta say, at least she did get an action figure, and I do really appreciate it, even if it's in the weird training gear-ish. It's another amalgamation. I don't know what's up with Klingons not having the correct costumes on the figures, but it happens frequently. She also has a tendency to look upward. I don't know why. Kira Atbashi. Uzani, his arms with fists open. Sokath, his eyes uncovered. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Shaka, When the Walls Fell. Next up is the Vorgon from Captain's Holiday. Now, this is an episode that is well known fairly, has the first appearance, I think, of the planet Ryza, which becomes an ongoing gag-ish. But the Vorgon itself is something I don't think I really was asking for a figure of, but hey, it's painted nice. It's painted real nice. And it's got cool accessories. I don't have much else. Here we go. A Jean-Luc Picard. Now this one is based on his Season 1 uniform, so this is an all-new figure, I think minus the head sculpt. And hey, it's a pretty good, accurate Season 1 Picard. As you might notice in the next few figures, they're going throwbacks to Season 1. This is my Picard on the shelf for all intents and purposes because, hey, I think this is probably the best one they made. Speaking of Season 1 uniforms, here is Data in his Season 1 uniform. This is a new torso, but mostly the same figure, and it's just to change the collar piece. But I don't own it, and I don't really plan on getting it. So now we have Lieutenant Junior Grade Worf from Season 1. Noticeably, he's in the Command Red instead of the Operations Gold, and he does have a newly sculpted torso-ish. He's got a new collar piece, but it does seem the sash was not changed, which it should have been, and of course he should have a new head because he needs to have the old makeup style, but alas, not the case. But that's pretty much all I got. Next up, we have Riker. And here's Riker without battle damage on his chest. This is a quote-unquote Season 2 Riker because he does have the beard, even though he has the Season 1 uniform. So it is Season 2, but it's weird that's the only one listed as Season 2. It's honestly pretty good. It's a new torso on the same body, so he looks weird. He is posed funky, he doesn't hold things right, and he still has some of the battle damage left over, just painted over, so just pretend it's not there. Not the best Riker, but sadly it's the Riker for my shelf, because really, it's the only TNG era Riker that is in a Starfleet uniform. Next up, Lieutenant Junior Grade Geordi. Same thing with Worf, it's mostly a repaint of the Series 1 figure. This one has a new torso for the new collar, and this one also only came with glued in place visor, not removable visor like Series 1. And I also am missing the tricorder holster on this figure for some reason, but yeah, that's all there is to it. Next up, we got Deanna Troi in her maroon jumpsuit. Now, this and the lavender one, she interchanged between a lot, sometimes even in the same episode. Even if it was the same script day, she would change jumpsuits. So it's nice to have both. I do gotta say that I think they took some notes on the Series 1 figure because the makeup is reduced a lot on the Series 2 version, so the red jumpsuit Deanna has less makeup on her face, which makes her, overall, I think, a better looking figure. And lastly, we have a Borg. Just like with Series 1, we ended with a Borg. This one we end with a Borg. Mostly the same mold, now with the body in some brighter silvers, but he has 2 new replacement arms, which is really cool. And mixing these with the other Borgs from previous, as well as mixing in the different tube options, nice variety of Borgs we got here. Taking a look at the whole series together, except we're going to do it in chunks. First up, the Starfleet officers. Wow, there is so much red here you'd think it was a Power Rangers toy line. I mean, it also was 1993, so that does track, but yeah, Crusher is the only one not wearing red. And that's mostly because we did Season 1 versions for this series, and yeah, everybody got red. This is crazy. But I do gotta say, it is nice to have all the characters out again, and now including Crusher, and now including Wesley, and also including Q. Really just looks out of place here. Here are our guest characters that appeared more than once. Next up, character variants of less iconic looks for the characters. Here's an assorted set of aliens. And then last up, I want to share a group shot of the main cast of The Next Generation, including Wesley and Guinan, but specifically, let's get everybody in here. These are all the main, recurring, and series regular characters for The Next Generation, and they make a nice set. Honestly, it's pretty cool. Let's talk about a thing I wish I had. The Star Trek Next Generation Bridge playset. Absolutely incredible stuff here. This is a playset that's essentially an oval, but it has every corner of the Enterprise D bridge. Wish I owned it. It goes for a lot of money. It is very hard to get complete. It had electronics in it even. This is a crowning achievement. I wish there were more of these for other bridges, but I love this, and if I ever get the chance to purchase a complete one, I will totally take it, even though I have no idea where I'd put it. Now, something I do own is the transporter. I've owned this for a very long time, so I apologize that it's like super beat up, but I've had it since I was a kid. This is a fun toy. It's nicely detailed to look like the transporter room-ish, not exactly, and it does load one figure inside, and then once you have that figure inside and turn it on, you can transport the figure, beaming it up and beaming it down. First ship of the year is the Gold Enterprise, also known as the 7th Anniversary Special Collector's Edition Starship Enterprise. This is just a gold version of the previous Enterprise D release. The Starship Enterprise glider is a glider shaped like the Enterprise. You know, it's funny, we only got 2 Romulan action figures, but we did get a Romulan warbird. I actually own this, but I can't find it, which I apologize for, but it flies around, lights up, makes sounds. And since we have 3 Klingon figures, why not a Klingon attack cruiser? And I actually own this one. So, pretty nicely detailed overall, really large size, and pretty fun. It's like large, but not too large. It makes me want more of these Playmates Star Trek ships, and I wish they weren't so expensive. Plus, it has some sounds. And last little thing, a collector's case. Holds 12 figures. So following up Series 3, Playmates actually released a special 7-pack box set of the original series Star Trek crew. And honestly, this is really cool. It's the original 7, what we associate as the original 7 crew members, which, you know, Chekhov didn't show up till season 2, and Nurse Chapel isn't included even though she was in all 3 seasons, and, you know, it's semantics. But what we associate as the original 7, which eventually become the 7 who lead the 6 movies that followed the original series, it's really nice to just get them all in one shot. It's actually kind of an unprecedented move because this is the only way you can get all these figures. Instead of it being sort of a bundle of figures that were previously released at retail, this is a box set where you get the original crew all at once. The unfortunate part is it being limited to 150,000 pieces means it's not super rare. There's definitely rarer things in the line, but it's not quite as common as the main series, which I can understand for a lot of collectors could be difficult. For example, for me, I spent years looking for this. This was not something that we had, and it was something that I needed to get at some point. Ended up getting everything loose, so I didn't get the cool box it comes in. But honestly, it was really nice to see them just kind of put out the original crew. It was the logical next step because, hey, there is original series fans, and they definitely wanted new stuff, and Playmates tapped into that. And it did launch a whole nother subline of the overall Star Trek Playmates collection. So let's take a deep dive into that and talk a little bit about the fact that there was a bridge playset planned for a few years after that never came to be. So anyways, let's talk about this box set. It's so cool, and it comes in this really great looking box. I've never had this packaging, but it looks really nice. It's got a cardboard captain's chair. It looks like the original bridge. Now, fans were asking for a bridge playset. As late as 1996, there was a prototype floating around at Playmates that was shown at toy fairs and other conventions, and it seemed like they were trying to make it work. According to some sources online, it just was too expensive. It was going to be more expensive than the TNG bridge. At that point, they didn't want to do the investment, and once 1996 came and went, the 30th anniversary marker was missed. At that point, you weren't really going to get too much of a way to market it. So unfortunately, it never came to be, but at least we got this picture of it. Now, every figure in this box set came with the exact same accessories. They all came with a phaser, a communicator, and 1 of 3 stand types, either a command, science, or operations. First figure, of course, is Captain Kirk. And what impressed me about Playmates here is they could have easily used one mold and put all of the male members of the TOS crew on the same body, but they actually did unique molds for each of them. They not only molded their badges in, which, hey, they were just cloth in the actual costumes, they molded the ranks around the wrists, which I really appreciate. Plus, each figure has a little bit different of a stance. They could have been the same, but they ended up going something different, and that made them really special. Same song, second verse, Spock is also pretty dang good. I think the likeness is much improved over the TNG version, and the scale is improved too. Plus, just to cap it off, he has the Vulcan sign of peace molded onto his right hand. Very nice. Unless you want him to hold things. But otherwise, very nice. Next up, Dr. McCoy. He does have the long sleeve, kind of away team look, not the short sleeve, sickbay look. But I do gotta say, really nice figure overall. I think the likeness is pretty decent. And it actually does scale well with the Admiral McCoy figure we got in Series 2 because, hey, he's hunched over a little bit on that figure. So it all works out. Next up, we got Scotty. Decent likeness. Not the strongest one in the set by any means, but still decent. He does look a little younger, I think, than James Doohan did in the original series. But he does look nice, and he makes a nice companion piece to the Relics version of Scotty from TNG. Next we have Uhura, and Uhura's really nice. I'm really glad they did this figure the way they did because she kind of has a hairstyle that's an amalgamation of a few different hairstyles that Nichelle Nichols wore as Uhura. The only unfortunate part is her skirt gets in the way of her hip articulation, so she wouldn't have been able to sit at a communications station if that playset had been made, so it did kind of work out, but this is a very nice figure regardless. Next up we have Sulu, and Sulu here, he's got a fairly decent likeness, but I gotta say it's not quite there, and it almost looks a little caricature-y. It's not my favorite figure of the set. I think George Takei deserved a little bit better. And lastly, we have Chekhov. And what I noticed when I was looking at the box for this one, Chekhov's first name was given at the time of the original series as Pavel Chekhov, but Hikaru Sulu and Noita Uhura didn't come until much later in the Star Trek time frame. Just food for thought. This TOS box set is a nice culmination of what started in Next Gen Season 2, honoring the legacy of the original series, and it's nice to get their original series looks all at once. Unfortunately, most of these characters did not get these uniforms released later. Some got pilot versions, some got other versions, but I think there's some of these that are only in these looks in this box set. But hopefully, if you're collecting this line, you can find it. This was one of the harder things for me to get, and I did get all the figures loose, which brought the price down significantly, so keep checking around. So that does it for 1993. The line expanded heavily. I've rarely seen toy lines triple in size from one year to the other, but Playmates did it. And I think it was kind of a risk to get away from the action figure sort of styling to a more realistic, more screen accurate style, but it definitely benefited the line in the future because we didn't see the pre-posed action style until they were trying to kill it years later. But we'll get to that at a different time. Personal log, Lieutenant Junior Grade Soundout. So it turns out that I did in fact have a Mordok the Benzite this entire time. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to part 2 of the Star Trek Playmates Toys Retrospective. Today we'll be covering all of 1994. Now, unlike last time where we took a look at 2 years together, this time we're just looking at 1 year, and boy is there a lot of figures. 59 to be exact. It's quite a loaded year, double of the previous year, and there's very good reason. Next Generation was wrapping up its final season on the air, and as we were saying goodbye to the Next Generation crew, Deep Space Nine was starting to get some traction, but of course it was rejected for being not like Star Trek and too different. But that changed over time. And, of course, Playmates, wanting to capitalize on the newness of Deep Space Nine, released its first series of Deep Space Nine action figures. Following that, of course, we get another series of Next Generation action figures, some based on the later seasons, including Season 6, and starting to include Season 7, and, of course, the first Next Generation film, Star Trek Generations, hits theaters in November of 1994. And boy, oh boy, is there some stuff to talk about when it comes to that movie. It definitely seemed like they waved goodbye to the Enterprise D, just to say hello again to blow up the Enterprise D, and we'll get into all of that. The year came to a close with another series of Next Generation figures, which rounded out the whole section. So, without further ado, let's continue our look into the Playmates Toys Star Trek line with the first series of Deep Space Nine.
Traveler, welcome to the promenade. Humble quark at your service. Behold, Star Trek Deep Space Nine action figures. Commander Benjamin Sisko, he helps me run the station. And Security Chief Odo, very strict and sneaky for someone so honest. Here's Lieutenant Dax, Chief O'Brien, and Major Kira Nerys. I happen to know she's crazy about me. Wonderful, aren't they? Especially this one. So handsome. Pains me to part with it, but if you pay me now... security. What a pleasant surprise.
So Series 1 of Deep Space Nine comes on this really neat packaging. I do love the tagline Beyond the Final Frontier, and I find it amusing that the Deep Space Nine video game that they've been advertising since 1993 still hasn't come out yet. Now that being said, the figures include an action base of multiple variety of types depending on which character it is, and the articulation is exactly what you would expect from the line so far. Our first figure of the series is Commander Benjamin Sisko. Being the lead character of Deep Space Nine, of course, he's the first figure in this wave. And I gotta say, it's a pretty decent figure overall. I think the likeness is a little off from Avery Brooks, but the uniform itself is fairly accurate. And hey, it's a pretty nice Season 1 and Season 2 Commander Sisko figure. And I like the accessories he comes with, very specific stuff. Plus, he's an entirely new body mold that will be reused many, many times. Next up, we have Odo, the Chief of Security for Deep Space Nine. Affiliated with the Bajorans, this changeling makes a really neat action figure. I think because of the makeup work, it did give a better likeness, though it's kind of a strange in-between point between a couple different looks for the character. But overall, pretty nice figure. So next up we have Quark, the humble? No. The good? Nah. The owner of Quark's Bar and several places on the Promenade in Deep Space Nine. A very fun character, a very memorable one, and a character who's apparently been franchising his businesses everywhere according to Lower Decks, which is impressive. You gotta get that Latinum somehow. Quark also brings us a new body type for the Ferengi, which is much better than that weird one from Next Gen. Next up, we have Chief Miles O'Brien. Now, O'Brien actually originated on TNG as a recurring guest star and had several storylines to himself. He was quite frequently the transporter chief, and he was very frequent around the ship. So it was nice to see that the character got to become main series regular status with Deep Space Nine. And I love the fact the figure has his rolled up sleeves. It's very in character for O'Brien. Jadzia Dax. Now this is a figure that is pretty solid overall outside of a uniform color, which we'll talk about later in the video. But this is a early season 1 Jadzia, and we don't really get an updated head sculpt. They tend to use this head for pretty much every Jadzia from here on out, so get used to it. That being said, it is very well painted with the trill markings on her face. I'm very, very glad that's a nice detail because it's a very distinctive part of the overall look of Jadzia Dax. Kira is the next figure, and she was in charge of Deep Space Nine prior to Sisko's arrival, so I'm glad she's in the first wave, especially since she's the first officer of Deep Space Nine. And it's a very nice figure overall. The haircut is her post-pilot, so I'm glad we have that, because it would have been really weird if she had the haircut from the pilot that she pretty much ditched by the second episode. So overall, it's a very nice early Deep Space Nine Kira action figure. Next up, Gul Dukat. Our first Cardassian in the line, and he is labeled as Commander Gul Dukat on the packaging, which is not accurate because Gul is a rank, Dukat is his name, but luckily the stand gets it correct on the sticker on the bottom. But overall, it's a kind of a weird figure because I think it was supposed to be a generic Cardassian according to the pamphlet from '93, and it really doesn't look like Gul Dukat specifically, which is really a shame because this is a character that's been around since the Next Generation and should have had something a little bit better. Dr. Bashir is the last Starfleet officer from the main cast of Deep Space Nine, and a very solid figure overall. I think the skin tone is a little lighter than it should be, but overall, a fairly decent likeness, and then I actually gotta say, Playmates is starting to get better at the faces. I hope none of this takes a nosedive in quality anytime soon, because this is a really good trend going forward. Morn is the last figure of Series 1, and hey, he's a frequent patron at Quark's and other places on the Promenade, so it's nice to have a Morn figure, and it's fairly accurate. I really see nothing wrong with it. Overall, Series 1 of Deep Space Nine I feel is much more solid than Series 1 of Next Generation. We get all the main players of the series, plus Gul Dukat and Morn, just to kind of round out the bunch. There's definitely more figures to come for Deep Space Nine over the next several years, and I definitely look forward to taking a look at these, but this is a very, very solid start. So Deep Space Nine Series 1 was only 9 figures, as opposed to the 10 from Series 1 of Next Generation. My guess is that Jake Sisko was planned for this series. He did appear on a pamphlet that was prior to the launch of these figures, and he probably just got pushed to Wave 2 for some reason, and we'll look at him in 1995's video. But continuing in 1994, the Next Generation line got a refresh of packaging with a nice little fancy gold 7th season sticker and 19 new figures. And by new figures, I mean 19 new figures, not 19 new characters. There's sadly a limited amount of new characters in Series 3 of the Next Generation compared to the previous 2 and ones that'll come later. So released across 3 different ways, these 19 figures feature predominantly variations of the primary cast of the Next Generation in episode-specific looks, such as Data as a Romulan or Worf in a Starfleet rescue outfit. So I don't own a lot of these, and I didn't feel like buying a lot of these for the video, as I just don't have a place for my collection once the video's done. But to compensate for that, I will spend a little bit more time comparing the likenesses of the figures, even though I just have photo reference to go off of. So let's begin the 3rd series of the Next Generation.
The adventure continues. In disguise, Picard, Data, and Riker are caught in the laser crossfire. It's a narrow escape. Back on the Starship Enterprise, Counselor Troy has the bridge. Suddenly, there's an explosion. Overcome by a parasite, Geordi is out of control. Lieutenant Worf and Lieutenant Barclay lure him off to sickbay with a holographic image of his friend Hugh Bohr. Calm is finally restored to the bridge. Temporarily. Star Trek, The Next Generation, bridge playset and action figures, new from Playmates.
Series 3 is shipped in a few different waves, so the packaging's a little different on some of these. Overall, though, it is a darker color scheme compared to the Series 1 and 2 releases, and sometimes features a 7th season sticker on it. There also is advertising that Deep Space Nine video game, which apparently still isn't out yet. Also, there was a Design an Alien contest where you could get a part walking onto the show. I wonder who won that. Of this series, most figures include the normal Starfleet action base, but there are other variations depending on the alien species they're associated with, and articulation is what you'd expect from the line so far. First up, Lieutenant Commander Data as a Romulan. It's pretty much all you need to know. It's from Unification. It's neat, but hey, we're getting Romulans disguised, but not actual Romulans, which is kind of a bummer, because, again, there's not really that many Romulans. To go alongside this, Captain Picard is a Romulan, just to go with Data. There's really no other reason. There was an episode with very impressive makeup effects called Identity Crisis, where Geordi got turned into an alien. To replicate that, we have an action figure. This will not be the last time we see this mold, actually, which is surprising. The episode First Contact had Riker disguised as a Malkorian. This is Riker disguised as a Malkorian. I think you might start to understand why I don't own some of these figures. It's nice that they're new molds at the very least. Next up, we have Deanna Troi in her proper Starfleet uniform. Great looking figure, love the overall look. For whatever reason, she is incredibly green. And I can't blame Playmates on this one because the production couldn't even decide if these uniforms were blue, blue-green, teal, cyan, or just any variety of colors, sometimes in the same scene. And when you look at the actual costumes at an auction, they're not even the same color. There's an article, I'll link down below if you really want to see all the differences in colors and shading for these uniforms, because it gave me a headache. Next figure I don't own, Worf in a Starfleet Rescue uniform from Birthright. It's essentially Worf in a jumpsuit with a belt. Not exactly the most exciting figure, and it seems to be reusing that same really weird Worf head sculpt. At least his body is in the right proportion. Next up is Hugh Borg. Now this figure is based off of the character of Hugh from the episode I, Borg. He is a Borg separated from the collective, and the ensuing fallout of what that means made one of the best episodes of The Next Generation and absolutely one of my favorites. And I'm glad the character got to come back for Star Trek Picard. And I really like this figure. Overall, pretty accurate likeness, and out of all the Borg figures, he's probably the closest to the actual costume. Lieutenant Reginald Barclay is a recurring guest star in The Next Generation, and I think he's a very fascinating character because he's not a model Starfleet officer, but he is lieutenant, and he is intelligent when he can apply himself. His unsureness about himself and, kind of his own character flaws is what made him really interesting and what made him a popular guest star. And this figure's a great look of his TNG era uniform, and I'm glad that he finally joined the lineup. It definitely seemed like he was one that was kind of missing from the Next Generation family. Dr. Noonien Soong is the creator of Data and Lore. He appeared in the episode Brothers, which is also the debut for Lore, and while he had a limited appearance, I'm glad he got an action figure. I think he's significant enough to the universe to deserve a figure, and it's the kind of thing that Playmates really excelled at, was making one-off characters and making them really good figures. Q in his judge robes, most famously seen in Encounter at Farpoint and All Good Things. This is the iconic Q look, because it's not him imitating anyone else. It is him, Regal Q, judging us all. And honestly, it's a pretty decent figure, except for the fact that his articulation is complete trash. Because of the robes, no real leg movement, and barely any arm movement. But his accessories are really fun, I'll give him that. Continuing to fill out the Next Generation roster is Ensign Ro Laren, another frequent guest star on the series, and one I'm glad made it into the line. She was a character that kind of got left on a cliffhanger note, but at least her legacy is represented in plastic. And I was pretty impressed because she doesn't reuse the body mold from Deanna Troi. And you wonder why that might be impressive, just wait a few more minutes into this video and you'll see why. Our random alien of the week is Esok. Now this is one of those crazy alien creatures. Someone at Playmates must have loved it and just said, we gotta make a figure. And he kind of seems like he got lost from Series 1 because he's got kind of like that weird pre-posed foot nature that a lot of the early figures had that later figures didn't. So it's kind of interesting. He's a little bit out of place, but I like him. He's really cool looking and it's a unique alien that most people forget even existed. Picard as Dixon Hill is a frequent thing in The Next Generation. Picard loves playing the character Dixon Hill on the holodeck, and this action figure represents him in a gray suit, mentions the big goodbye specifically. I have a version of Dixon Hill in a brown suit that we'll look at in a later video. I just didn't want to open this figure because it would be a little redundant in my loose collection. Next up, Lieutenant Commander Data in a dress uniform. There's nothing else to say. Captain Picard in duty uniform is basically just saying it's Captain Picard in his Season 3 uniform. This is great because it's a figure we didn't have since the first Picard in Series 1 was based on his captain's jacket look. This is a figure I might pick up if I ever run across it, but without a proper Season 3 Riker, without the battle damage, it just doesn't seem worth it to me. Ensign Wesley Crusher, or acting Ensign Wesley Crusher, was his earlier uniform when he got one on the Enterprise D, and sadly this starts a trend where they took the Wesley head, which already wasn't great, slapped it on Barclay's body, painted that body red, and painted over one of the rank pips and hope we didn't notice. This is gonna happen a few more times. Speaking of, Gowron in virtual Klingon armor is the Worf in Klingon armor with Gowron's head, which means it doesn't really match anything, even though they painted some medals on it to try and get something. This last batch of the wave really feels phoned in. Thomas Riker, the transporter clone of William Riker, is the Will Riker from Series 1 painted yellow. No work was done to remove the battle damage, it's just there. And for some reason this figure was incredibly hard to find, commanding hundreds of dollars in the aftermarket back in the 90s, and still goes for like 30 bucks. Like, is he just that limited now? Or that limited then? This last part of the series is weird. You have some phoned-in figures that go for a lot of money. And now we have a figure that's rare for probably a good reason. Lieutenant Commander Data as seen in Redemption is a misnomer. It's actually Data from Chain of Command Part 2, where he wore the red uniform when he was told to be the first officer. And this figure was limited to 7,000 units, exclusive to JCPenney. In the US, it was released in a 4-pack with 3 other figures that you could get separately, and this was also released in Canada, but never released internationally, which means it's actually pretty hard to find. So while it's kind of a decent figure, it's just Data painted red, it's really hard to get, and it only represents one episode, just not the episode they claimed it to be. It should be noted that while they're on the back of the package, Luxwana Troy and Ambassador Sarek were not included in this packaging in the US, but they were included in this packaging in Canada. We will look at these figures in the Next Generation Series 4 section. So looking at the 7 figures I do own from this series, there's 12 I don't, which I think I've outlined why. It's a nice addition to the Next Generation roster, though it does feel like having a dedicated Next Generation line seeming to run its course. There's just a lot of repetition. But hey, at least these figures, the ones at least I have, do make good additions to the collection. And overall, the Next Generation cast does look good together, even if their uniforms are all mismatched, adding Barclay, Ro, and Deanna in her proper uniform. And now we've come to the most contentious part of this year's releases. The Star Trek Generations line is infamously terrible. And guess what? It definitely is, and we'll get into that. However, I do think there is many reasons contributing to its general awfulness. For example, the Star Trek Generations film was first conceived in around 1992 and was released in 1994. Pretty quick turnaround for a movie, all things considered, especially when the first draft wasn't done until 1993. In fact, the movie was shot in 51 days and began filming before The Next Generation even finished its 7th season, and the actors had 4 days off before going off to film a movie, and this movie also was shot in May of 94 and released in November of 94. So a bit of a rush production, and hey, they got the movie out and it was mostly successful, if not the critical darling that they wanted it to be. However, this led a strain on Playmates toys, as they had a very, very small window to produce toys based on this movie in order for them to be out on time. In fact, if the movie's first draft was conceived in 1993, that's the earliest stage of pre-production. And if a normal toy production schedule is about a year, that meant that Playmates had less than a year to get these figures produced and shipped to get in stores for that November release. And what was the sacrifice made? Well, in my opinion, that was the articulation. These figures are infamous for having reduced the number of points of articulation down to 5. Hips, shoulders, and head. They are very, very basic. They're not very detailed. There's not a lot of new accessories, even though all the figures are brand new molds. And that has led to, I think, the figures getting a bad reputation because of it. They don't hold up to the quality of most of the rest of the line. And that's unfortunate because this is the only time some of these characters got made. And yeah, we're going to go into the details of each figure, but in a general sense, it definitely seemed like Playmates had to rush these out the door. And from what I know about toy production, it's way easier to produce a figure that's only 6 parts as opposed to one that's 9 or 10 parts like the normal figures are. So honestly, I'm not going to try to rag on the Generations line. We all know it's bad. It's a footnote, but it's got some interesting history, especially when we talk about the Next Generation cast and their uniforms. So let's crack into the Star Trek Generations line.
The remote corner of our galaxy is a place where the future connects with the past. Where 2 generations shall meet to join forces in a battle to save the universe. Star Trek Generations, new action figures and accessories from Playmates.
So the packaging for the Generations line is kind of a weird grungy look. It's orange and black. It's not too exciting, to be honest, or it's just because I've seen it so much. These figures were definitely produced in large quantities to tie in with the movie, but they weren't that popular. And also, there was 2 assortments for some reason, 14 figures in one and 16 in the other, and they all come with the same mini poster, which means if you bought all the figures, you have 16 of these. Articulation-wise, like I said, limited. I did say 5 points before. It actually is 6. I forgot about the waist swivel. And every figure comes with the same action base, being the new comm badge design, regardless of their affiliation. First up, we start a trio of veteran characters, starting with Admiral James T. Kirk. He should have been a captain by this point because he was demoted in Star Trek IV. But overall, it's a fairly decent figure. It kind of matches the uniform okay. It could be better, but it could be a lot worse. For some reason, though, these figures come with TOS accessories instead of the movie ones. Second in the trio is a Scotty, and hey, he's a different mold. I do appreciate the fact that all the Generation figures are new molds, even if they have that weird pre-posedness due to lack of articulation thing. Overall, a fairly decent figure. You know, he's reusing the head from Relic Scotty, which is fine. It was in the same time frame. Rounding out the trio is Chekhov. Like the other 2, decent likeness, overall accuracy of the costume is pretty solid, and yeah, it's a nice trio, but we're missing 4 crew members in these uniforms that got used for 6 movies, and spoiler alert, they never made the others. Alright, before we get into the concept abandoned uniform designs that these figures are based on, let me direct you to a video by Junkball Transmission. After watching this video, go check this out if you want the full story on why these uniforms ended up not happening for the movie. It's very fascinating and he has a much better breakdown than what I can provide within the context of this video. But speaking of context, in the film itself, the uniforms were a mix of TNG and Deep Space Nine ones, sometimes within the same scene, which frustrates my brain a little bit. And yeah, we have some concept art as well as a prototype costume to kind of go off of to see what these costumes would have looked like in the movie, so we're going to use those with a little Photoshop tweaking to see how they would have turned out. So like I mentioned in the prologue to this segment, these costumes were definitely not finalized before the figures had to be produced, so Playmates Toys had to work off the concept art. And comparing Picard to his concept art, spot on. Playmates did a really good job. It's actually pretty impressive how all the details match. So you can definitely tell these were the concept designs translated into figure form. So now Riker's packaging lists his rank as Lieutenant Commander, so unless there was a abandoned plot point where he got demoted, it should say Commander Riker. And the rank pips on the figure are correct. So someone screwed up somewhere. Deanna Troi gets her second proper uniform figure this year. And hey, it's also green, even though the concept art is definitely blue. Playmates was sticking to science is green, and I'll applaud the consistency. Now, something with these Generations figures, like you can see with Data here, is the tendency to just use the heads from the previous figures and slap them on new bodies. But hey, at least we get new bodies. And honestly, it's kind of neat to see what these would have looked like. So what's interesting with the Worf figure is that he actually has a new head sculpt, unlike the others, and this is a much, much improved head sculpt over the previous Worf head sculpts. He's not snarling anymore, he's got more of a serious, stern look to him. I really like it. I hope it gets used on another figure in the future. Also, is it just me or is it weird seeing Worf without a sash? I don't know if that was just the concept art, but like, it's bizarre. So next up we have Geordi, and this is actually the only actor we have an image of for wearing this concept uniform, and it's in a deleted scene that's in really terrible VHS quality, but LeVar Burton did wear this, at least briefly, even though he's been asked in interviews and does not remember that. Also, the visor was apparently removable on this figure because I don't know where it is. So Dr. Crusher, honestly, not a bad figure. It's our second Crusher, first one without a lab coat. Yes, she is green and not blue-green or whatever, but technically they're green in the movie, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. And honestly, the whole set together, it's kind of nice to have this concept what-if design for the Next Generation crew, and I kind of appreciate having figures of that, even if it doesn't represent anything that ever truly existed. Finally reaching new characters, we have Dr. Soran. Now this is a character that was very, very hated upon release of the film, mostly for something he does at the end of the movie. And unfortunately Malcolm McDowell got a lot of bad fan mail. And hey, if you're ever going to harass an actor over something a character does, get a reality check. Continuing the trend of concept uniforms is Guinan. This costume, I was able to find the matching, corresponding concept art for this, and I was very proud because that was a bit of a dig to find. Thanks to Trek Corps for having it. The figure is 100% the concept art, which sort of resembles the movie, but not quite, just like the other concept figures. Honestly, I know it's like an alternate history thing, but I kind of dig these new uniforms, especially seeing them all together and with Guinan. Continuing the new character trend, we have Beator. Of course, Lursa's the next figure, but the Duras sisters were semi-regular guest stars for a bit. They appeared on TNG, they showed up on DS9, and they were some of the main villains of Generations, so it was nice to see figures. The only downside of these figures is they were released in the Generations line, which means they lack articulation to properly hold batliths, which I take as a down credit, and their articulation is just even worse than some of the others because of the skirts. Continuing the overall trend of things that never existed, we have Kirk in a spacesuit. Now this is actually not a spacesuit, it's an orbital skydiving suit from a deleted opening scene of the movie, which there is footage of. If you want to go look it up, it's in the sources in the description. And we actually have a picture of the costume thanks to an auction. This costume resurfaced in Voyager for Belena Torres to use, but yeah, never happened in the actual film from a deleted scene, but hey, it's got an action figure at least. The last figure of the wave is an infamous one, Pirate Worf. There was a scene in the movie on the holodeck with the Next Generation crew doing a naval ceremony to announce Worf's promotion, and Worf was a pirate in that, for whatever reason, and they decided, hey, out of all the figures we could base off that scene, let's do Worf. And it's not even accurate, because of course, concept art. Also, this figure comes with a pirate sword and stuff. It's kind of goofy and weird, and he has a different head sculpt than the Worf in uniform, so yeah, they were really giving Worf love this series. Just sucks that there's no articulation in those arms. So of the 16 figures in the Generation series, 8 of them are concepts, 1 of them's from a deleted scene, 3 of them are new characters they'll never be made again, and 3 of them are characters in outfits people wanted, but they never completed the set on. This is one giant bubble of disappointment, and is the epitome of a movie tie-in line gone wrong. If Playmates had been given the time to do these properly, they could have been reusing Deep Space Nine bodies and probably made a better assortment. But sadly, this is what we got, and sadly, or not sadly, depending on your preference, you can find these pretty much anywhere. They are some of the most common and easiest figures to get from this line. I've never had trouble finding any of these. So next up, we have the 4th series of the Next Generation. This one snuck out a few figures in '94, so we're talking about it now. We'll just be talking about the first wave of Series 4, branded under the Season 7 packaging, and it's 7 figures. Quick and simple, and more will follow in '95. So, packaging for Series 4, pretty nice, looks a little updated, the Enterprise in a different orientation. There were 9 figures released in the first wave. They started adding this thing called Important Note to Collectors. In the case here, it specifically mentions how Data is actually in the uniform he wore, since Generations had just come out and had the wrong figures with the wrong uniforms, and that Deep Space Nine video game is still coming soon. Also of note, the figures are now packaged on the right-hand side of the bubble, as opposed to the left-hand side. So I'm ready to crack into Next Gen Series 4 with a bunch of new stuff, right? Oh, it's Geordi, and his head's on Cisco's body. Yeah, so we have the Geordi LaForge in movie uniform, which In the movie, he wore Colm Meaney's DS9 jumpsuit with the sleeves rolled down, and so for the figure, they put him in the Cisco body with the Geordi head, and called it a day. Dr. Crusher in duty uniform. Now this one is sort of branded as a Generations figure, which is true. She didn't wear the overcoat in Generations from what I could tell from scrubbing through the movie to do screenshots. Yeah, hey, it did look green in Generations at least, but it is the Deanna figure with a Crusher head, and at least it matches something that was a frequent look in the series. Also of note, this figure was packed with either a TNG era comm badge base or a Generations era comm badge base. And I also noticed that the figure picture on the back of the card is the Dax body with Crusher's head, which is not what she wore in the movie, because she wore the other one with the different comm badge that was now green suddenly because of blue. Instead it was an actual color change, but it could be something else. Next up, Data in movie uniform. It's Cisco's body in gold with Data's head. Pretty straightforward. Also of note, when I went to open this figure and I opened up the cards, I noticed that on the back it said the Borg, which I thought was a misprint, but then I opened the pack of cards and it was a pack of cards. It wasn't just one, it was 3, which I don't know if that's a misprint because I had another figure that we'll look at next time that also had extra cards. But the figure itself is essentially Data in a DS9 uniform, which is accurate to the film into what he wore for the majority of it. So that's pretty neat. Also, they just skirted by with those rank pips to be accurate. Next up, Tasha Yar. This is a character that appeared in Season 1 of The Next Generation before being unceremoniously killed off because her actress asked to have a bigger part than just stand on the bridge, which wasn't unreasonable. She was a series regular, but the producers told her she was fired, which was really a shame because the character had potential. Luckily, Denise Crosby is able to create the character of Sela to continue work on the show, and it's great that we have 2 action figures of Denise Crosby. Plus, it finally rounds out the Season 1 Next Generation characters, even if we're missing Season 1 versions of Crusher and Troy. Next up, another all-new figure, Luxwana Troy. Now this ambassadress to Beta Z is the mother of Deanna Troy and was played by the wonderful Majel Barrett Roddenberry. I gotta say, this figure actually is a pretty good likeness overall, and it does match one of her many outfits from the series. Unfortunately, as an action figure, she's a little limited because of the lack of leg movement, but I gotta say, she looks good with Deanna Troy of whichever costume is your preference. Following up the theme of parents, we have Ambassador Sarek. Now, Sarek is the father of Spock, and he did appear in an episode of TNG prior to Spock's appearance in Unification. It's a really good likeness overall. I think this figure nails Sarek, and you can actually use him not just with your Next Generation figures, but with the original series figures. And I even feel like the Vulcan instrument he comes with fits better with the Spock figure overall. So I'm really glad that Sarek got made into the line because it's an iconic legacy character. Last up, we have the Nausicaan from the episode Tapestry. Now, these are characters very integral to the backstory of Jean-Luc Picard, and I'm very glad that we got a Nausicaan in the line. I couldn't find the exact photo reference for which Nausicaan this was, because there were 3 in the episode, but hey, it's a really good looking figure, because even regardless of accuracy or not, it makes a great, solid looking action figure, and it poses well with other figures in the line. Now, of the 9 figures on the card back, 7 of which actually came out in this first wave. And of these 7, I have 5, and I honestly like these figures. The Data in movie uniform, probably my least favorite, but the other 4 are great new additions to the overall Next Generation roster. And speaking of the Next Generation roster, here is an expanded look at the main characters and recurring guest stars of the Next Generation, now including Tasha Yar. And then also, let's throw in Miles O'Brien, even though his uniform's not correct, but we'll fix that in the next video. So now let's talk about something fun. Playmates Toys own the rights to produce Ninja Turtles and Star Trek, so what did they do? They smashed them together into the Star Trek Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles line. One of the most fun concepts about the late Turtles line was they started doing crossovers. The Turtles were as Universal monsters, or the Turtles were as Starfleet officers. And some of the division choices were kind of iffy. But, that being said, I think these are really fun figures, and I wish I owned them. They've become incredibly rare now, so I only own 2 of them, but we're going to take a look at them anyways. Alright, Star Trek Ninja Turtles. Having trouble getting excited. Only have half the family. You know, the more that I edit this segment, I realize that having 2 out of 4 Ninja Turtles is just really bizarre and unnatural. Maybe I should just cut the entire segment. I just wish that these figures weren't so hard to find and I could have the other 2 for the video. Oh, hey. Some miracle here. We have Chief Medical Officer Raphael and Chief Engineer Michelangelo. I think we're in business now. Alright, let's do this properly this time. The packaging is super excellent. I love the artwork up top, the very goofy 90s Ninja Turtles text that's just kind of a parody of Star Trek. It's very fun. I love the transporter effect with the sewer plate. What's also fun is that they have a base that is the Starfleet Delta in a turtle shell, and the articulation for these figures is mostly the same for most of the figures, where it's got one swivel elbow and one swivel wrist, but Raphael gets no swivel wrists but two swivel elbows because of his short sleeves to match McCoy. First up, Captain Leonardo. Obviously, Leonardo of the Ninja Turtles as a captain of a Starship Enterprise. And he does look like Jim Kirk. And I gotta say, I love the way these figures turned out because they're incredibly detailed to where it looks like it's fabric over the turtle body, because you can see the details of the shell and the fabric pulling where it's kind of stretched over Ninja Turtle bodies. Also, all these turtles come with the standard TOS accessories with an oversized tricorder, and then a couple weapons that are Trekified versions of their turtle counterparts. Now, while Leo's a good fit for Captain, I don't know how Chief Engineer Michelangelo works out, because that guy, I love him, I love Mikey, but he's like the party dude, not so much we'll be the engineer trying to make sure we don't all explode in some horrible technological fire. But Donnie has a different job, so I guess this one was left to Mikey. You know, I wonder if Chief Medical Officer Raphael, or Dr. McCoy, or Dr. Ta'ana from Lower Decks, which one of them would be worse at bedside manner? Because I feel like Raph might be able to just beat them all up because, like, he would start physically beating people up when he just got too frustrated in a medical room. Either way, I do like those short sleeves. It's a nice touch that references McCoy's short sleeve sickbay look, which we never got a figure of, but that's besides the point. It's a nice homage. And lastly, we have First Officer Donatello. Naturally, Donatello and Spock are just like in the same group in their whole team dynamics, so it makes perfect sense. I love the newly molded forearm to give him a hand where he's doing the Vulcan sign of peace, even though he's only got 3 fingers. I'm not going to question that. Actually, probably is easier for him to do it than most humans. So, hey, this Donatello is pretty great. They even gave him the ears. Overall, I love the Star Trek Ninja Turtles figures. They feel ahead of their time because company crossovers is more of a modern thing to do. But I love them. They're fun. They're goofy. They're just so 90s, and I'm really glad to have the whole set finally. It's something I've wanted to complete for years, and I'm glad the opportunity came up just in time for this video. What's interesting is 2 years in a row we have a box set. Last year's box set was the original series crew. This year's is a Starfleet officer set where 2/3 of it are in dress uniforms and 1/3 of it is straight repacks. Let's get into it. Alright, the Starfleet officers box set, not as exciting as the TOS box set. Kira and Sisko are repacks. Sisko in a dress uniform would come later. Riker and Picard are basically using the same mold that dress uniform Geordi and Data used. And then Kirk and Spock are actually new figures, which actually are the only 2 I own. I can't exactly tell you where I picked these up at, but I got them loose because I don't have anything else from the set. But they're fairly decent likenesses and kind of nice variety for the TOS shelf, which doesn't get as many variants as some of the other series. And also this year, we had our last playset in the line. Sadly, the engineering playset based on Star Trek Generations is the last playset released, which is a shame because up till now they've all been great. So we salute the playsets of the Star Trek Playmates line as they move their way out into the outer reaches of space. So here's the engineering playset. I don't have any personal experience with this one. It just doesn't seem as exciting as the transporter room, or especially not even close to the bridge. It has some light up warp core stuff. And what's interesting is the figures on the box are Data and Geordi in the proper uniforms, but they aren't the figures that would release, which were reusing Sisko's bodies. It's probably some photo manipulation, but hey, it exists. I wish there was another playset after, so this wasn't the last playset released. Talking about ships in 1994 is a bit of a daunting task. There was more ships released this year than any other year, and they even repacked some within the same year in different boxes. It's all kinds of fun, and I don't own any of them, but I wish I did. This line was really cool, and I really wish I collected ships before a lot of the prices started skyrocketing. But let's dive into it. We're going to take this at Warp Factor 5, because I don't own any of these. The Enterprise from the original series looks great, and ships start including stands now, which is a very, very great thing. Also, the Borg cube from the Next Generation. It's a cube, it makes sounds, it's pretty neat. It was used as a prop in Voyager. Then we have the really grim Battle Damage Enterprise D, which was released twice, first in a Generations box where the Enterprise D blew up, and then also in a Next Generation box for funsies. So we have the Enterprise B from Generations, which of course was from the opening sequence. Also the Klingon Bird of Prey in a Generations box because that was the movie at the time. We have the Deep Space Nine space station, which isn't to scale with the other ships, but does include a miniature Enterprise to give you an idea of how large it would be, and it's still pretty large, all things considered. And then lastly, we have a runabout. Runabouts are like shuttlecraft that are bigger and have more weapons, so it holding 2 figures is pretty dang cool, even if it's nowhere close to the right scale. The roleplay line this year also was the largest of the year, and there is plenty here that I don't own, but I got one of them, so that should be kind of fun. So we've got a trio of original series roleplay items, including the classic communicator, which is that awesome flip design, the classic Type 2 phaser, which looks really cool, and the classic tricorder, which is a science tricorder specifically. From Generations, we have a Klingon disruptor, much like the Bird of Prey appears in other things, just movie branding. And then we have a personal communicator based on the new Generations comm badge. I don't own this, but I can imagine, like with the Next Generation one, it's nowhere near accurate to what sound it would actually make. And lastly, we have the Next Generation Type 1 phaser. This is way larger than the one in the series, which is more of a palm-held thing. This one's pretty big, but it's pretty neat, I like it, and it makes some awesome sound effects. So rounding out the year is an introduction of a new scale of figure, the 9-inch action dolls. Now these are kind of based on the Mego figures, the first Star Trek figures released in the 70s, which were an 8-inch doll-like action figure with cloth goods. So Playmates decided, let's do our own. And hey, we're not going to have any from this year, but we'll definitely dive into these because, oh boy, these will overtake the line someday. Part 5 and 6 will be interesting. First assortment of 9-inch action dolls in '94 is the Command Edition, featuring Captain Jean-Luc Picard, Commander Benjamin Sisko, and Captain James T. Kirk in their most iconic outfits. And last up for the 9-inch line is the Movie Edition with Captain Jean-Luc Picard, Captain James T. Kirk, Lieutenant Commander Data, and Lieutenant Commander Geordi LaForge. And this is where the 9-inch bias line starts coming in because all these are accurate to the movie, which then again they could have changed the costumes last minute since those are cloth and not the entire molded figure. And Kirk's got the right rank. It's all kind of weird, but hey, at least something was accurate for Generations. 1994 was a wild year for this line. Plenty of great figures, some Generations figures not as great, tons of ships, tons of roleplay, new 9-inch figure line. They were really firing at all cylinders. This is not the peak of the line, however, because we have even more to cover, especially in 95 and 96. So stay tuned, as part 3 will be coming in the very near future as soon as I can get it produced, and that'll be covering 1995, the year that Voyager joins the lineup, as well as some interesting final remains of the Next Generation line and extensions of Deep Space Nine, before Playmates decides to take all these separate lines and merge them into one. Personal log, Lieutenant Soundout. I transferred to Sciences. I still don't know what color this uniform's supposed to be. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to part 3 of the Star Trek Playmates Toys Retrospective. This is an interesting one. 1995 marks a shift in Star Trek, because this is the first year without the Next Generation for this line. In fact, with Star Trek Generations already having hit and left theaters, the Next Generation crew will not be seen for another year until Star Trek First Contact in 1996. So because of that, we're in a territory where DS9, Deep Space Nine, is in its 3rd season, leading into its 4th, and Star Trek Voyager begins, which was kind of the reason why the Next Generation ended anyways. With Voyager coming up, it's the hot new show, it's meant to anchor the UPN network, so it's a big deal, and Playmates, unlike with DS9, hit it right out the gate with a first series of Voyager figures within the first season of the show. leading into Season 2, which is really impressive considering it took them an extra year to get DS9 onto shelves. So going into this year, it's still interesting because we're running on the scraps of the next generation, while also leading into new things with more Deep Space Nine, with Voyager, and some movie figures thrown in. In addition to that, the line rebrands to bring all the series into one consistent packaging. So let's see how that goes in 1995. So first up, we have the second wave of Series 4 The Next Generation, following up the previous year's first wave. And much like The Next Generation's 7th season, this wave feels like the series is overstaying its welcome. There's really nothing major to talk about here, so let's get through it and let's move on to greener pastures.
So the packaging for Series 4 Wave 2 is the same as Series 4 Wave 1, except they've put a few more figures on the back and teasing some stuff that actually won't be released in this packaging. And, oh my god, it's available? After 2 years of waiting, the Deep Space Nine video game is available? I've been waiting so long for this!
Oh, Playmates Interactive. No wonder this was promoted so much. Alright, let's start. Alright, Deep Space Nine station log. Okay, let's skip that. Alright, looks like we're playing as Cisco. Oh, Odo wants us in security. Oh boy. Okay, let's go. Alright, on my way, Odo. So we're gonna take it, guess we'll just leave through here. Alright, hey, how's it going, Dax? Running routine scans? Oh, cool. Oh, this music's kicking. Oh, I love it. Oh, hey, there's Kira. Nothing much happening. Oh, Cardassian ship at Lower Pylon 3. Ooh, that might be something. Oh, hey. How's it going, O'Brien? A security grid? Wait, wasn't I supposed to be doing a review?
Anyways, back on track. Every figure comes with a trading card. A bunch of them come with 2 for whatever reason. And honestly, that's pretty neat. Other than that, just the usual stuff you'd expect from the line, including the standard articulation and the good old Starfleet action base. First figure up is Jean-Luc Picard from the future timeline in All Good Things, the Next Generation finale episode. Interesting to know about this figure is on the back of the packaging it shows him without a hat and with an All Good Things base when he actually just comes with a normal TNG base. But other than that, the figure seems pretty good. It does kind of look like aged Sean Connery more than aged Patrick Stewart. In fact, Patrick Stewart has aged better than he did in that episode. And honestly, it's a pretty cool addition to the line and will be the first of many All Good Things related figures. Next up, we have another holodeck figure. Is your Picard as Dixon Hill lonely? Well, now he's got a friend in Data in 1940s attire. It's pretty cool, and I like the holodeck idea as action figures because it spices up the variety that the line certainly needed, and it gives more character variants that have some resonance to memorable episodes. Next up, we have a repack of Ensign Ro Lauren. Now, this actually is the version of the figure I got. In the previous video, I included her in her first release, but this was the packaging version I got. And yeah, it's just the same figure on a new card back. Same story, second verse, Dr. Noonien Soong. This one's kind of an odd one since he was a one-off character and not a recurring guest star like Ro Lauren, but hey, he's here again if you missed him the first time. Have you gotten tired of getting Worf in his ritual Klingon armor? Well, here he is again, this time shiny, and for some reason branded as a holodeck series figure. Did you miss Locutus the first time? Well, now you can get him shiny, but branded as a holodeck series figure. This one's kind of odd because it's listed as Captain Jean-Luc Picard as Locutus, implying that he ran a holodeck program to be Locutus again. So overall, the last wave of Next Generation kind of feels like, the end of it. We got an All Good Things Picard, which feels very final, a 1940s Data, and then some second chances at other figures. It's a nice way to close out what was kind of a chaotic lineup of figures.
So next up we have the second series of Deep Space Nine figures, which will also be the last branded under Deep Space Nine. What's interesting is it's released in 2 waves. Wave 1 feels like it came second in the design process, especially with the card backs, but it adds some more characters to the lineup, and Wave 2 adds some more character variants to kind of open up the DS9 shelf and make the universe feel a little bigger.
The packaging for Deep Space Nine Series 2 is actually really cool. I honestly like it more than the original packaging. It's got that nice, mysterious, starry background with the station very prominent. There are a lot of figures in Series 2, some of which on the back are not included in this, but will be included in later assortments. And what's interesting is that Wave 2 has less figures listed than Wave 1, so the figures of Wave 1 come with a space cap and a bonus trading card, and the figures in Wave 2 just come with a space cap. They also have a variety of bases, and we get this really cool new Bajoran wormhole base for Gamma Quadrant aliens. The articulation is what you should expect from this line by this point. So, kicking off Series 2 is Benjamin Sisko in a dress uniform. These dress uniform figures never excite me that much because they're just really limited, and I'd rather display their normal duty uniforms instead. Same thing goes for Miles O'Brien in a dress uniform. It would have been nice if maybe he was released in a 2-pack with Keiko in her wedding dress, because that would have been a really neat thing. Also, hey, why haven't they made Keiko yet? Next we have Jake Sisko. He really should have been part of Wave 1, much like how Dr. Crusher should have been part of TNG Wave 1. But being in Series 2, he is a pretty nice looking figure. He's definitely based off of that Season 1 jumpsuit that the character wore, and he makes a nice companion to Benjamin Sisko. They do look like father and son, and they're scaled well together. Next up we have Vedek Bareil. Now this is a regular guest star character who actually added to a lot of the depth and lore of Bajor and the religion of the Bajoran people. So it's really cool to have him in the line, especially because of his deep connection with Kira Nerys. He's really not great as an action figure because he can only really move his arms and head. Everything else is a static piece, but he does come with some interesting accessories that are related to his character. So overall, good addition to the collection, not a great action figure though. Deep Space Nine welcomes its first one-off alien with Tosk. Now, Tosk was from a very memorable episode where he was being hunted from the Gamma Quadrant, and the Deep Space Nine crew helped him out. And there was a lot of great, intrigue and drama. So I'm really glad to have Tosk in the line. And he's actually a pretty good action figure. He looks really interesting and cool, and he has a really neat weapon accessory. So overall, Tosk is a great addition to the lineup. Next up, we have Rom. Rom is Quark's brother. He helps him run the bar. He's a very prominent character, and I'm glad he got an action figure, and especially this one because it's a very good action figure. I especially like the way the jacket was done. Now, what's interesting is he does come with an accessory in the form of his son Nog, and Nog is a very important character, probably more important than Rom at the end of the day. And it's a shame that this is the only figure that Nog ever gets, because being a pack-in figure, he's underpainted and he's tiny, especially when you put him next to Jake Sisko. Nog and Jake hung out a lot because they were best friends, and the height difference here is way off from how it is in the show. It's kind of a shame that Nog never really got his due as a figure, but at least he looks good next to Quark and Rom. So starting off Wave 2, we have Lieutenant Jadzia Dax in his Starfleet duty uniform. This is the Dax head on the Deanna Troi body, and it's just to represent Dax when she first arrived on DS9 before switching uniforms to the updated look for the show. To go alongside Dax, we have Bashir in a duty uniform. Same thing from the pilot, first uniform he wore, he switched pretty quick. This is just the Barclay figure painted green, and then with Bashir's head slapped up top. Following the trend, we have Miles O'Brien in a duty uniform. Now, unlike Bashir and Dax, this one I think actually has a lot of significance because this is the look that Miles had on TNG for seasons 3 through 6. So it's actually really great to have him as a figure because he kind of rounds out the Next Generation crew. He is Geordi LaForge with Miles' head with some slight repainting, including painting over the rank pips. But honestly, I'm really glad to have this figure because I can have one to go with the TNG crew and one to go with the DS9 crew. Next up, we have the erroneously named Picard in Deep Space Nine uniform. Now, when Picard was on Deep Space Nine, he wore his normal Starfleet uniform from TNG. He did wear this uniform in Generations, and it is the Bashir figure with Picard's head slapped atop. Speaking of erroneous, Thomas Riker. This figure is weird. They already made a Thomas Riker appearing based on his TNG look in the previous year, and they decided to do it again for his Deep Space Nine appearance, except they put him in Miles' jumpsuit with the rolled up sleeves and everything, which he didn't wear in the episode. It's very bizarre, and I have to wonder if the episode aired too close to when the figure came out and Playmates only got, secondhand information. It's bizarre. Hey, it's a Next Generation character in a Deep Space Nine uniform, and they actually wore it on Deep Space Nine. It's Q. And honestly, Q here, pretty dang cool. He messed with Cisco. Cisco punched him. It was amazing, and it's nice to get this figure in this uniform. Especially because I think this overall is a better figure than the previous Q in Captain's uniform. So overall, Series 2 of DS9 got most of the major characters back out again in new uniform variants, some of which I didn't even feel like owning, and it gave us a lot of great recurring guest stars, as well as one really cool alien. So honestly, pretty solid assortment overall.
So next up we have the Classic Movie Series. Now this is a wave entirely dedicated to the original series movies, which is nice to see. We had some figures with this in Generations, but we got to expand upon it here. Some of the classic villains, as well as some of the heroes in different looks. Unfortunately, it may not be a matching set, but more on that in a second. It's honestly really cool that they did an entire wave dedicated to the classic movies, and I wish that this wasn't the end, but it sort of is. There really isn't much movie stuff beyond this, which is really a shame.
So the classic movie assortment has some of the coolest looking packaging. It's very bright, it's very vibrant, while also having that dark, mysterious space atmosphere. It's very classic looking. Maybe too classic. It has the wrong Enterprise on it. And you know what? Overall, not too bad. It's kind of interesting though that the accessories and the bio got pushed to the left-hand side of the packaging instead of being all along the bottom. Each figure includes a widescreen trading card, because you know, movie, and also a survey card, which I would be tempted to fill out and send in, but I think that address is probably not working anymore. The Starfleet action bases this time around have the Star Trek Delta on them, and they actually raised the figures off the ground by about a ½ inch, which is interesting, but looks kind of strange next to the other figures. They're the only stands to lift people off the ground. Articulation is nothing out of the ordinary. First up, we have Admiral Kirk in his look from the motion picture. Now, the next few figures will be motion picture based, and honestly, I think this Kirk's pretty good. It's kind of taking that really strange motion picture uniform design and making a really cool variant of it as an action figure, and overall, I like the look. Plus, it's reusing the Generation set, which is not a bad thing. Next up, Commander Spock from the motion picture. Now this figure is interesting because he doesn't include a trading card, because apparently Leonard Nimoy didn't like the picture they used for it, so they opted to just leave out the card. But overall, nice Spock figure. It's kind of strange use of the original series head sculpt, not something closer to the Next Generation one, but that Next Generation one was terrible, so it's okay. But it's really nice to see a Spock in his motion picture uniform. Overall, I think these figures look nice and actually kind of do a better job of presenting the uniforms than the movie did. Next up, we have Dr. McCoy in his motion picture look, and hey, still looks pretty good. I honestly, these uniforms, they've kind of grown on me over the years, but these figures especially present them incredibly well. What's also nice to see is that Dr. McCoy gets a new head sculpt, so he's now reusing the original series one, which is great because he actually looks closer to the age he should be in the movie. Next up, we have Lieutenant Sulu in his motion picture look, and again, solid figure. New head sculpt, though it looks really similar to the TOS one, but overall, it's pretty nice they put in the work to give some of these new head sculpts when they needed them. And yeah, I actually really like this Sulu figure. And next we have Motion Picture Uhura. Also pretty good. Gave her a new head sculpt, especially with the different haircut she had in the film. And yeah, just like Sulu, honestly, cool looking uniform. I actually really like the way these action figures are presented. So that's honestly pretty cool. So each of the 5 motion picture figures came with a part. And if you get all 5 parts, you can combine them together to form a replica of the Voyager probe from the motion picture. Pretty cool. But where's Chekhov and Scotty? We did 5 of the 7. That's really strange. Oh wait, but Chekhov and Scotty were made in Generations. Is that the logic? But no one has matching uniforms now. And sadly, this will never be rectified. We will always have mismatched movie versions of the original series crew, with Kirk being the only one to get both looks. There is an old Klingon proverb, revenge is a dish best served cold, and it is so very cold in space. Here is Khan Noonien Singh. The original series villain himself became one of the greatest on-screen villains of all time. Khan is represented so well in the Playmates line, I honestly can't find any flaws. Character-specific accessories, good likeness, accurate costume, things to use in specific scenes with other figures released in the line. Khan is the standard to which Playmates should have made all their figures. Sadly, they didn't, but I'm actually really happy they put in the work with Khan in particular. So from obvious choice to not obvious choice, here is Martia the Shapeshifter. I mean, okay, she's a cool looking figure. They did a really good job with the paint scheme to make it look like her fur coat is covered in snow, but I'm not really sure why she's the 10th figure in this wave. It just seems like an odd choice. From the same movie, however, we have a very obvious choice, General Chang. How could you pass up Christopher Plummer in space as a Klingon? And you know what? He's incredible. As a great character he makes a great action figure. The figure's a little stiff in posability because of the nature of the design, but honestly, he pulls off all the poses you'd expect him to. You can just hear the Shakespeare coming out of this guy, and it's amazing. From one obvious Klingon to another, Commander Krug from Star Trek III is a perfect choice. Why would you not want to make Christopher Lloyd from the future? Not that future. This figure is really cool, if only because it's Commander Krug, because it is the Klingon warrior Worf body with Krug's head. And that's a shame, because this is a great character and I feel like he should have gotten a whole new figure. Especially because that Klingon warrior Worf mold has really, really long arms. It just doesn't look as good as the others in the series. And lastly, we have Lieutenant Saavik from Wrath of Khan. Now, this version of Saavik looks pretty good. I like the mold, and I honestly think it would have made a great Wrath of Khan era Uhura, which they never did, which is surprising considering how many times they like slapping one head on another's body. But c'est la vie. Saavik does look nice with the 3 other Wrath of Khan era uniformed figures from the Generations assortment. So overall, the movie lineup is pretty cool. It represents all the movies worth watching. Yes, I just slighted Star Trek V, you can fight me in the comments. And I just kind of wish that the motion picture figures were Wrath of Khan figures instead. It would have been nice to have the consistency with Saavik, and then add in Scotty and Chekhov from Generations, but instead we have kind of a mismatched movie TOS crew, which is a shame because I think they should have gotten another series of movie figures out there to have both looks for all 7 characters.
So here we are, we've arrived at the Delta Quadrant, whether we plan to or not, with this first series of Star Trek Voyager. Now this wave is pretty straightforward. It's all the main characters in their Season 1 appearances, and that's pretty cool. It definitely seemed like they got production stills, and then just rolled those figures out, and hey, they're honestly not too bad. So let's take a look.
So here we have Voyager, and Voyager's packaging is really great. I really love the look of it. It's very eye-catching and very appealing, and honestly, pretty nice overall. Now something you'll notice with Voyager, starting with Voyager, is some figures will start to have this weird white dust on them in the packaging. And this is just some weird chemical breakdown of the plastic because it's a softer plastic used. It'll plague a lot of figures going forward, and it's a shame because once you open them, you have to kind of clean off the figures to get this oily substance off of it. And sadly, that's just going to keep happening because time is not kind to plastics. Naturally, every figure in this series comes with a trading card and an action base. This action base being a reuse from Generations. I would say the articulation is what you'd expect, and in most part it is, except the Voyager figures have an added thigh swivel, making them sit in a more natural position. As a final note, Janeway and Torres share a mold, Chakotay and Kim share a mold, and the Doctor, Tuvok, and Paris share a mold. And they have painted rake pips without molded ones, so it's definitely a cost-cutting measure, but the figures still look good overall, and these body molds fit them. So naturally our first figure is Captain Janeway. Now this is one of the rarer figures in the line, despite being a normal release, and that's because of the popularity of Captain Janeway, and the fact that this is one of 2 figures released, the other being a mail away. So honestly, it's one that took me a long time to track down, and I'm glad I finally have her. Fortunately, this figure can't hold any accessories. Except for the mug that came with Guinan, so that's a sub-in for Janeway's coffee mug at the very least. The first officer of Voyager, Commander Chakotay, pretty good overall. I think the head sculpt is a little round in the face compared to Robert Beltran's actual jawline, but honestly, fairly solid. But again, can't really hold the accessories well, and that's going to be a problem going forward. Next we have Tom Paris. Pretty solid figure. Kind of strange he's always looking up, but hey, he's always looking up from his console to navigate the ship. And, you know, honestly, pretty good likeness, and he can hold accessories. This mold is much better at holding things, which is good, that 1 out of 3 molds in this wave can hold stuff that they come with. Next up, the Forever Ensign, Harry Kim. And honestly, pretty good figure overall, decent likeness. Again, he's looking up just like Tom Paris is. Seems like they really wanted to make a playset with this and the thigh swivels, but I guess it never happened. Next up, Voyager's engineer, Belena Torres. Pretty cool figure overall, one of my favorite Voyager characters, and well represented here. I especially like the rank pips being the correct engineer rank system, and also she does have the ability to hold her engineering case, even if it takes a little work to do so. The emergency medical hologram, also known as the Doctor, is one of the standout characters of Voyager. He had a lot of interesting aspects to him, being a hologram, but yet having his own personality and seemingly his own autonomy. And honestly, pretty cool. What's kind of interesting though is a trading card says Emergency Holographic Doctor. Was that a early name? I don't know. The last uniformed officer in the wave is Tuvok. Now Tuvok is a Vulcan, and he is a really cool character and a great opportunity for actor Tim Russ, who had been doing all kinds of Star Trek roles. He finally got a series regular role for Voyager. Figure turned out pretty good overall, and uses that body that can hold accessories. Next up we have Kes. Now what's interesting about the packaging for Kes and Neelix, they emphasize their species name over their actual name, which seems really odd. But overall, Kes is a decent figure, little restricted in the articulation department, and really can't hold a thing. And lastly, we have Neelix. Neelix is a really cool character, one that was definitely popular, and this figure turned out pretty good. I think overall the thigh swivels really help the figure's balance, since his skirt basically blocks his hip movement. Plus, he has a frying pan. That's just too cool. So overall, Series 1 of Voyager gets you the entire main cast, well represented in action figure form. The reuse here is not too egregious because everyone still looks like they're in the proper costumes, and I think that's the key when it comes to using bodies for multiple characters.
So at this point in the Playmates lineup, we've had multiple different series, there's multiple shows in current active airing, and Playmates decided, you know what? Let's just put it all into one line. And so thus begins the Star Trek Mixed Series assortment. I really feel like this was because we were leading into the 30th anniversary in 1996, so in 95, Playmates decided to just merge it all together. While we'd still see specific branding for another Voyager assortment in 96, pretty much all the figures now come on the Star Trek card back, and we will be seeing this packaging all the way through to 1997. If you're tired of seeing it now, I have to review this for 2 more videos. Unfortunately, I think the packaging, while it's great that it's under a unified Star Trek label, it lacks distinction for which show each character is from, and overall is kind of bland. And honestly, it may be contributing to the downfall of the line, as we'll talk about in future videos. But for now, let's take a look at the first 2 waves of the Star Trek Mixed Assortment.
So as I mentioned, I'm not a fan of the packaging for the Star Trek Mixed Assortment. I find it a little generic. It's just Star Trek logo and then, normal packaging stuff. But the top branding, there's just so much empty space up there that I feel like they could have added a ship relevant to the series the character is from. And sadly, they never did. But hey, there's a lot of figures in this lineup and a lot more figures we'll be talking about, so let's get to it. Also of note, the figures will either come with a trading card if they're based on the Next Generation, or a space cap if they're based on DS9. The articulation is the standard for the line, but these figures don't include the thigh swivel that Voyager added. So we start with, oh boy, Dr. Pulaski. Not a popular character, she came in to replace Dr. Crusher, was in and out during Season 2, while Gates McFadden was sadly not on the show due to behind-the-scenes drama. And honestly, not one of my favorite characters, but this figure could have been a lot better. First of all, she's wearing what looks like a standard Starfleet medical uniform, not the specific version she wore in the show with the skirt. And while this has been misconstrued as being a case of reuse, I discovered something much darker.
So we need to talk about this figure, and I'm doing this off script because we need to just do this manual here. So Pulaski here has always been stated online to be a new head on a reused body. And from first glance, you're like, oh yeah, they just stuck Pulaski's head on the Deanna Troi body for the, uniform version. But as soon as you look any closer than that, that is not the case. First of all, the collars are different. They did give her the Season 1 through 3 collar, or the Season 1 and 2 collar. And Deanna has the Season 3 and onward collar, so that's out, but that means the entire torso is remolded, okay, and you can kind of see that because the way the fabric sculpting pulls. Then you want to look at the arms, and it's like, okay, well, those hands are definitely larger than Pulaski's, so Pulaski can't be reusing Deanna's arms or even the shoulders because the fabric detail's different. And then you look at the legs, and they look similar, except Deanna's got fabric folds on her waist, where Pulaski does not. The only thing that seems to be reused here is the legs from the hips down. Okay, so where the heck are the rest of the parts coming from? Well, let's go with the obvious one, Tasha Yar. Okay, so definitely not the same. Yar is much broader shouldered, which is, appropriate for the actresses. The waist piece is also different, and the torso is definitely not the same kind of hourglass that Yar got. Yar got a very harsh hourglass here. And the arms are out as well. Okay, so currently, maybe the legs are reused. Anything from Crusher? Yeah, it looks like maybe the same legs. No, actually the feet are bigger on Crusher. Okay, nothing there. Dax is an entirely different uniform style. So let's see if we can find something. Well, the hands are kind of sculpted similarly, but the arms are not the same because Dax has much wider arms due to the nature of that uniform design versus this one. So in conclusion, Playmates Toys sculpted an entirely new Dr. Pulaski figure in a uniform she never wore. I nearly forgot one other figure to check, Ensign Rowe. And looking at this, differently sculpted hands, so those forearms can't be it. The shoulders come to a point here and a rounded off section here, and that is sculpted, so it can't be that. Pulaski's still got a different sized waist, and I can basically conclude that the torso isn't reused either, so in actuality, nearly everything about this figure is new, and it's still wrong. Ah! Next up, Captain Picard as Galen, the pirate. This was from an episode where Picard was undercover as Galen, the pirate. I didn't feel like opening this figure just for the video because I honestly don't know what I'd do with it afterwards, so here's a close-up. It's Picard as Galen. I don't have anything else to add. Continuing the All Good Things series, we have Geordi LaForge from All Good Things' future timeline. This is appropriate because the first character we saw in that timeline was Picard, and the second one we saw was Geordi. He does actually include the All Good Things base that was promised with Picard, and overall, I think the figure's pretty nice. It's also nice to get a Geordi figure without the visor. Well, without the visor intentionally, but he makes a good companion to Picard and the future All Good Things figures. So next up, we have Sheriff Worf in Western attire from the Holodeck series. This is from the episode of Fistful of Datas, and it's actually a really nice figure of Worf. Very accurate to the show, and very nicely sculpted overall. Plus, he comes with dual pistols, which is actually a really cool accessory. And he can hold them, which is even better. In addition to that, he comes with a pack-in figure in the form of his son, Alexander, also in Western attire from the episode. It's really cute, and they work well together. I think Alexander is sized better than Nog was. He doesn't feel undersized here, especially because he always looked tiny next to the large, imposing Worf. So rounding out the figures based on The Big Goodbye, we have Dr. Beverly Crusher in 1940s attire. Honestly, looks like a pretty neat figure, even though her legs definitely seem like they have zero movement whatsoever, but it does complete that collection for those wanting it. Now to go alongside Tosk, who was in Series 2 of DS9, we have Hunter of Tosk. Now this is a really neat looking figure. I actually really love the design. It feels very 90s sci-fi, but in a good way. And hey, I actually really think the alien head is cool, and while the helmet is also cool, I'd rather leave it off. But the fact we got Tosk and Hunter of Tosk this close together was actually pretty neat because it'd make a scene in and of themselves. They complement each other really well from that episode. So Series 1, Wave 1 of the mixed series is honestly pretty good. There's some good variety, even if it is a little heavy on TNG. Because, hey, it's just the nature of we had TNG figures still to get. So, honestly, I like it overall. Starting off Wave 2, we have Vash. Vash first appeared on Next Generation in the episode Captain's Holiday. Eventually, after a few more appearances, she left with Q on an adventure, and eventually landed on Deep Space Nine when she was tired of being with Q, which, who can blame her? And this is actually based on her Deep Space Nine appearance, which is pretty neat. Sadly, I don't think this figure looks enough like the actress because I owned it for several years without realizing who it was. I knew she was from the Trek line because of the date and the Playmates logo, but honestly,
It's a little too generic if you don't know the context of the character, which doesn't make it a great figure. So next up we have the Traveler. Now the Traveler did appear many times on Next Generation, definitely worthy of a figure. It is unfortunately one of the figures that suffers from that plastic oxidation effect. His accessories were covered in it, and as you can see, it does wipe away easy. It's just kind of annoying to deal with. And actually, speaking of accessories, unlike coming with some just sci-fi techno stuff, this guy comes with an engineering station and a stool to sit on, which is so cool. And in fact, I think it looks even better with other figures, such as Lieutenant Torres, who sits at it even more comfortably. Next up, Deanna Troi as Durango, also from A Fistful of Datas. Obviously the companion piece to Worf and Alexander, and it finishes off the main trio of that episode, which is really nice. Sadly, she does suffer from that oxidation problem, especially on her legs. Her legs are usually covered in it in any carded sample I see. So overall, a really cool figure and a nice addition to the shelf. Our next figure, also from Deep Space Nine, is Jadzia Dax in Ritual Klingon armor from the episode Blood Oath. This is a really neat figure. We don't typically get women in Klingon armor, and that episode of Deep Space Nine is forever burned into my memory. It was very, very well done. In fact, featuring the return of 3 classic Klingons. So having a figure from that episode is really nice. Hey, it's been a bit, but here's a new Borg variant. This one known as the Interstellar Action Borg, because he has a missile-firing arm, which, while that sounds kind of silly, it's a Borg, it works for me. And honestly, in practice, this gimmick is not too bad, especially considering that a lot of these figures have trouble standing without their action bases. They fall over with the nice flick of a missile. Paired alongside that is the Interstellar Action Geordi LaForge, who has a spring-loaded missile-firing phaser rifle. What's also cool is that this is a Season 2 Geordi LaForge, a version we hadn't gotten prior. Pretty neat use of parts, plus that missile-firing gimmick I'm sure works as well as the Borg's does. So Wave 2 of the Mixed series is honestly pretty neat. I think Vash and Traveler are great additions to the lineup, and the new character variants are really fun and different. And I actually really like the missile-firing Borg. It's fun. I mean, it's just neat to have a different kind of Borg at this point.
So you may have played the Deep Space Nine Crossroads of Time game, like I horribly got distracted at the beginning of this video, and you had whatever was required. You did a mail away, and you could get a limited edition Benjamin Sisko figure. Let's discuss it, because I don't have it, but it's our first of what will become many mail away figures.
So the mail away figure is Benjamin Sisko in his Starfleet duty uniform from the pilot episode of DS9. It's a cool variant. It's something he did wear for a significant amount of time before switching to what we know as the DS9 uniforms, and it matches with the Bashir, Dax, and O'Brien we got in Series 2.
The year is 1995. It begins with a 1, follows with a 9, follows with another 9, which means there are ships in roleplay for the Star Trek line.
Let's roll through some roleplay. First up, a repack of the Klingon Disruptor from Generations, now in a Next Generation box. Then we have a Bajoran Phaser, which is in a Next Generation box, but only ever appeared on Deep Space Nine. Same thing goes for the Bajoran Tricorder. In a Next Gen box, is actually a DS9 toy. Going into our ships, we have the Space Talk series, Enterprise D. This is finally giving the Enterprise D a version with a stand to match the other ships that have come since the original release, and this one has voice phrases in it, and is sort of similar to the Space Talk action figures we'll speak of in a moment. In addition to that, we have the USS Excelsior, which is the USS Enterprise B from the Generations line, with some new decals in a movie collection box, and a Klingon Bird of Prey, also from that Generations line, now in a Next Generation box. The USS Voyager joins the ship lineup with automatically pivoting nacelles, which is a really cool motorized feature. And lastly, we have the transwarping Starship Enterprise. Now this is something I have owned for a very long time. In fact, it was one of my favorite things as a kid. This did have a stand at one point, which I don't have, and it was the All Good Things base, because this Enterprise, while it looks like a normal Enterprise in one form, can transwarp, or basically just transform. I love transforming robots as a kid. I was a big Transformers and Megazord guy, still am, so this is just right up my alley. And the final result is the Enterprise D as it appeared in the future timeline of All Good Things. So hey, it actually has some credit to the ship collection. The only downside is there's no electronics, so it doesn't totally match the other ships in the lineup, but it was one way to get the All Good Things Enterprise D out there in a unique and interesting way.
So just in case 4-inch figures and ships and roleplay wasn't enough for you, Playmates thought, hey, space talk. These are 7-inch figures that supposedly talk with authentic characters' actual voices from the next generation. There were 4 of these in total, and I came across the chance to buy all 4 and still just chose to buy the Borg. Let's see if my purchase was worth it, or if I wasted $20.
So let's talk packaging on Space Talk. Of course, it's going to amp up the fact that there's an electronic feature. There was a Try Me feature available where you could press the button to hear the sounds. And, it's pretty cool overall. It reflects the other figures, but it is much larger, as these figures are 7 inches tall. And each figure also included a storybook based on certain episodes. The Borg, for example, came with one based on Best of Both Worlds. What's also cool is the articulation is about the same as the basic figures in the line, minus the waist swivel. So the lineup, of course, we have Jean-Luc Picard, seen here in his captain's jacket, with the phrases Damage Report, Captain's Log Supplemental, and Engage. Next up, we have William Riker, with the phrases Energize, Shields Up, Red Alert. Following up them is Q, who says, What a pity, Bonjour, mon capitaine, and Humans. And lastly in the lineup is the Borg, of course the one I own. I'm a big Borg fan. It's the one I had to pick out of the whole assortment. And honestly, he looks really nice. I think this is a great looking Borg figure. He's really well painted and detailed, and it's not just a blown up version of the 4.5-inch figure. He is a little short to go with the 9-inch dolls if you're wondering, and he is a bit tall to go with 6-inch action figures like Marvel Legends. So of course you're probably wondering, what does this thing sound like? Well, upon opening it, I discovered that the batteries were corroded, but they were corroded to each other and not the contacts, which means he still works. So let's take a listen.
We are the Borg. Freedom is irrelevant. You must comply. We are the Borg. Freedom is irrelevant. You must comply.
Well, I won't say that's the actual voice. That was definitely more authentic than the communicator from 1992. And honestly, I think it sounds cool, even if it doesn't have Resistance is Futile.
So remember those 9-inch dolls that sort of popped up last year? Well, they're back with a vengeance. There's 9 of them this year, and if you think that's bad, 1997. We'll get there.
So for the 9-inch dolls, they're broken down into 2 editions. The Alien Edition, featuring a Borg, and Worf in his ritual Klingon gear. Sadly, Worf will never get a normal TNG look. And then we also have another assortment with the Starfleet Edition, featuring Troy, Crusher, Data, Riker, LaForge, Kirk in a dress uniform, and Picard in a dress uniform. So let's take a look at one of these 9-inch dolls with Dr. Crusher. She has, of course, a cloth bodysuit, a cloth lab coat, and rooted hair, which gives her that doll look, but also an extra layer of detail over the basic figures. And honestly, I think the head sculpt's better than the 4.5-inch figure. She also has pretty nice articulation, not too restricted even with the cloth clothing. And you can remove the lab coat and she still has her full Starfleet uniform underneath, which is pretty dang cool. And yeah, I honestly like this figure better than the 4.5-inch Beverly Crusher. She just looks more like the actress. And while these are meant to emulate the Mego figures of the old days, she is a little bit too tall for those figures.
So that was 1995, kind of a midway point of the line, because you start to see some of the things that will ultimately lead to this line's downfall, such as the body reuse, like the Thomas Riker figure they completely made up. There is a lot of things that will start to come up more and more frequently in 96 to 99. So unfortunately, this is where a lot of that started. But there was a lot of solid figures released. Heck, that Voyager series is pretty dang awesome. So I honestly think that 95 was pretty solid, even if it became the turning point where the line starts to go a little crazy, because next year, 1996, 30th anniversary of Star Trek, Playmates pulls out all the stops and maybe pulls out too many stops. Personal log, Lieutenant Commander Soundout. While we're going to be discussing difficult topics such as 1701 and First Contact, I think there's something truly darker here that confuses me much greater. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to Part 4 of the Star Trek Playmates Toys Retrospective. We've come to the turning point in the line. 2 decisions made in 1996 sort of taint collector faith in Star Trek from Playmates Toys. and the reason why we'll get into. But 1996 was a big year for Star Trek. Looking back at it, we had Deep Space Nine wrapping up Season 4, going into Season 5. Star Trek Voyager was finishing its second season, leading into its third. And of course, Star Trek First Contact hit theaters that holiday. So it was really quite a year for Star Trek. In addition to that, it was the 30th anniversary of the franchise, and everybody was celebrating, including Playmates toys. So honestly, it was a great year for Star Trek. But what were those hiccups along the way? Well, we're going to have to dive into them, because while there's a lot of great figures this year, there's some choices that I can't really defend, and we're just going to have to break that down. Now, as I mentioned in part 3, this line had started to evolve and included a mixed series that had all of these Star Trek series under one branding. And while I can't find any specific information online as to when the waves of this series were released during the year, I've opted just to intersplice them between things. So we'll do like a wave of the mixed series, a wave of something else, and so on and so forth. So while you may see some of the same packaging, they're part of the same series, but there are different waves, and I thought, let's just do that to have a better reflection of how the year may have gone. So, let's crack into it, let's get started, and let's look at 1996 for the Star Trek line. So we'll begin our journey through 1996 with Series 2, Wave 1 of the Mixed Assortment. Now this one's kind of a weird one. We've got a TNG figure, a DS9 figure, 2 TOS figures, and the first in the 1701 series, which is problem number 1 in collector faith for this line. Because for whatever reason, in order to celebrate the anniversary, Playmates Toys thought they would be cute. They've been numbering figures and doing this limited edition thing, but they've never really said, okay, so this figure is going to be made in really limited quantities. But the Captain Picard from Tapestry figure in this wave was limited to 1,701 units. Now, that's a cute play on the registry number of the USS Enterprise being 1701, but only having 1,701 figures produced for a variant that people would want from a classic, iconic episode was not the best idea. Especially since this isn't the last of the 1701 series. But for now, let's take a look at the first wave of Mixed Series, Series 2.
So Series 2 of the Mixed Series has essentially the same packaging style as Series 1, which, like I talked about in part 3 of this video series, I don't like it that much. I think it looks a little too generic. I do wish there was some more individuality for each series itself. But of note, on the back, there's an interesting thing where they started adding coming soon photos of the actors for some of the classic figures, and you're seeing some of the figures that were released in Series 1 as well as Series 2. Of note, the Christine Chapel and Yeoman Rand figures, which were still part of this series, actually have a different backing, which contains different figures laid out on the back. Now, due to the nature of the Mixed Series, they did want to keep some consistency with the pack-in collectibles. So there are trading cards, there are space caps, and there are widescreen trading cards depending on what show they're from. So our first figure of the wave is Worf, Governor of Hatoria, which is from All Good Things, The Alternate Future. And what's actually kind of surprising about this figure is it looks pretty spot on to the look from the episode for the most part. Now, when I first looked at the body, I thought, hey, they probably did that thing where they just repainted the Warrior Worf figure again, even though that wouldn't be accurate. But surprisingly, it's a new body type. I think the legs are probably reused, but the rest of the torso and arms is new in addition to the head. He also makes a nice companion next to All Good Things Picard and Geordi LaForge, and there will be more All Good Things figures in the future. It's kind of nice that one episode got so much attention, and it'll be nice to have all of the main cast except for Deanna because of dumb plot reasons, but we'll get there when we get there.
All right, next up is the infamous Tapestry Picard, the first 1701 figure. Now, I think overall this figure's not too bad, and I do want to clear up some misconceptions. Much like with the Dr. Pulaski figure, this Tapestry Picard figure is not in fact as much of a slapdash as the internet will lead you to believe. While yes, it is reusing the head from Picard that we've seen on all the other figures, he's actually not just a straight up reuse of Generations Kirk. While things like the legs are reused and maybe the right arm, the actual collar and shoulder strap are molded differently to be more accurate. Also, looking at the left arm, you can see that the rank pips have been completely resculpted, so it isn't entirely a slapdash figure. What's also fun is that he now works properly with the Nausicaan figure we got previously, so it completes a scene. It's just a shame that the single-packed version of this figure was so incredibly limited. And there was a second chance for this figure later on, and we'll discuss that in 1997. Next up, we have Grand Nagus Zek. Now, Grand Nagus Zek is a frequent guest star on Deep Space Nine, so it's very nice that he got a figure, especially one that looks this good. He has a really intricate makeup design, and I think they really captured the look of Zek very well. What's really cool too is that he has unique accessories such as the Ferengi head cane that he's known for having, and I really like the fact that they pose his hand with an extended finger, which gives him more character than just having an open hand. He looks great when you pose him next to Quark, Rom, and Nog, and honestly, it's really cool to have this little group of Ferengis here. And honestly, it's just fun having Zek, especially because he was played by Wallace Shawn, so you can pose him around with other toys based on Wallace Shawn characters. Next up, we have Benjamin Sisko from the episode Crossover. Now, this is technically Benjamin Sisko, it's just not the one we know, as this is Benjamin Sisko from the Mirror Universe, which actually I think makes this the first Mirror Universe figure in the line, but not the last. What's really cool here is that while he reuses the head sculpt from the DS9 Series 1 Sisko, he has an entirely new body mold. Overall, I mean, this is a figure that is a variant coming later in the line, but I really like the attention to detail here because this is technically a different character when you really break it down, and it's really nice to see Mirror Universe versions of characters. So next up we have Nurse Christine Chapel, who was a frequent guest star on the original series, almost to the point of being a series regular with how many episodes she appeared in. So it's really nice that she has an action figure, especially one that's uniquely sculpted compared to, say, Uhura. Christine Chapel also was a frequent character on the animated series, in fact, probably having a major role when you really think about it, and it's nice that she got a figure here. Especially because now I can pose her and Uhura recreating my favorite episode of the animated series. It's episode 4, it's fantastic. What's really nice as well is the second figure of Majel Barrett that we've gotten in the line after Luxwana Troy. Rounding out the wave is Yeoman Janice Rand. Now this was another frequent character on the original series, not as frequent as Nurse Chapel, but Yeoman Rand was kind of meant to be a mainstay character until some really unfortunate behind-the-scenes experiences happened, and I won't get into that here. It's nice that Yeoman Rand got a figure because she did appear in 9 episodes of the first season of the original series, and her character got to return for the movies, so it's nice that she got represented here. Much like with Nurse Chapel, this isn't just reusing Uhura's body mold. So while the line will start to get into the slapdash sort of just stick a head on a body and call it a day, they did at least give all 3 of the women from the original series unique sculpts appropriate to their characters. It's also nice to have a group shot together with the mainstays of the original series, because Yeoman Rand and Chekhov, for example, never met, as Chekhov wasn't introduced till season 2, and Yeoman Rand was only in part of season 1. And I'm really appreciative that Playmates took the time during the 30th anniversary to give us 2 mainstay characters from the original series that fans would remember. This wave is kind of strange, but all are welcome additions to the overall Playmates Star Trek line, and I like that kind of format for this series of figures. So next up we have an anomaly. The Starfleet Academy line. For whatever reason, just because, they decided to do 4 figures of Next Generation crew members who are in their Academy looks, even though these are like the most like 90s action figure style Academy looks they possibly could have, and they come with CD-ROMs. This isn't to tie into a game, a book, any episode. Playmates just said, here you go, and I'm not really sure if anyone asked for these. But we're gonna dive into it and find out. I only have Picard. I somehow have Picard twice. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. But let's let's dig in. Let's take a closer look at whatever the heck this was.
Okay, let's get this over with. The Starfleet Academy line is weird, but the packaging's kind of nice. The artwork looks really good. So you can see, like, Starfleet Academy itself up by the logo, which I really appreciate. It gives a really nice painted look. I'm complimenting these things now because I can't later. Also, it does show that the CD-ROM that the figures come with includes a mini Omnipedia Starfleet Academy files, which I could not get to run on my modern-day computer, so it's a mystery as to what was actually in there. On the side, it lists the accessories, which actually I like better because it gets kind of less text off of the card back itself. The back of the packaging is filled with so much text, it's a little overwhelming. Up top, it's got a little description of what Starfleet Academy is, as well as a layout of the accessories included. Down on the bottom, we have a bio card as addition to a cross-sell for all the other figures. And on the inside, again, the art is really, really nice. Just look at it. It's the best thing about this line of figures. So, of course, Picard is the only one that I own, so let's look at him, and, well, that's something. That's incredibly 90s. I don't have anything for a reference image because there isn't one, but this is supposed to look like a young Picard, and I'm just going to take their word for it. The action base is kind of nice, though, with the Starfleet Academy logo. It's 3D, it's really well painted. There is good things about these. And as you can see, yeah, young Picard to standard age Picard just looks weird. All of his accessories make him look like he is a laser tag guy who got lost at a VR arcade, and that's the best way I can describe that. Now, of course, they didn't stop there. The next one was Cadet William Riker. Now, if you want to do a Season 1 Riker without the beard, this is a good head for a custom base, even though they never made that figure officially. Then we, of course, have Geordi LaForge, because, well, they like making LaForge figures in this line. And then lastly, we have Cadet Worf, who has a completely different design than the others. These are very strange. I hope there's no more in our future.
So next up, Series 2 Wave 2 of the mixed assortment. We've got 3 DS9 figures, a TOS, a TNG, and another 1701 figure, this time being Tasha Yar from yesterday's Enterprise. And, well, here's the thing. At this point, people were already having trouble finding Tapestry Picard, and they could barely find yesterday's Enterprise Tasha Yar, and the aftermarket price, even in the days of 1996, was starting to skyrocket, especially through comic shops, specialty shops, and very early online listings. But essentially, people were getting kind of pissed that these figures were really, really hard to find, and then the aftermarket was reflecting that. This is a story that we'll continue to talk about, but this wasn't making anybody happy.
So unsurprisingly, Series 2 Wave 2 pretty much has the same exact packaging as Series 2 Wave 1, just with some slightly different cross-sells on the back of the packaging, but otherwise it's pretty much the same. So our first figure of Wave 2 is Odo from the episode Necessary Evil. And this was a DS9 episode in which we saw the flashbacks to how Odo became Chief of Security on Deep Space Nine when it was under Cardassian control. So it's a very important episode, and this is a very important look for the character. It's also nice to get another Odo figure. What I also do appreciate is that they do include episode-specific accessories, such as the box with the Bajoran trader names. This figure also pairs well with Gul Dukat, as they shared a lot of scenes in that episode. Alright, next up we have Kirk in his casual attire, which is the green tunic that he would wear just infrequently on the series itself. It's kind of like his secondary look, similar to how Captain Picard had a captain's jacket and such like that. And overall, it's a pretty cool figure. I mean, from the waist down, it's the same Kirk figure. I think the arms are the same too. They just gave him a new torso, and it gives him that other look that he used quite a bit, so it's worth having in the collection. Next up, we have the Jem'Hadar, the soldiers of the Dominion from Deep Space Nine. These guys are very, very scary in the series itself, and I'm actually really happy that there was at least one figure of them in the 4.5-inch scale. What's really cool too about these is that if you did have a need to army build Jem'Hadar, you did have multiple weapon options, whether it was, standard pistols or a rifle or a blade. You had plenty of options for the Jem'Hadar themselves. Also of note, the Jem'Hadar does come with a widescreen trading card, so it's finally breaking Deep Space Nine out of the curse of the space cap. So next up we have Lieutenant Commander Worf as seen in Deep Space Nine. So when he joined the cast of Deep Space Nine in Season 4, he did get a new look and a new uniform, and it's a really, really nice figure. They kind of gave a chance to give a new Worf body that's less exaggerated and more accurately proportioned to the actor, and I do really like it. It also has some clever reuse, as it's reusing the head from the Star Trek Generations figure, which I previously commented on as being my favorite of the Worf head sculpts. So overall, it makes a great figure. You can also put him alongside the rest of the Deep Space Nine cast, and even though everybody has the older comm badges as opposed to the newer ones that they would have by the time Worf showed up and Dax's hair is different, it still works for the most part, kind of blending the styles together. Continuing the All Good Things subset, we have Admiral William T. Riker. Now this figure's okay. I think it's probably the weakest of the All Good Things figures, mostly because it's just, the resemblance to Riker is a little off, and the overall figure kind of sucks. If you notice in the pictures, he has trouble standing, and that's because he doesn't really have hips. They just sort of swivel up at the skirt area, and that just restricts all of his articulation. But honestly, I mean, when you're putting it with the rest of the All Good Things lineup, he does look pretty good, and we will be seeing a couple more of these in the near future. So it is building out that version of the cast from that iconic episode. So next up, we have Tasha Yar from yesterday's Enterprise. Now, this is the second in the 1701 series, so initially there was only 1,701 copies of this figure produced. And overall, it's kind of cool because it was an episode that got to bring Tasha Yar back after she'd been unceremoniously killed off in Season 1. It was nice to get her back, at least for an episode, and this represents that. Now, unlike the Tapestry Picard, which had some minor changes to make it better, this is literally the Lieutenant Tasha Yar head from the Season 1 uniformed figure, slapped onto the body of Ensign Ro and painted gold, and then added rank pips until it was correct, as opposed to remolding anything. So it's a bit of a slapdash figure overall. But it's nice to have it, and it would have been nicer if more people could have had it. So this wave was heavy on the DS9, having 3 figures, 1 TOS figure, and 2 TNG figures. It's pretty cool, and I think, again, just like the previous wave, these are all worthy additions in a lot of ways.
So Playmates was on rough territory with the fandom after the 1701 incident. And then Star Trek First Contact, the hotly anticipated film. It's got the Borg, it's the 30th anniversary, it's going into the lore of Star Trek and showing us things we never saw before. And then Playmates botched another movie line. And I just can't understand this. But the first movie that they had a toy line for was Star Trek Generations. That movie had a rush production, and the figures were lowly articulated to get them out as fast as possible, and they were all wearing the wrong uniforms. We talked about that over in Part 2. With First Contact, they may have had more lead time, except a decision was made that was controversial to say the least. While initially prototyped at the standard 4.5-inch scale seen with the rest of the line, the figures for First Contact were made at a 6-inch scale, completely sizing them out of the rest of the lineup. And no, they didn't even fit with Space Talk, because Space Talk were 7 inches tall. Now, while 6-inch action figures are the norm nowadays, and may be a welcome scale, back in 1996, they weren't, and the frustration from people looking for characters like Zephyrin Cochrane or Lily and not being able to get them in the scale they've been collecting for what was 5 years at this point, it just added to the frustration. It added to the frustration of the 1701 series, and then it added to this as well as other little things as just slipping figure quality. Now, this was purely a business decision. The designers behind the figures clearly wanted to make the 4.5-inch figures. In fact, we have the picture of what they would have looked like. And there's even figures in there that didn't make it to the 6-inch size. But unfortunately, the 6-inch figures just don't fit with anything. And then on top of that, for the casual buyer, several of the 6-inch figures are essentially statues. And they just happen to be the 2 new characters. So a lot of these problems compounded, and it just the figures didn't sell well, the line was losing steam, and Playmates really needed to reinvigorate it. And they tried to reinvigorate it in 1997, but we still got some more to 1996 to talk about. Now, are the First Contact figures bad outside of their scale choices? Well, let's take a look. I got a couple of them, and let's see if they're anything worthwhile. So looking at the packaging for the First Contact figures, it's actually pretty good. I love the looming Borg in the background, the Enterprise E flying up top, and I like the way that the mini poster has been folded so you see Zefram Cochrane's Phoenix out front, which just makes the whole thing come together. The back of it's pretty good too. It does present the figures well, and that's a good thing. I think these have a really good, solid presentation factor. I also find it incredibly amusing that it says, hey, go watch Deep Space Nine and Voyager on TV, like we weren't already doing that. So just like with Generations, the First Contact figures come with a mini poster, which I like that idea that the movie lines would have mini posters. And I'm sure if Insurrection or Nemesis had lines, there would have been posters for them as well. But they're a cool inclusion and a nice little bonus in lieu of like a trading card or something. So of the ones I own, I'm only going to open 2 of them just for examples. I'm leaving this Picard sealed, but you can see he comes with a bunch of accessories. Kind of feels like more than the standard 4-inch figure, which is nice. And you can just go a close look at him. He looks good. I think overall, sculpting-wise, they look great. But overall, they are still 4.5-inch sculpts that seem to be blown up to that larger size. So they're not as detailed as maybe larger figures of the era. So while looking at Riker here, you can see that these have the new uniforms, and these uniforms would be later used not only for the movies, but Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And hey, they could have really used those molds in 4-inch to make the updated DS9 looks, which would have been really appreciated, but sadly they were 6-inch. In fact, while we look at LaForge here, that was the reason why they were blown up to 6-inch, was because Playmates was a little nervous and thought maybe people didn't want to buy the next generation characters again in 4.5-inch, and they wanted to provide something new. A good idea that was definitely misfired. And then looking at data here, same story with all of these pretty much. What was interesting is also going to be a data that, sort of was based on that Borg Queen scene with the weird skin graft thing. Except, it was going to be kind of like a weird android, but that never made it over to the 6-inch size. It was only prototyped for the 4.5-inch. So of the ones released, one of the ones I own is Worf, and I think this Worf doesn't look as good as the 4.5-inch DS9 Worf. That's a personal opinion. Honestly, it's not bad. It's just like, the DS9 one's a little bit better. But what's interesting to note with these larger figures is that they did adapt the Voyager style articulation. So they have the bicep swivels, they have the knees, they have the thigh swivels, as well as the V-hips. So there's actually more articulation than the 4-inch figures would be. But again, I wish this was in the 4-inch style. Next up, we'll look at Deanna Troi. Now, I didn't intend to actually open this figure, but when I pulled her out of storage, the glue dried on the card back and, she fell off. Looking at Deanna out of package, she looks pretty good. I honestly think it's not a bad head sculpt, and overall the body shape is pretty nice. Though, again, I feel like some of the 4-inch figures worked better, and maybe it's just because at a smaller scale, there was less size to scrutinize the details. Now, articulation-wise, she is similar to the women of Voyager, where she's got the extra articulation that we would come to expect. What's kind of fun is that her accessories are essentially blown-up versions of the 4.5-inch accessories. So the over-the-shoulder computer bag thing that didn't appear in the movie totally works. It's really well scaled. However, the phaser and the pad... What the heck was this? I think these are like 9-inch figure accessories that got packed in with a 6-inch because these are way too big. Also, she comes with a glass, which I assume is just to be from the scene that she got Zefram Cochrane to drink and try to get information out of him, which didn't go over well. Putting Deanna next to Worf here, I think this is probably the most normal person-sized Worf figure we've ever gotten, and that is something to be commended on. Next on the lineup was Dr. Crusher. Interestingly enough, I think, again, probably working on pre-production stuff, but she is done with her red hair here, even though in the movie she was blonde for whatever reason she was blonde for, I actually don't know. The figure here is kind of the standard red-headed Crusher. There was a Borg figure, which is one I'd like to track down at some point if I ever just run across it, because I like the Borg and I like their redesign. Again, would have been nice to have in a 4.5-inch scale because a lot of these Borg designs and costumes made it over to Voyager, and all those figures were 4.5 inches. So looking at Zefram Cochrane, another figure that we own because it was on clearance, he leaves a lot to be desired because even without opening him up, because it's just what's the point, he looks like he's just a statue. There's no arm articulation besides shoulders, and is that, again, because this is a new character, so they only had limited time to work on it? it just doesn't look great, especially when it's a 6-inch figure instead of just a 4.5-inch one, but being essentially a statue is a big problem. And they do it again with Lily. Now, Lily is probably my favorite character in the film. I think she had some of the best scenes. And she's in a pre-posed kind of like hip off to the side, arm on hip pose, and that's really all she's going to get. And that was a thing sculpted for the 4.5-inch as well. So it's just like, wow, okay, movie figures of new characters, you're getting to be a statue. And rounding out the assortment is Picard in Starfleet spacesuit, aka EV suit or environmental suit. What's interesting is that with the helmet on, you can barely tell it's Picard, so this could have been anybody that was using the EV suits. Again, it would have been nice in a 4.5-inch scale because they use these EV suits on Voyager. There's just a lot of missed potential here. So looking a little closer at what could have been, the lineup for First Contact with its original 4.5-inch scaling probably would have worked out better. Looking at the prototypes alone, they look like mostly the same sculpts as what would be the 6-inch figures. And yeah, things like the Borg, things like Zephyrin Cochrane and Lily would have blended in with pre-existing stuff instead of having to go with just, well, these are a weird scale and they don't really go with anything.
So rounding out Series 2 of the Mix series is Wave 3. Now, this wave's actually pretty cool because we have most of the figures based on the original pilot, The Cage, with Captain Pike and Spock, Vina, and the Telosian. So we actually have some really cool figures based on the first pilot for the series. Also included is Garak, because he tailored all their clothes. I'm really happy to see Garak, but it's just kind of a weird inclusion in this wave. And then to round it out was the last of the 1701 series. But there was a twist. Barclay from the episode Projections was actually released at 3,000 units instead of 1,701. So essentially, they sort of listened, I think, and realized that 1701 was way too little. So even though he was only marked as being at 1701 units, he was actually produced at 3,000 and is much easier to find. I'm also going to throw in 2 exclusive figures that were based on the second pilot where No Man Has Gone Before, and we'll look at pictures of those because they're kind of rare and I don't have them. But yeah, let's look at the last mixed series wave of the year.
Alright, so kicking off this wave, the packaging is exactly what you would expect. Absolutely no changes. Just a little cross-cell difference in the back. Our first figure is Captain Christopher Pike from the pilot The Cage. And this is actually a pretty cool figure. He's a little smooth in the details, a little smooth around all the edges, but it's just cool to have a Captain Pike figure, and it's a great way to celebrate the anniversary. Especially like the fact that he comes with like the pilot version of the phaser, which was essentially just like a ray gun thing. It's pretty neat. Also, there is a new stand design, which is the 30th anniversary stand. It also makes a nice companion to Captain Kirk, having the captains of the original Enterprise that we saw in the original series. Next up, we have Spock, also from The Cage. And this is pretty cool just to get a different version of Spock, and it's actually one that has 2 normal hands this time. And overall, I mean, it's essentially the same head we've seen before on a similar body to Pike's, but it's a nice way to get Spock out there again, especially in a single packed form outside of the box set, and more of a classic blue look, even if it is that pilot look. His accessories are also kind of interesting. He comes with very specific stuff for The Cage, though he does come with repacks of some of the standard TOS accessories, which would be technically incorrect. Now, the Telosian Keeper is an interesting action figure for the fact that it's literally a statue because of the whole robe thing. But this is a very interesting alien design from The Cage that has become iconic and has reappeared in things like Discovery, so it's nice that there is a figure in existence. Much like Judge Robe's Q, there is basically no articulation on this thing, and it's very limited, but it's at least a nice like novelty piece. So next up we have Vina when she was turned into an Orion by the Telosians, and boy does this figure not great. She is essentially pre-posed, and while she has hips and shoulder articulation, they do absolutely nothing because you're pretty much going to keep her in the same 1 or 2 poses that she can possibly be in, and that's just kind of dumb, and it's something that we're going to start seeing more of in the line is figures that are essentially statues, and that is going to continue to suck as we go forward. But hey, there's our last figure for the Cage lineup. Of course, that's not all in this wave, because we have longtime Deep Space Nine recurring guest star Garak. And Garak is one of the most beloved characters from that series, so I'm really glad he got an action figure. Overall, just like with Gul Dukat, the likeness isn't great. Sure, it looks like Garrick, but it's not quite spot on to Andrew J. Robinson playing Garrick. But I'm still glad to have the figure. He makes a nice companion to Julian Bashir, as well as also being a wonderful rival/enemy to Gul Dukat. And honestly, having just another Cardassian is great, and I wish we would have gotten more in the line, especially with how prominent they were during DS9. And then rounding out this main part of the wave with our last of the 1701 figures was Barclay. And like I said in the intro, he was produced at 3,000 units as opposed to 1701, so that made him a lot more available. And this version of Barclay appeared in an episode of Voyager called Projections, where he was involved with the emergency medical hologram on the ship, and it was a really neat episode. This is mostly just, hey, it's the Voyager male body mold with Barclay's head. They did change up his hair color, which actually gives him a different look. I would say that neither hair color is correct, but somewhere between the two of them would probably be the correct hair color. But it's nice that, it wasn't just a head swap, but there was a deco change as well. But overall, it's a neat figure to have for a overall memorable episode. While kind of a strange wave, it was a good way to celebrate the anniversary, especially having figures from the original pilot, as well as including Garrick, a long-requested figure, and a nice variant of Barclay. Now, also released as part of the Mixed Series packaging, but not part of a wave, would be Lieutenant Commander Montgomery Scott. Now, this was based on the second pilot where No Man Has Gone Before, and this is a slightly different version of Scotty. It was exclusive to Spencer's Gift, and there was only 10,000 made, so more than the 1701 series by a lot, but still not the easiest figure to come across now, being only 10,000 units. And then to go alongside Scotty, we have Lieutenant Hikaru Sulu, also from Where No Man Has Gone Before. Again, Spencer's Gift exclusive and only 10,000 made. So our last proper wave of the year would be Star Trek Voyager Series 2. Now this is kind of forgotten, it's just 6 figures to add to the Series 1 of Voyager, and by this point, with the Barclay figure, we already started rolling Voyager into the Mixed Series, so it just seemed kind of weird. But this is 6 figures, get some guest stars, get some aliens, get some variants, and yeah, overall it's not too bad. Let's take a look at those figures. Alright, Voyager Series 2, the last TV show specific series in the line. Overall, the packaging is pretty much the same as Voyager Series 1. I still really like it. It's kind of funny because it didn't change at all on like DS9's Series 1 to Series 2, so it's pretty much the same thing and nothing really major to talk about. So our first figure would be Ensign Seska, who's listed as Lieutenant Seska on her trading card, weirdly enough, but okay. Anyways, she was a character on Voyager that started as part of the crew, but turned out to be something much more sinister, and it's actually a pretty interesting character overall. Now this is her in her Starfleet uniform as she would have been seen in the earlier part of the series. She also has a brand new action base, which is the logo for the Maquis. Our next figure is another Starfleet officer with Lieutenant Carey. Now, Carey was essentially up for Chief Engineer, but it ended up going to B'Elanna Torres, so he does have that sort of notoriety, as while he wasn't a regular, he is seen on the ship quite frequently. So it's pretty nice to have him here as an action figure. Overall, as an action figure, though, he's not too exciting. They made him look like Lieutenant Carey, but it's mostly that same body, which I still like this body mold because of the extra articulation, so it really does work out. And having Carey plus Seska, it has a nice overall look for the rest of the Voyager crew. Now, Voyager finally breaking out of just regular heroic characters, we do get a couple aliens, starting with the Kazon. The Kazon aren't too popular. I think most people didn't really like them that much. I don't mind them. They're just also not that interesting. Overall, I mean, they were kind of an early villain. There was a cool new stand, which I actually really like. It's, I think, unique to the Kazon, but that action base is probably one of the coolest looking ones of the whole line. Now, for many, they may dislike the Kazon. I personally cannot stand the Vidians, so here is an action figure of one. The Vidians are very strange. They suffer from a virus, so they're constantly skin grafting other species' skin to their body. Just talking about it creeps me out. It's crossing a line. If you've ever seen the episode Faces, that's also crossing several lines for me. I don't like the Vidians. Luckily, this figure looks like a melting man as opposed to a skin graft man, but we're moving on because I don't want to deal with Vidians. Speaking of faces in the Vidians, here's B'Elanna Torres, the Klingon, which is just a weird figure because it's a weird episode. B'Elanna Torres, somehow, instead of just being half Klingon, half human, got split into a full human and a full Klingon, and I'm not sure that's how DNA works. Okay, but anyways, here's a figure of that. It's honestly not a bad figure. Unique sculpt head to toe, which is pretty dang cool. And overall, I mean, it's a nice figure, even if it's from one of the weirdest episodes of Trek that I've ever seen. And yes, that includes the Salamander one, and we'll talk about that later. And rounding out the line is a variant of Chakotay in his full Maquis getup from the early part of the series, as in the early part being just the caretaker pilot. But here is Chakotay in his Maquis look, which is kind of Where's Waldo-y when you really look at it. And he's got a holster, which is pretty neat. I don't know where the rest of his accessories are, so I couldn't tell you what actually goes in that holster, but he looks very cowboy with that, and good for him. Good for Chakotay. I don't have anything else to say on this one. So when it boils down to it, you've got 2 uniformed characters, 2 aliens, and 2 variants. So, you know, kind of a standard wave in a lot of ways. Anyways, it's a weird wave, but that pretty much closes out the Voyager-specific toys of the line. So one of the rarest figures in the Playmates line is one that most people don't know about. It's known as the Trifold Borg. It's a special edition Borg figure released in a special package and was only given to licensees for Star Trek First Contact. So there's only 500 of these out there. Some collectors have had their hands on them, but overall it's kind of hard to find, and it's kind of hard to put in the official lineup since it wasn't available to the public. But it is an exclusive packaging variant of a figure, and it's kind of a neat thing to know about. It was just like a, hey, you licensed Star Trek First Contact merch, here, have a Borg figure. Which also has got some weird connotation with assimilation and resistance is futile, and come join our collective by licensing our property. But anyways, it's kind of neat, and I think it's a neat little tidbit to add into this overall series. So next up, we see our second shuttlecraft vehicle in the lineup. And this one's a little different. We had the shuttlecraft Goddard before, which had electronics, and we had the Runabout, which also had electronics and could hold figures. This shuttlecraft, also figure-based, but actually includes an action figure in the form of Kirk from the second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before. Now, this is something I do actually own, but I do want to point out ahead of time, I don't have all the parts to it, because some of the parts were in the box, and I don't know where the box is. But let's take a look at the shuttlecraft Galileo. Alright, so the shuttlecraft Galileo is a figure and vehicle set, which is actually kind of cool, and I wish they did it more. So the figure itself is Kirk from the second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before, which is a nice variant of Kirk. And yeah, he's in the gold, he looks good. I mean, it's pretty much kind of like a standard figure, but also kind of a neat variant. It's again these things for the pilots versus the main series that Playmates really did excel at, these more obscure corners like this. Looking at the Galileo itself, it just looks fantastic. It's really on point and really on model, especially with the model being very simple. I'm glad that they're able to pull it off. Now, the side door and stepladder do open up, except, well, it's kind of too small for any of the 4-inch action figures. This thing's definitely scaled down by quite a bit. Interestingly enough, you can actually open the nacelle part of it and see the internal workings. The back of the Galileo can also open up by opening the 2 different panels. And on the front, down below, you can open up another panel which looks like it has missiles in it. The top canopy can open in order to fit a figure in the front of the Galileo. And the inside cockpit is fairly nice with pretty standard seating for what we'd expect from the Goddard or the Runabout. Kirk fits, not comfortably, but he does fit inside of the Galileo. And another figure fits in the back, so I just threw Spock back there, because hey, who else? Overall, the Galileo with Kirk set's pretty cool. There was also a missile launcher included that would store up in the roof of the canopy, and then that could stand on its own or something like that. Again, that's in the box somewhere, and the box is, well, somewhere. But overall, even without those parts, honestly, it doesn't need it. It's a good replica, even if it's incredibly scaled down, and I actually kind of like the overall playability of it. Would it be a year of Playmate Star Trek toys without roleplay and ships? Of course not! Let's run them down. Alright, it's roleplay time, so here is the Starfleet Type 2 phaser, which was First Contact packaged, and it's essentially just like a Type 2 phaser we normally expect to see. Next, we have the classic communicator in the Star Trek TalkBack version. So, according to the box, you can record audio and then play it back, which adds some playability as opposed to the previous classic communicator. At the top of the box, you can see the wonderful orange Toys R Us sticker that this once cost $15.99. Back of the box is a little insulting because it mentions "Beam me up, Scotty" is one of the most famous quotes in television history, even though it's a misquote. The exact phrasing of "Beam me up, Scotty" has never been said in Star Trek. Variations of it, sure, but not those exact words, and the box really wants you to think that "Beam me up, Scotty" was said in the show. So looking at the communicator itself, matte black casing, chrome gold top, usual standard classic communicator stuff. Opening it up, it's got a very nice display and a very nice presentation, especially for being something that was $16 in 1996.
All right, so this thing's actually pretty cool. First of all, I think it looks really nice. Overall, it's got, a belt clip on the back, which isn't, accurate, but hey, it was the 90s and apparently everyone wore belts back then because like everything had belt clips. But it's pretty cool. This piece up top definitely doesn't feel like metal per se, but it's a nice chromy plastic. Just some really cool details. I really like this thing. It looks nice. Now my only complaint is because this top part isn't metal. I've had other communicator replicas that are metal, so you can just kind of flick it out like they do in the show. This one you kind of got to get it started a little bit, and then sort of, it doesn't have that same snap to it, but pretty cool. Now, of course, the main feature is the talkback. So you press this button to record, and you press this button to talk back. So it records 3 seconds of audio. So you can basically just program this to say whatever you want people to believe is the truth, even if they don't want to hear it. But like, who's going to deny the original Star Trek communicator? So you can go with things like, "Discovery is canon and cool."
Discovery is canon and cool.
See, it doesn't even sound like me, so it's just like the voice of the almighty communicator. And you can say all kinds of stuff like, "Continuity was never a problem."
Continuity was never a problem.
See, okay, that got cut off because it was a lie. I mean, it's just because I didn't speak fast enough. You can be like, "Canon is overrated."
Canon is overrated.
Alright, I'm having too much fun just saying things that need to be said. But there you go. Talkback communicator. Honestly, not too bad for a 1996 thing that records 3 seconds of audio and plays it back to you.
Continuing on to roleplay, I don't own the classic movie series Starfleet Phaser from the motion picture in Wrath of Khan. It's just that. And then we also have the Starfleet Risk communicator. Now the box art shows TOS Spock, because that's definitely the TOS sleeve, but it is based on the motion picture, and it's a big clunky piece of 70s technology. And then lastly, kind of an interesting twist, we have Dr. McCoy's medical kit, which features just 2 random things from McCoy's medical kit. I mean, there's worse options there, but it's kind of neat and fairly iconic for the most part. All the ships this year were First Contact based, probably because they pretty much did most of the TOS ships at this point. But we have the Phoenix Warp Drive ship, which was Zephyrin Cochrane's ship that he used to make First Contact with, or signaled the Vulcans. I'm oversimplifying. Anyways, it looks cool. We also get the NCC 1701 Enterprise E, and this is based on concept art, not the final version from the film, so it looks really off when you look at it now. There is a more accurate version that came out for Star Trek Insurrection, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. And in a cool twist of fate, the Borg ship from First Contact, which would be the Borg Sphere, also got made. I don't think it's to scale to the Borg Cube, as none of the ships really are, but I think it's really neat that they made the Borg Sphere, because that actually was a really cool ship in the film itself.
So Playmates Toys introduced a new range of products this year, the Inner Space series, capitalizing on the Micro Machine / playset, like micro playset vibe of the mid-90s. And Inner Space series is actually pretty cool, and no one ever talks about it, so I thought, hey, let's discuss it. I've got a few of them, got one of the larger ships even. There was quite a few that actually came out, so let's talk about them, take a look, and just get really tiny with the details.
All right, we're going to start in the order of product numbers with the Ferengi Marauder, which included Picard as well as a Ferengi. We also have a Cardassian Galar-class warship with Gul Dukat and Odo, the USS Stargazer, which came with Picard and Q, an Excelsior-class starship, which came with Riker and Geordi LaForge, the Galileo shuttlecraft, which came with Kirk and Scotty, the Goddard shuttlecraft, which came with LaForge and Troy, a Borg ship, which came with Borg and a Picard, and then let's get into some that I have with the Klingon bird of prey that includes Worf and Gowron. So looking at the bird of prey, it looks kind of awkward because it just kind of sits weird because of the whole, design of the bird of prey. But what's actually pretty cool is the fact that you can pull out a kickstand from the bottom and it's really well worked into the design, so it actually stands it up. Upon opening up the bird of prey, you can see that Gowron sits comfortably and Worf is totally drunk in the back. And it's really well detailed. I like the Klingons that are kind of standing guard behind Gowron that would be seemingly at their own consoles. What's also cool is there's a little dial that lets you turn the view screen display for the bird of prey to different locations. And the tiny figures of Gowron and Worf are really well detailed considering how small they are. So the next one I have is the Romulan Warbird, which honestly looks pretty good all closed up and such. Opening it up, you can see there is a view screen all the way at the top, which kind of makes the pilots look like they're in the front row of an IMAX screen, but it works. And it's overall pretty detailed on the inside. Two figures included are Sela and Picard as a Romulan, which is just weird. Why Picard as a Romulan? I mean, that being said, they are really nice looking figures, and I can pretend that's any Romulan just in robes and not necessarily the Picard disguised as a Romulan. The last of the normal ships would be the USS Defiant, and this is a really cool little playset. Opening it up, it opens really easy and you can see the Defiant bridge on the inside. And of course it comes with Worf in his DS9 uniform and a non-bearded Sisko. Those two aren't compatible. You gotta have bearded Sisko if you're gonna have Worf. That being said, they are really nice looking figures for the most part, and they are really incredibly detailed for how tiny these are. And let me drive home how tiny these are. They don't even reach the knee of a normal 4.5-inch figure. Now there were some deluxe playsets, and of course one of them was the Enterprise D, and I actually found this at a comic shop and said, you know what, I need to get this looks cool. I like the fact that the minifigures are prominently displayed in the front, so you kind of get some semblance of what's inside since it's a closed box product. Looking at the back, you can see cross cells for everything, and just a breakdown of what we're going to show you anyways. Looking at the Enterprise D, boy it's chunky, but that's just a nature of the playset. I like the little kickstand though, that's in the shape of the comm badge. Now, I will disclose that there are about 40 stickers I did not apply to this as I opened it brand new for the video, and I was not going to add 2 more hours to production time just for stickers, so my apologies. Now, the 3 figures included here are Picard in his captain's jacket, Riker for some reason with the battle damage from the Series 1 figure, and Data. Now, out at the back, there is a shuttle bay door that lets you deploy a tiny shuttlecraft Goddard, which I mean could be any of the shuttlecrafts on the Enterprise D, but it's neat. It's a neat little bonus feature I didn't expect. Of course, the main display is when you open the Enterprise from the top to see everything inside. All things considered, this is a very nice miniature version of the bridge. That being said, Riker can't sit in either of the side chairs next to the captain's chair because they're a little too close to the consoles for anyone to sit in. But hey, everyone's there, and I tossed Worf in for good measure. Also, you get 10 forward, which ironically is forward from the bridge. And yeah, I kind of wish there was a little mini Guinan back here. This thing could have come with like 20 figures, that would have been neat. There is a little like replica turbo lift thing that's just, a turnstile that turns around, but it's the thought that counts. Off to one side, we do have the captain's ready room, which also has sliding doors leading towards it. Kind of a neat idea. It's a very prominent space on the ship. And then the other one is the brig, because I guess there's somewhere for Gowron and Sela to go. And yeah, there's a chair and there's not enough clearance for it. So it's not a perfect playset, but it's pretty cool. Overall, I like this thing and it makes a nice companion piece to the Defiant. And having just all these smaller ships with little tiny miniature playsets inside is actually really cool. And if I run across any more Inner Space Series stuff in my travels, I definitely will pick them up because these are actually really neat. The other deluxe playsets outside of the Enterprise, these are a little smaller, is the Type 2 Phaser, which opens up into kind of a crazy battle scene thing, and it comes with Q, Worf, and Data. There is a medical tricorder that opens up into Sick Bay and comes with Dr. Crusher, Commander LaForge, as well as Picard as Locutus. And then we have a comm badge that opens up into the transporter room, and that comes with Commander Data and Commander Riker. Ironically, it looks like there's a Miles O'Brien on the box, and he never was made. Rounding out the Inner Space series is the Project Apollo Lunar Excursion module and the Project Apollo Command and Service module. Technically Star Trek history, but not technically Star Trek in the traditional sense, but they were included here, which is something, but hey.
The 9-inch doll line continues. Eventually it will grow to overtake the line like a pack of tribbles. More on that in a different video. But overall, more 9-inch dolls. Let's take a look. I got some of these. We'll just take a brief gander at them. It's kind of interesting which characters they would pick for this line, and I think it's good for the record.
Alright, let's round up these 9-inch dolls, starting with Guinan. I think it's cool that Guinan's in a different outfit than any of her 4.5-inch counterparts. She's in the blue outfit. As well, in the normal assortment, we have a Spock, we get a McCoy, we get a Scotty, an Uhura, a DS9 Worf, and then a Captain Pike, who also looks pretty good. Now, there was some exclusive 9-inch dolls. We first have the KB Toys exclusive Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock from the episode A Piece of the Action, and these were limited to 5,000 units. And then the other exclusives were limited to 10,000 each and exclusive to Target. First up, we have Kirk from Where No Man Has Gone Before. Then, of course, we have Scotty, and of course, Mr. Spock, and of course, Mr. Sulu.
So overall, 1996 was kind of a weird year. They definitely were trying to go all out for the 30th anniversary, and they did a good job. There's a lot of great original series figures, a lot of great stuff that I think we wouldn't have gotten without the anniversary. Unfortunately, the stumbles at the 1701 lineup, as well as First Contact, really just kind of dragged the year down in a sense of, I don't look back at it fondly for the fact that I can see this is where the turning point in the line was. A lot of fans were not happy with some of the choices made here, and that sort of led to its untimely downfall in the next couple years.
Personal log, Commander Soundout. I was doing my routine checks to prep for the next segment of the historical log. Unfortunately, I discovered something that would derail everything we were about to accomplish.
Red alert, we have an infestation. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to part 5 of the Star Trek Playmates Toys Retrospective. We're starting to hit the weird point in the line, where in 1996 we had the total kind of blunder of the First Contact lineup. 1997 sees a lot of other problems, which we'll get into. It's honestly kind of hard to talk about because we're a line that had started so great and done so many good things starts making really, really weird choices, and that's essentially where we're at. Now, a little bit of housekeeping from part 4. I actually was able to find 2 more commercials that relate to previous parts, and that was because Playmates Toys started uploading old commercials to their YouTube channel. For example, this one on the transporter.
Emergency! All systems down! Abandoned ship! Transporter ready! Beaming down Guinan! All life systems failing! Geordi LaForge's now being transported! Hurry! Warp beaming down! Ship breaking up! Transporter ready for data! That's not data, it's war! Wait a minute, what's going on? Now all systems normal? What's happening? Oh, Q, of course. Testing us again.
Star Trek The Next Generation. New action figures and transporter from Playmates.
And then this commercial for my beloved Inner Space series.
Now the universe has just gotten smaller. Command the Starship Enterprise with bridge and minifigures. The shuttlecraft Goddard manned for special missions. The Klingon bird of prey opens for action. The medical tricorder ready to handle any emergency. And Phaser with off-world adventure. All the Star Trek excitement you can hold in your hand. Star Trek The Next Generation. Inner Space mini playsets with minifigures from Playmates.
But now with that out of the way, let's get to 1997. First order of business, the mixed assortment. This has been the line for over a year now. It's been the packaging style we've been expecting. It comes to an end. We had the last waves of the mixed series in Series 3, and there's some weird choices, but some really cool figures and some very necessary additions to the collection. So let's take a look with the mixed series, Wave 3.
Series 3, Wave 1 of the Mix series is the same packaging you've seen to this point so far, nothing really to comment on. The back of the packaging has made it just the 1997 figures from this wave and the next, and they all come with widescreen trading cards. No more space gaps. First up, we have Captain Kern. Now, this is Worf's brother, who was portrayed by the wonderful Tony Todd, and he was a character that appeared on The Next Generation as well as Deep Space Nine. And this is specifically his Deep Space Nine appearance from the episode Son of Moog, and that was pretty much it. It's a really nice figure because he is one of the unique molded Klingons, which we certainly never got enough of, and his accessories make sense for who he is and what he did in the episode. Plus, it pairs really well with that DS9 Worf that we got last year, because now we have kind of that complete episode with these two brothers who are the Sons of Moog. Captain Benjamin Sisko in this wave is a Season 4 appearance. Bald head, beard, it is the Sisko that I think most people would associate with the character. And looking at him here, he looks okay. He's kind of strange because he's not a unique figure, he is mostly a new head sculpt. Said head sculpt has an okay likeness, but in general he is using the Chakotay body from the Voyager wave, but with, of course, a Benjamin Sisko head. What's interesting is he is shorter because of this than the previous Sisko figure, which is kind of a problem, but it's one that I'll overlook for the moment. Because overall, he does look good with the rest of his crew for DS9, and this does make a nice cast shot for the later part of the show, which is more generally received as the better half of the series. Seska as a Cardassian is pretty much just as it says. It is Seska, but in her true Cardassian form, or something like that. Very strange character from Voyager, but one that was prominent enough that I think she did deserve 2 figures. And this one is pretty nice. Completely new sculpt, which is great, and I think it's overall a better head sculpt than the previous Seska. Accessories-wise, nothing she comes with she can hold, so the base is the only thing that she really has. But, like I said, it is a nice upgrade to the previous Seska, as this is the appearance we saw her in more than the Starfleet uniform version. Also, you can pose her next to Chakotay so she can taunt him with a baby that may or may not be his. Tom Paris Mutated, a very infamous figure from a very infamous episode, that being Threshold, the episode where Tom Paris was mutated into a salamander alien, kidnapped Captain Janeway, and they had salamander babies together. I wish I was kidding, but that's the episode, and while considered one of the worst episodes of Voyager, this is also considered the worst figure in the Playmates line, which I don't agree with at all. Because while this was a dumb thing that no one asked for, this figure actually isn't bad. He's got a full range of articulation, the likeness is pretty good. He has accessories specific to the episode, the phaser he used on Janeway, the salamander babies, that's technically 3 pack-in figures when you really think about it. In addition to that, the head sculpt looks like a mutated Tom Paris, and I don't see what the problem is. Outside of being from an episode that's not very popular and not being a figure that anyone actually asked for, in terms of an action figure, he's not the worst, he's in fact one of the better ones, which is weird to say. But the worst figure in the line is forthcoming, and we'll talk about that later in this video. The Gorn Captain from the TOS episode Arena is one of the most iconic Star Trek alien designs, despite appearing only in 1 episode of TOS, a brief appearance in Enterprise, and a possible appearance in Strange New Worlds. And honestly, I love the Gorn look, and Playmates did a great job replicating the figure here, because it just has that same vibe of what the Gorn should be. It's got the details, it's got the look. I really have no complaints. It doesn't have bicep swivels, so I have 1 complaint. Accessories-wise, it's got a cool base, and it's got accessories that were specifically used by Kirk to fight the Gorn, and some of these are incredibly tiny, and I wonder how they pass safety laws. And of course, you can set up Kirk fighting the Gorn on your desk, and just do, you know, a little diorama scene, or you could be more extravagant like I was. The last figure of the wave is Dr. Beverly Crusher in a Generations uniform. This figure was limited to 10,000, which was probably a good thing because this isn't a uniform she ever wore. Once again, reusing parts to make something that didn't exist. In Generations, she wore the normal TNG uniform, as you can see in this screenshot, and that's it. Otherwise, it is the Janeway / Seska / Torres body with green shoulders and Beverly's head. I don't see a reason to own this, and the fact it was limited just made it easier not to. This wave was kind of a nice mix. You had something from each show. 2 from DS9, 2 from Voyager, 1 from TOS, 1 from TNG. It's honestly what the mix series really should always be. Mixed Series, Series 3, Wave 2, packaging's the same. Back of the packaging does not show us any further figures than what was in the previous wave in this one, because this is the end of the Mixed Series. The Mugatu here is probably known as the Mugato to most, and it's kind of a cool figure. Once again, just like with the Gorn, it appeared in Private Little War, and that was its main appearance until later Star Trek series such as Lower Decks. And the Mugutu here actually has to have its spine installed, which is a first for a Playmates figure. But overall, the Mugutu here is just really cool looking. It's a neat looking alien design. The fur textures are pretty nice. It's in a hunched position, which fits the actual look of the Muguto from the actual episode. The Mugoto's accessories are pretty neat. You have a stand, you have all this extra stuff that nobody can hold, and it can face off against Captain Kirk even if it has limited articulation. Overall, if you're looking for a Muguto figure, this is the one to get. Captain Kirk in his environmental suit from the Tholian Web. This figure's pretty straightforward. It's Captain Kirk in his environmental suit from the Tholian Web. So not much else to say. It is a nice figure because it is uniquely molded, which is always appreciated, and it is still fully articulated. Let's get that little helmet on him because I think that really adds to character here. Overall, I mean, it looks like the environmental suit from that TOS episode. I really don't have any notes beyond that. He of course has the normal Starfleet base that you'd expect, and he does look nice when you put him with the normal Captain Kirk because, well, they do use the same head sculpt, but it is two different versions of the same character. Professor Data from All Good Things is the next All Good Things figure in the lineup. He does look quite good. Brand new mold outside of the head, and he just looks fantastic head to toe. Looking at his head sculpt, much like the previous Data, it's a decent likeness overall, and this one is essentially the same head sculpt with a streak of gray in his hair. He's got the comm badge base based on the All Good Things comm badge, which I really like, and looking at Data, it is the same head sculpt I think, just that extra gray added. Plus he looks really good alongside the other All Good Things versions of the characters we've gotten so far. The only one we're missing is Captain Picard. Continuing the trend of iconic characters from TOS, Harry Mudd. Now he actually appeared in 2 episodes, and I'm really glad he actually got a figure because honestly Playmates was the only line that would go deep enough to make a Harry Mudd figure, but he turned out pretty great. Looking at him, uniquely molded figure, lots of paint detail, and looking at the likeness, it actually is pretty spot on all things considered. He does have the normal stand of course, and some accessories that his hands can't hold because they're molded weird. He matches up well with Kirk, in fact he is taller, which is accurate, and I'm glad that that attention to detail was done. So the last figure of the wave, Dr. McCoy in dress uniform, much like Dr. Crusher in her Generations uniform that wasn't her Generations uniform. This is a limited to 10,000 figure, pretty straightforward. McCoy in a dress uniform, a neat release to go with the Kirk and Spock that already came out. This final wave of the mixed series is definitely overwhelmed with TOS characters, with Data being the only TNG character, and that's kind of a shame because it is the last of what would be a mixed assortment, but with TOS never having its own wave, I'll give it a pass for now.
And now the mixed series has gone away. It's no more. But the concept of mixing all the Star Trek shows into one specific packaging will continue in the form of Warp Factor, where we're going to have specific waves, not only specifically themed, but specifically designed to have numbers and number of characters. They make it very apparent what is in each wave, which when doing a historical thing makes my job 100 times easier. So on that point, Wave 1 of Warp Factor, in fact, is based on a specific episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine made for the 30th anniversary in 1996, Trials and Tribulations. Trials and Tribulations had tribbles, which we've recently gotten some kind of an infestation on because there's tribbles everywhere I look these days, and it's just getting out of hand. And unfortunately, when it comes to the toy line, it also gets out of hand because they decided to design the Triple Tribble Scratcher game, which would allow you to scratch tribbles off a card until your tribbles would give you prizes, which includes being in episodes and stuff. It's very overwhelming. But this entire wave is based off of one episode from DS9. Let's see how it turned out.
Play the Star Trek Triple Tribbles game. You may win a Star Trek multimedia home theater right in your own living room, or you could win one of thousands of other great prizes. Look for game pieces in specially marked packages of Playmates Star Trek toys, Interplay Starfleet Academy CD-ROMs, and at participating Dairy Queen restaurants, or write for a free game piece. Then see if you have a match with a grand prize winning symbol to be announced during the season premiere of Deep Space Nine. Watch for your chance to win.
The Triple Tribbles game was obviously a big thing for Playmates. They put cards in pretty much every one of their toys, and I thought, hey, I got a ton of these, let's scratch one off and see what happens. So here it is, folks, the Triple Tribbles game, which is essentially a scratcher card. So these were packed in with a lot of toys, not just the 4.5-inch figures. They were with the 9-inch, they were with like Action Fleet maybe. There's, not Action Fleet, Strike Force. There's a lot of stuff, and particularly here is 2 cards that came out of the same package. This is with the Swarm Alien, I think. So I have a bunch of these. I've never scratched off any of them. I thought, why not scratch off some Triple Tribbles game for this video? So here's the prizes you could have won back in 1997. So the grand prize was a Starfleet or Klingon multimedia home theater command center built into your living room by set designers from Paramount Pictures. I'm jealous, I would love that. 3 first place winners get a trip to Hollywood in authentic Starfleet uniform. 5 second place winners get a piece of the Star Trek Deep Space Nine set. 500 third place get Star Trek toys and book sets. And that is, that's an interesting photo here because it's a Beverly Crusher on a Warp Factor style card back, and she's in, oh, I can zoom in, can I? She's in the First Contact Onward gray uniform, which is a figure that would not ever release in the US, and in fact, yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Anyways, it was a mock-up of some kind. 1,000 fourth place winners, Starfleet Academy CD-ROM, and 5,000 fifth place winners win a Deep Space Nine comic book. See rule number 6 for second chance drawing details. So here's all the rules. I'm not going to read these. Apparently you can get $10 cash back from Interplay for buying the Starfleet Academy CD-ROM game. Yay. Anyways, so specifically you have to match specially marked Playmates Star Trek toy packages available at your local retailer. Watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine the week of September 29th to reveal the grand prize winner, and collect 2 Playmates Star Trek toys proof of purchase and 2 points to earn yourself a photo of yourself in a Tribbles episode. So, match, watch, collect. I don't know if I can actually tell if I would have won anything, so we're just going to scratch these off with this nickel, because this show doesn't have the budget for quarters, and I don't even know if this will scratch. Oh, there we go. Alright, so we're going to scratch, and scratch, and scratch, and scratch, and scratch. And this one says green. Because Tribbles are totally green, guys, right? Like, that's... Have you seen a green Tribble? There's that. Let's see here. So if we watched, we would have found out the grand prize winner would have been something. I don't know which one we got here. Let's see. Either this coin is bad or this stuff does not scratch well now years later. God, what is it? 1997 was a heck of a long ways away. So let's just... So we scratch it off, and it says Space Station, and it shows DS9. Come on. Scratching. There we go. Alright, so you can see, there it is. Space Station. Don't know if that means anything. And then the bottom one. Oh, this is so hard because these are so old. And scratching, and we got a picture of Quark, and it says 1 point. I don't know what any of this means. Match specially marked Playmates packaging available at your local retailer. Like, is that the actual like toy packaging, or what? I don't quite comprehend that. And then I mean, I guess you would have had to watch. I don't know if anybody's got any record of this, but if you do, hit me up. I'm curious. I'm going to leave this one for historical purposes because I did not feel that was worth my time and yours. But hey, we went through it together, and that's what's important. After recording that segment, I took a look at some packaging for the video and realized, oh yeah, that's what it meant by specially marked packaging. I got a green Tribble, which I'm assuming means I won nothing. So nothing has changed. With the new series comes new packaging. I really like the warp factor packaging. It's really kind of cool. I love the use of colors and I love the use of the angular sort of curved nature of the overall design. I like that it does say Warp Factor Series 1, specifically calling out this wave of Warp Factor, and this will continue for all the future Warp Factor waves. I also do like the specified ship depending on what show that the character is from, because it does give a uniqueness to the packaging. On the back, you can prominently see all the figures in the wave, including the one that you're going to be purchasing, and it also does mention what episode it's from, in addition to the character notes. You can also see on the packaging that there's a Paramount Toys logo. I'm not really sure the whole history of the Paramount Toys branding, but I'm really curious to look into it one day. Now, this wave did feature a lot of variants in its packaging. The biggest one you can see in front of you, or can you? Because the only real difference is that one of them includes soft cloth tribbles where the other one doesn't. All the figures in this wave include these plastic tribbles in colors that tribbles never were, because they're molded with whatever colors of the accessories, and the cloth tribbles are the equivalency of the pom-poms you'd see at a hobby store. They're nothing too fancy. So the first figure in Warp Factor Series 1, serial code-wise, is Chief Miles O'Brien from the episodes Trials and Tribulations. This is essentially Miles O'Brien's head on top of one of the TOS bodies, I think specifically Chekhov. It's not too fancy, it's nice looking. I'm not opening him though. This figure was limited to 10,000, much like previous waves having limited figures, except this one was definitely not in every case assortment. In fact, here's a picture of a fresh case that definitely didn't have it. And in fact, unlike some other figures that may be quote-unquote hard to get, this guy actually goes for a lot of money, so the closest you're getting for this one is in the package. Because while I have one, I do not want to open this thing. It is too rare and too hard to come by, and I don't really have a place for it on my display. So you get to see Miles O'Brien in the packaging, because I ain't taking this one out. Our first normal figure in the wave would be Captain Benjamin Sisko, also from Trials and Tribulations. This is essentially Sisko in a TOS uniform, but more on that in a moment. Overall, I do like the fact that we did get figures based on this episode, because it's an episode I really enjoy. It was really cool how the DS9 crew got to interact with the TOS crew through some crazy technical wizardry. And in fact, actually having figures based on this episode is really cool, and there is, some gaps here and there which we'll discuss, but I did really appreciate the fact that these were even made in the first place. Accessories-wise, in addition to the tribbles and normal Starfleet stuff, he's got his base, which is actually a TOS base, which is really appropriate. And for some reason, his serial number on this foot is painted gold instead of white, and I don't know if there's any significance to that. And lastly, yeah, this is just essentially action figure math. Sisko head plus Sulu body equals Sisko from Trials and Tribulations. Next up, we have Jadzia Dax from the same episode, Trials and Tribulations. Once again, very much just taking a DS9 character, putting them in a TOS uniform. Now, what's kind of neat about Dax is that being a unique individual herself, she actually gets a unique head sculpt that we hadn't seen on previous Dax figures, because if they used the previous one, it wouldn't have looked correct at all. In fact, looking at that new head sculpt, it's honestly pretty good. It's got all the detail you'd expect, and the hairstyle is really well replicated, which I can definitely give them credit for. So while she is reusing the body from Janice Rand, she's not reusing the head sculpt or even the face sculpt from the previous Jadzia Dax figure, and that's pretty cool. Next up, we have Odo. Now, Odo in this episode was wearing sort of a different outfit than a Starfleet uniform, so this actually is a new figure, and overall, it's pretty cool that we got this. Now, sadly, we didn't get Worf, who also was in the episode, and it's kind of strange because he's the only one missing. Looking at the figure itself, though, it does have some limitations. There's no bicep swivels, there's no waist joint. That being said, reusing the Odo head sculpt we had from the original release of Odo, not a bad idea. This figure comes together quite nicely, and especially for the fact that, he's a little bit taller than the previous Odo, which kind of makes it funny because he is a changeling. He could change his size if he really wanted to. Dr. Bashir rounds out our main DS9 characters who appear in TOS uniforms, and he looks good. I mean, there's really, not much to say about these. The thing I did like, unique head sculpt, just like with Jadzia, to change the hairstyle to make sure it matches the episode. Very, very cool stuff, and the overall likeness is pretty awesome. It's not so much old Bashir head plus Sulu body equals new figure, but having that new head really gives it some distinction. I'm also really impressed at how well these figures blend in with the other TOS figures. They really do look like they're supposed to be there, which was kind of the point of the episode and the way that the episode did that, so I'm glad the figures are able to replicate the coolest part of that episode. So the last figure in the wave is Captain Koloth. Now, Captain Koloth appeared in the original Trouble with Tribbles episode of the TOS era, but he was not in Trials and Tribulations, the DS9 episode. They didn't use any footage of him. It's weird because the packaging distinctively calls out that he was in both, which he is not. And that is quite a problem. But it is kind of a nice way that they got an excuse to make a Koloth, and he is the only original series Klingon that we would get in their original series look. That being said, the likeness isn't amazing. It's kind of generic. It's there. It's a Klingon-ish. But it does look nice with Captain Kirk at the very least, and they can square off as they would. So overall, while I like this wave and I like the theming of one of my favorite episodes of DS9 and Star Trek in general, the unfortunate factor is there's too many of these out there, especially because these came a year after that episode aired. And what I mean by too many is somehow in my collection I've got 3 carded Ciscos, 3 carded Jadzias, and 2 loose figures of them. They're very available and they're very common. This happened to another toy line, DC Universe Classics. We had an entire wave based off the Blackest Night comic event and featured a bunch of looks for characters that already existed, but these looks were specific to a single issue of a comic. And that wave sold really poorly, was overstocked to try to meet demand, but came too late after the event for that demand to be met in the bubble, and it caused the downfall of the line. Will that be the same for this Tribbles wave in Star Trek? Sadly, yes.
So Wave 2 of Warp Factor is a bit of a mix because it's not based on a specific episode. It's really all over the place, and a lot of these figures are kind of statue-like, which is just where we're at this point. But that being said, even though the triple wave is done, the triple card game thing comes back so that we still have tribbles showing up even when there's no tribbles in the wave, nor are they accessories still. Because I guess with 1997, tribbles was the name of the game, even though this episode of DS9 that this thing is based on aired in 1996 for the 30th anniversary of Tribbles.
So moving on to Warp Factor 2, the actual packaging is pretty much the same as what we saw in Warp Factor 1, except now in the corner it says Warp Factor Johnny's Price. Warp Factor 2. Also, the backs are different, no longer feature the Tribble game coding thing, so even though there's game cards included, there's no way to know if you won a prize. Kicking it off, Sisko as a Klingon. This is from the episode Apocalypse Rising, and it is Benjamin Sisko as a Klingon. But it does look like a new mold head to toe, which is pretty cool, honestly, and I'm glad to see that. So next we have the Ilia probe from Star Trek The Motion Picture. Now this was Ilia after she was captured by Voyager, and honestly, was kind of surprised to see this figure in the lineup. Interestingly, on her package, her collector's edition number is on the side of the packaging because her feet are too small to put it there. But honestly, it's kind of cool that Ilia even made it into the line. Unfortunately, she's basically a statue and her articulation's pretty limited, but the overall figure is sculpted nicely. The likeness is pretty okay as well. I think it's not the most amazing thing, but honestly they did pretty good with it, all things considered. In addition to her Starfleet action base, she comes with the completed version of the Voyager probe that you could build with the classic movie assortment from back in 1995, and of course she makes a good companion to the rest of them. It's just a shame that we couldn't get Scotty, Chekhov, and especially a William Decker to go alongside Ilia. Lita joins the lineup, and I'm really glad to see that because she's honestly one of the important DS9 characters for many reasons. She was someone who actually meant a lot to the show in the overall scheme of things, especially with her relationship with Rom. And honestly, the figure is limited articulation, but she does look really nice, and while she is slightly pre-posed with one arm, I think it really does work for the character. The likeness overall, it's not too bad. I think that the hair is a little softer than what we'd expect from this outfit of Lita. Accessories-wise, she does have a Bajoran comm badge stand, which while she's not part of the Bajoran militia, it does fit with her Bajoran heritage. And she can hold bars of Latinum even if she is a little bit more limited in articulation, which is really good. She also comes with a Dabo wheel, which I can't find for the video, which makes me sad because that's one of the coolest accessories that she could have come with. Overall, she pairs really well with Rom and Nog, and especially pairs well with the entire Deep Space Nine cast and guest cast. The Swarm alien from Voyager is another alien I really like. It's one of those full bodysuit aliens, much like the Gorn, that gives me more of a tokusatsu vibe than just a normal Star Trek vibe, and that's always super fun. Honestly, looking at the figure, it's really well sculpted head to toe. It's not lacking any articulation, which is a positive at this point in the line. And looking at the likeness, it just really does look like the suit from the episode The Swarm, which was kind of a really fun episode of Voyager. He comes with the same display base as the Gorn, which kind of looks like an explosion effect. Is this a tokusatsu connection? Am I looking into this too deeply? The Swarm alien does come with 2 guns that they hold really awkwardly and not well. And while you could pose the Swarm alien fighting Tuvok, it really does feel more at home fighting Kamen Rider Black, especially with all the silvers and grays and really alien-looking design. Next up, Captain Beverly Picard from the final episode of TNG, All Good Things. In fact, Bev here is the last of the All Good Things figures. It only took 3 years, but I'm glad that they finally did complete the set. And she actually is pretty nice. I like the uniform design a whole lot, and it's nice to see it here. And she has a great likeness overall, and really no complaints. She does look terrific. Has a normal comm badge base as well as normal medical Starfleet stuff, and yeah, completely new sculpt from the previous Beverly Crusher, or the first Beverly Crusher in this case, and it is a new head, which is nice to see. Putting her alongside the other characters from All Good Things in that possible future timeline, it's nice the set was complete after 3 years, and the fact that Deanna was dead in that future timeline just to create tension between Riker and Worf has always bugged me, and is the only blemish on otherwise a really great episode. Now around this time, there was a couple Spencer Gifts exclusives. This first one is Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax in her Starfleet dress uniform, which is actually, I believe, the only female officer to get a dress uniform, and that's actually pretty cool. This was limited to 7,500 units, so it is a little bit more harder to find, or else I'd probably own it because of the uniqueness. And I like the accessories she comes with, because those are pretty awesome overall. The other exclusive is Security Officer Neelix, which is actually one I have because I thought it was actually kind of cool. You got a Neelix in a uniform, which is a thing that happens periodically in Voyager. Specifically, the time I most remembered it was Year of Hell, which is the most relatable title for a Star Trek episode, and it honestly was kind of neat to see Neelix in a uniform because he had been part of the Voyager crew for an extended period of time. Naturally, he does come with the normal accessories like the action base and Starfleet stuff. And speaking of that original Neelix, this one is much taller, using a different body mold, but it works fine when you put him with other figures. The sad part is the yellow is painted bright yellow as opposed to the darker gold as on the other operations uniforms, so he doesn't quite match the rest of the crew as distinctively. And yeah, when you put him in a lineup, Neelix in his uniform does stand out because everybody else that's wearing gold has a deeper, darker color to it. But overall, it is cool to have Neelix in a uniform and sort of matches the others better. This wave of warp factor is pretty cool. I do like the variety that was on display. Ilea and Lita being sort of statue-like is okay because of the designs that they have. They're not normal Starfleet uniforms. And it's nice to have the characters, even if they are minimal articulation. It's just nice to have them in the lineup as opposed to not having them at all.
So Wave 3, the last wave of 1997, is absolute crap, and we're going to get into that because it's just not great. But the one thing I can say is there isn't any tribbles with this wave. I spoke too soon.
The packaging for Warp Factor Series 3 is the same as the previous two, except now it has a 3. The first figure in this wave is Mirror Spock from the episode Mirror Mirror. This is technically a different character, and this is technically not a great figure. The unfortunate problem with Mirror Spock as a figure is that as we go through and looking at things here, he doesn't look quite right. I think the costume is fine, the bodysuit is fine, but, well, I think his hair is too dark, his beard is too thick and too dark, and he has trouble with accessories. So while, you know, it at first glance looks like Mirror Spock, it looks nothing like Leonard Nimoy. He comes with an agonizer and a removable knife, which are probably the two iconic Mirror Universe accessories, but he can hold neither of them because his hands aren't molded correctly. He has a Starfleet action base, which doesn't work because he's from the Terran Empire and they had different emblems. And when you look at Spock next to the normal Prime Universe Spock, they don't look like the same person. So at least if it wasn't going to look like Leonard Nimoy, it should have at least looked like the previous Playmates Spock head. The following segment contains spoilers for the 1967 episode of Star Trek, the original series, known as The City on the Edge of Forever. You have been advised. Here's Edith Keeler from The City on the Edge of Forever. Now, while an iconic episode and while an iconic character in that episode, this figure is the worst thing the line ever produced. I honestly think so, because I don't even think it's an action figure. While other statue-esque figures have existed, Edith here is one hunk of plastic that doesn't do anything. and I mean literally does nothing. You can see that she has a decent enough head sculpt, but the rest of the figure is where the problem lies. Because she comes with a Starfleet action base and a bunch of cooking accessories, classy, and there's nothing she can hold because look at her articulation. Her head moves, one arm bends, the other can't move because the position it's in, and no matter how many times I've tried to work it, does not turn, and her legs slightly adjust on this flat piece of plastic that doesn't look like an actual action figure. This is a hunk of plastic with a couple pieces that happen to move due to production things. You can put her with Kirk, even though Kirk's in the wrong outfit. That'll somehow get remedied later. Pretty much the only thing this figure's good for is getting hit by a truck. You know, Playmates was mapping out the Warp Factor series thinking, what are the essential characters we haven't done yet? They thought, what if we just, I don't know, finished the set of the Starfleet Academy figures and took away their coolest feature being the CD-ROMs? Here's 3 more of them. First is Cadet Deanna Troi. Once again, just like the other cadets, brand new figure, brand new design, brand new head sculpt even. Cadet Data is the same Data head sculpt on a different body where he looks like he's in tactical gear, ready for combat. And then Cadet Beverly Howard Crusher is wearing a jumpsuit. It's randomly got pink in it, and she has a brand new head sculpt. I'm just gonna say it, this wave sucks. Edith Keeler is barely an action figure. Mirror Spock doesn't look like Leonard Nimoy or Spock at all. And we have 3 cadet figures that we really didn't need. That those could have been made into other characters, especially since they were all unique molds. That's the most frustrating part about it. This wave sucks.
That's it for 4.5-inch figures. There was only 29 this year compared to 43 of the previous year, compared to like 60 of the year prior. It's really shrunk in the lineup, but that's it for the 4.5-inch. So of course, just like always, there are ships and roleplay, but this time there's less of both than there's been.
The first of 2 ships for 1997 is the Romulan Bird of Prey. I love the box design on this one. I just like the angles, everything about it, including like the logo for the Romulan Bird of Prey. It's really cool. And then the other one is the USS Defiant, because it wasn't there at the beginning of DS9, they got it later. It actually made it out before the line started collapsing completely, and that's impressive for one tough little ship. Going into our roleplay, we have Captain Pike's Starfleet laser pistol from the Cage pilot. Kind of a cool, unique item, because I don't think many companies make things based off the Cage, and I'm happy that Playmates made it. Next up, we have the Klingon, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, knife. This is the famous Klingon knife that they always pull on people and it springs open dramatically. And the toy is essentially that. While, you know, looking pretty good, you can spring it open and it makes a bunch of weird noises. Other than that, the actual knife itself is a good size, good weight, looks pretty good, and I like the weathering detail. And it's actually kind of a cool item. Next is the Starfleet Medical Tricorder, which is definitely a TNG-esque design that is being held by definitely a TOS sleeve. And lastly, we have the Starfleet Phaser from Star Trek V and Star Trek VI.
So, well, sadly, there's not a second batch of Inner Space series, and that bums me out because I love the Inner Space series as much as I talked about in the previous episode. We got the Strike Force. Now, Strike Force, if I'm going to be totally honest, Strike Force felt like, oh, Star Wars came back with the special editions, and they did Action Fleet, and they did Micro Machines, and they did these playsets, and they had battle packs, and vehicles, and heads that turn into playsets. And so Star Trek decided to do battle packs, and vehicles, and heads that turn into playsets. Be different. And unfortunately, we lost Inner Space series for the really underwhelming Strike Force. And I think that while I only own one of these that I bought simply for this video, I can illustrate why Strike Force is inferior to Inner Space. And on top of that, they had the gall to include triple game tickets in it. More triples.
So we're just going to get to the comparison right away. Here is the Strike Force USS Enterprise D. It's 2 figures, a stand, and a small Enterprise. And I do mean small, because when you actually open it up to the bridge, it's got 1 chair, not the captain's chair, but just 1 chair, and some slight sticker detail. It's not that exciting. It does look nice up on the flight stand, which I will give it credit for, and it's kind of neat that you can stick the other figures in the base. However, when you have this coming after this, you start to wonder where it went wrong. Because while the Strike Force Enterprise is definitely smaller and more accurate, the inner playset part is so much better on the Inner Space Series one you can see on the right. That one has a full bridge lineup versus the one chair and a little area on the Strike Force. That being said, the Strike Force does do saucer separation, which is a pretty neat trick, and it does redeem it in my eyes for owning it, but it is nothing compared to Inner Space. Running down the Strike Force lineup, ship collection playsets, these are the ships in the class of the Enterprise D. There is a Cardassian warship with Gul Dukat and Garrick. There is the Enterprise D with Picard and Riker, which I already briefly showed you. The Klingon Bird of Prey with Valkyris and Commander Krug. A Ferengi Marauder with Damon Box and Jason Vigo. Really interesting character choices. And a Maquis fighter with Chakotay and Torres in Maquis outfits. Next up are the head playsets, literally called head playsets. The Klingon Great Hall with Lieutenant Worf, Kempek, Gowron, and a Klingon warrior. The Borg Temple with Lieutenant Commander Data, Lore, Hugh Borg, and a Borg soldier. The minifigure series, which are battle packs essentially. Klingon Warriors, Starfleet Away Team, which is a mix of TNG, DS9, and Voyager. The Borg Assimilation Team, and the Ferengi Commerce Team.
The 9-inch dolls continue. So, just like before, the Collector Series is still going, and it wraps up as well around the time the Mix Series ended. So let's take a look at those.
So for the Collector's Edition 9-inch dolls, we have a Romulan Commander, Miles O'Brien from DS9, Hikaru Sulu, Pavel Chekhov, Jadzia Dax, Q in his judge robes, Benjamin Sisko in a dress uniform, and Kira Nerys.
So just like with the 4.5-inch figures, the Warp Factor series branding comes to the 9-inch dolls, which actually kind of gives the whole toy line a unified look, which I can actually really appreciate. And in fact, yet again, even if they have nothing to do with the episode, they include tribbles. Sometimes they're plastic, sometimes they're cloth, but sometimes you just get tribbles with characters like Chakotay, who I don't think ever has met a tribble in his life.
So before we probably look at the packaging and all that for the Warp Factors, I did want to share one of the ones I own, that being Odo. For some reason I've had this Odo figure since I was a kid. I don't really know why exactly. And yeah, he's been around a while. His computer thing's gigantic, his comm badge stand is massive. He was in my toy collection for a long time, and now here he is in a retrospective on a toy YouTube channel. Also, there was a packaging version of Odo that came with giant mutant tribbles, because that's just how this line went. Also in this wave is Commander Chakotay, available in non-tribble and tribble variations, as well as Lieutenant Tuvok. Wave 2 of the 9-inch doll Warp Factors includes Captain Janeway, Lieutenant Tom Paris, and Dr. Julian Bashir. 9-inch doll exclusives include Captain Jean-Luc Picard and Commander William Riker, exclusive dispensers gifts, limited to 6,000, even though the boxes say 15,000. And then limited editions of Captain James T. Kirk and Mr. Spock, limited to 6,500, in their appearance from the city on the edge of forever, exclusive to KB Toys.
So clearly the 9-inch action dolls are successful because in 1997, Playmates introduced 12-inch action dolls. Conveniently at the same time, another Star brand introduced 12-inch dolls of its characters. I'm not saying they were desperate and feeling like they needed to compete, but I don't know, these look very similar. That being said, the 12-inch dolls will continue into 1998 and 1999 and actually outlive the 4.5-inch figures, so they're just going to be everywhere. But at least these 12-inch dolls are nice collector's pieces and don't include needless tribbles.
So the 12-inch dolls initially were part of the Masterpiece Captain's Edition, which come in these really great boxes, as we see with Captain Jean-Luc Picard here. What's really cool about these is they're not just, fancy boxes. They are limited editions of 10,000, and opening one up, you can see inside that you get a book, as well as a certificate, as well as, of course, the 12-inch action doll. Now, I'm not going to take these out because these are really nice packaging, but these were intended to be a whole line, and ultimately, it was just Jean-Luc Picard, and can you guess what the other one was? Of course, the other one is Captain Kirk. What a surprise. But these are pretty nice. Now, unfortunately, if you look at the back of the boxes, you can see what could have been. As they were intending to make Pike, Sisko, and Janeway, it just never came to be, sadly. Now, looking inside Kirk's box here, I will say that I did open part of it because when I got this, it didn't have the plastic covering. So we can take a look at the very nice Certificate of Authenticity, which is a really cool piece. It does actually make these feel legitimately limited edition. And then also the book, which is the same book as the one that came with Picard, just with a cover of Kirk as opposed to Picard, and I imagine it would have been the case with the rest of them. But it is a nice book going over the history of the captains and their ships. Also, here's a quick size comparison between the 9-inch Odo and the 12-inch Captain Kirk.
So, just because they hadn't run out of ideas yet, Cold cast resin. That's a thing they made, and it's weird. The cold cast resin statues of the Playmates Toys Star Trek line are known as the Latinum series. The first one is a 12-inch Borg Queen. Yes, we got a 12-inch cold cast resin statue before a proper action figure. We also got a Jean-Luc Picard, also from First Contact, wearing the vest and carrying the phaser rifle. They pair up nicely, I think. Rounding out, there is a 6-inch scale diorama of the Borg Queen with Data from that slightly uncomfortable scene from First Contact with the skin graphing. I don't like skin graphing in anything. So that was 1997, a year with too many weird things, too many random stuff, too many terrible figures, too many just awful things, and too many tribbles. Just too many tribbles. But ultimately, it was sort of the turning point where this line starts tailing downhill. Captain's log. As I begin preparations, I receive a message from Starfleet. On screen.
Hello there, Soundout. Yeah, I'm calling you because there's going to be a big change-up going on in Starfleet, specifically for my position as well as yours.
Captain Wheels, I'm glad to hear from you. What's this big shakeup, and why are you out of uniform?
Oh, why I'm out of uniform, you might ask? Well, that's a good question, because I recently got off the holodeck when I found out about the changes coming in Starfleet. The new program, though, is pretty interesting, and I think you need to check it out when you get a chance to visit the ship. And that's because it took me to this place called San Diego Comic-Con in the 21st century, 2022 to be exact. And it's like the mecca for all things like geek pop culture and people who just love science fiction and the arts. And interestingly, the archives introduced me to an actor who looks like he could be James T. Kirk's great-great-grandfather, like he's an ancestor. But the problem was, the guy just kept telling everyone that they were a double dumbass. The next time you're on our ship, you gotta come check out this program. It's really interesting. Kaus and Metal put all their efforts into recreating this event.
I'll have to check out that program on the holodeck sometime, but is that the only reason why you sent a transmission?
Alright, well as for the upcoming changes in Starfleet, you know how I said I'd love for you to visit the ship soon? Well, you're going to, whether you like it or not, because I'm getting promoted to another vessel, and I'm promoting you and recommending you to take over my vessel. And that change is going to happen around fall, but in the meantime, I gotta go and check out the neutral zone. And yeah, you're gonna get my ship soon, but there's a weird caveat. Starfleet wants you to keep doing retrospectives of content and media throughout the ages, but I'm pretty sure you're up to handling it.
Well, it'll certainly be nice to get out of the lower decks of this station. Maybe I'll even make a discovery on a strange new world.
Well, I think Darkon hit another cloaked vessel, and we're going into Red Alert. I will call you after the battle. Wheelchair out.
Well, I hope the USS Hero Club makes it back to Starfleet headquarters okay. In the meantime, I guess it's time to finish this retrospective series with one more episode. Hello, this is Soundout here, and welcome to the final part of the Star Trek Playmates Toys retrospective. We've come to the end, and the reason why we're doing the rest of the line in one video is because, well, the line was going like this, and then it suddenly took a nosedive, and that ship crashed straight into a planet and exploded pretty fast. Like, faster than the Enterprise D exploded fast. So, we're going to be going through this because 1998, 1999, 2000, and the brief resurgence in 2009 were honestly complete disasters. So this is going to be a little depressing because we're going to have to go through a lot of, like, very uncomfortable topics of, wow, how far did we fall this quickly? But that being said, I think the history is still important, and I'm going to make it as fun as possible along the way. Now, we have to have kind of a briefer on 1998, because 1998 was the kind of the year that Star Trek sort of fell apart in its popularity boom. There had been almost non-stop Star Trek since 1979 with the motion picture, all the way through to 2004 with Enterprise. And the thing is that we'd had TV shows running from 1987 with Next Generation all the way through 2004 with Enterprise. So what happened? Obviously, Star Trek wasn't quite done until its huge hiatus after Enterprise. Why did the toy line stop? Well, most signs are pointing to the film Star Trek Insurrection. This is a movie I've come to really enjoy as a Trek fan and just as a fan of the characters in general, but after First Contact had this big explosive time travel story with the Borg, Insurrection was a little light. And that was the intention, because they knew they couldn't top First Contact, and so they decided to go with something lighter. And unfortunately, the box office didn't perform as well. It wasn't enough to get another Next Generation movie, and the overall interest in Star Trek just started to wane. There had been so much Trek coming out constantly for almost a decade, or over a decade, that it actually caused the popularity bubble to burst. And in doing so, also tanked the sales of Playmates toys Star Trek. This year's figures begin with Warp Factor 6-inch figures, because the last thing everyone wanted was more 6-inch figures that didn't scale with anything. And unfortunately, when it comes down to it, these are terrible. And I'll be getting into the details, but it definitely seemed like, they thought, oh, we could do more 6-inch to match the First Contact figures. Or we could do action gimmicks and console pack-ins. So it's kind of like if they put all their good ideas on a dartboard, the things that would really reinvigorate the line, and then they just kind of took a shot at it, and that shot missed every single time. That's what it feels like. But here's the Warp Factor 6-inch figures with both the Combat Action Series and the Console Action Series.
Okay, so the first assortment of the 6-inch figures is the Combat Action Series. As I mentioned, these are action gimmick figures. Not exactly what anyone was looking for. The unfortunate part too is the gimmicks usually ruin these figures. For example, Captain Jean-Luc Picard here has one arm stuck out to the side because fencing. That also means it must be really awkward for him holding any of the other accessories. Commander William Riker at least is holding his phaser rifle in a correct position, though I'm not exactly sure why the phaser rifle has 3 different handles. Could you have sculpted it a little bit better? Lieutenant Commander Worf is honestly not bad, and I'm glad that he's in his DS9 uniform to match the other DS9 figures we'll be getting in this scale. And he has a bat lift action, which means he actually looks the most normal out of all of them. The Borg figure, while I do have it, I don't plan on opening it, does look a lot like the First Contact figure with some different arm swap outs, and it has a couple different gimmicks, which honestly aren't too bad. And then there's Q. Q is based off of a singular episode. It's meant to go with the Picard, who can also have fencing action. And yeah, looking at this figure, he's not great. Articulation's pretty nothing. And he comes with a bunch of accessories that make no sense for him to have nor hold, because the only thing that works with his action feature is the fencing sword. And then going with that, yeah, I don't really know exactly what this gimmick is. Sure, it's fencing, but was it worth sacrificing the entire figure structure for? Fair warning, the following figures frustrate me as a collector because I love the idea of them, I just don't like the scale. The Cardassian soldier with a tactical station, once again, I love this idea. This whole wave is figure plus station, like you would display a diorama on a ship. Now, of course, this would be the only Cardassian release, so therefore there's nothing else for this station to go with, and you can't put Gul Dukat or even Garrick in this station because those figures are a different scale. The Jim Hadar soldier with an engineering console, same thing I just mentioned for the Cardassian, same thing goes for the Jim Hadar. Almost would have liked the navigation console or something because those cool like Jim Hadar headsets they had inside their ships would have been a neat addition. Captain Sisko in the Defiant Command Chair would have been cool to have in the 4.5-inch scale. This would have been a perfect way for us to get the DS9 characters in their gray uniforms, but sadly that never happened in the 4.5-inch scale. Instead we're on 6-inch, but not reusing bodies, so what was the point? Jadzia Dax with the helm console, honestly again, not too bad. Would have loved to have seen this with 4.5-inch line that we've been collecting this whole time. Jumping to 6-inch for something like this is a shame. And then with Miles O'Brien, he doesn't look like Miles O'Brien, just like Dax doesn't really look like Dax. The larger scale doesn't help the likenesses, and he has a piece of the console. But also, nobody has chairs for their helm or engineering stations when they should, and that also looks strange. I like the idea of the figure comes with part of a playset or a diorama, but the ultimate execution didn't work because these were in the scale that had the least amount of figures that could work with them.
So now we're back to the bread and butter of the Star Trek Playmates line, the 4.5 action figures. With the final 2 waves of Warp Factor, we have Series 4 and Series 5. I don't have kind things to say, so we're going to get into it, but But let's just say they got really awkward and really weird, and it's a shame that these are the last 2 waves to be released at general retail. This is not a good end to a legendary toy line.
The Warp Factor Series 4 packaging is the same as before, but has a 4 in the corner. So first up we have the Andorian. This is a TOS Andorian. It looks very much like the TOS Andorian, and yeah, that kind of leads to some weird design problems. That being said, does it make it a bad figure? Absolutely. Look at this awkward pose. Look at me trying to simulate this awkward pose. I don't really know what the heck they were going for. The Andorian also features like insane musculature, and it definitely seems like they were chasing a late 90s Power of the Force Star Wars vibe with these. Likeness-wise, it's something. Not entirely certain what it is. It definitely looks like an Andorian. His articulation is complete garbage. It's limited to just 5 points. He comes with a weird pink boa thing that definitely looks awkward. It looks too big. He also comes with a movie stand instead of a TOS stand. I don't know why we suddenly switched to movie stands for just all original series stuff. And he comes with this chair. He doesn't sit well in this chair. It's not fitted for his body. So yeah, this is quite the bizarre figure, and I can't even say it looks good with the other figures because of that weird squat stance, the overall different sculpting ideas. Ugh, this one sucks. So a much requested character was Keiko O'Brien. Finally joining the lineup, her husband Miles has had a couple versions by this point. She appeared on TNG as well as DS9 and was a frequent guest star. This figure looks just as awkward as the others, and I'm still trying to figure out how they design these poses. They make no sense. But looking at the overall figure, at least she is a unique mold, and that is something to commend at this point in the line. Likeness-wise, she looks pretty good. I actually think it's not a bad likeness overall. I think the biggest problem is the body, not so much the head. And her articulation is surprisingly not limited. A lot of the other figures in this wave are going to be super limited, but she actually has swivels and bends that normal figures would have, except it means nothing because she's awkwardly pre-posed. Also, she comes with a stand that she can't fully stand on. We're back to wide-stanced Worf days, and the line is almost over. She does make a nice companion to her husband Miles, and it is nice to add another character to the DS9 lineup, even if she does sort of stand out for not having a neutral stance like most of the other figures. Next up, another TOS character, Trelane. This is a character that is sort of Q-like or a Renegade Q, depending on the source material you look at. This figure's terrible. God, I'm not even gonna try to do this pose. Just look at this guy. He's the most awkward looking thing ever. What even is this? What happened to the neutral stances? Looking at his likeness, it's, once again, it's too soft, it's too weird. This whole wave sucks. His articulation, as you can imagine, is pretty garbage and doesn't do anything. Once again, he comes with a movie stand despite being a TOS figure, and his accessories he mostly can't hold, but at least he can hold the sword, but he looks so awkward doing so. It is cool to see the mirror device with a nice little sticker on it, and he can face down Kirk, even though Kirk is just going, hey, I can swivel my elbows, can you? Next up we have Kang. This is his appearance from DS9's episode Blood Oath, which was the return of the original series Klingons. And yet again, we're looking at a very awkward pose. Though this one's not as bad as the others, it's still rough. I think body-wise, this looks nothing like Kang from that episode. It's too muscular, it's too stocky, and in general, the likeness is okay. We're really in rough times with this lineup. So articulation-wise, his arms are pretty much permanently turned to be holding a batleth, but he does have elbows. I hate that elbows is a compliment now. And his batleth is actually gigantic. It's a different mold, and I wonder if it did come from the First Contact Worf figure or something, or one of those larger 6-inch figures. He can hold it, but not quite well. He doesn't fully grip it, so the pre-posing didn't even work in this case. And his other accessories look absolutely ridiculous when you try to have him hold them, so what even is the point? Does make a nice companion to Dax from that same episode, but it is kind of a shame that his only companion Klingon-wise is Koloth, who is based on his TOS look, and we never saw Kor. Intendant Kira is Kira's Mirror Universe counterpart. She was a frequent guest star on the show and the main villain of the Mirror Universe episodes, so it's nice to have her in the line. Now, she's actually kind of hard to find, which is why I found this really nice Crush package one. Intendant Kira, once again, very awkward pose, and I can pull this one off better because she's basically just half striding while holding her arms out at the farthest possible angle. Overall, it is a unique body sculpt, and I guess that's a compliment, even though she looks awkward as heck. Head sculpt-wise, she's kind of got Gowron eyes going on, but essentially doesn't look that great compared to the actual Intendant Kira from the series. Posability, as you can imagine, super duper limited and completely useless because you're only going to have her in the one pose she's already sculpted in. And when you put her on the stand, she actually stands better than the other characters on the Bajoran stands just because she has a wide stance as opposed to a narrow one. She does face down against crossover Cisco pretty good, but yeah, still looking really awkward. Like, I think he can take her. And as you can see, it is quite a downgrade on the likeness from Kira Nerys to Intendant Kira. I won't lie to you all, this is my least favorite wave of the whole lineup because there's 5 new characters here and all of them suck. All these figures are terrible because of the pre-posing and the weird over-muscular structures of a lot of them, and they don't fit in with the rest of the lineup. So while we got some last-minute new characters, they just don't look good with the rest of the line, and that's just such a shame. They stand out, and that bugs me. Warp Factor Series 5, there's a 5 on the box. This is the last Warp Factor for the 4.5-inch line. Okay, just in case your terrible Edith Keeler figure was lonely, Kirk and Spock from A City on the Edge of Forever. Pre-posed, overly muscular, can't use their accessories, looks really awkward. I had these figures at one point, they got lost somewhere, and I honestly don't care because these are just such a waste that we're in the last wave of the line and we're getting 2 character variants we didn't need and also look terrible on top of it. Next up, we have the Borg Queen. Distinctively based on Alice Krieg's Borg Queen. She is pre-posed, she has minimal articulation, and I'm gonna give her a pass. And you're probably wondering why. Well, first of all, the pre-pose isn't bad. This looks like the Borg Queen's kind of natural stance, which works for me. The likeness is pretty good overall. I gotta say, there's definitely worse likenesses of the line, and this is honestly pretty solid. Now, there was a gimmick, which I normally disparage. However, this one makes sense. You can remove the Borg Queen's torso from her body. This is a thing that we're known for from First Contact. This is the thing she's known for even doing in Voyager. It's an iconic part of the Borg Queen, and it worked well into the figure. And when you put the Borg Queen next to a Picard figure, she doesn't look out of place because that's kind of the natural Borg Queen stance. Same thing of her facing off Janeway. It works pretty well. And putting her in a Borg display, she doesn't look out of place because, again, it's a pre-pose stance, but it's a natural one. It's not so awkward like the previous waves. Next up, we have 7 of 9 in her Borg appearance, specifically from The Gift. So not a full Borg, but kind of half Borg. It's halfway between full Borg and her biosuit we're used to. So this figure is pre-posed, not too bad. Again, it doesn't look natural, I'd say, but it does look more in line with 7 in the episode. I think if her arms could extend down, it would have been perfect. And while this is a uniquely sculpted figure, I gotta say, and the likeness isn't too bad. This is kind of a weird look to do because it's only happened for 1 episode. She does have minimal articulation, but it's not too bad, all things considered, due to the limited nature of her experience in the show. She has a different colored Borg stand. It's silver instead of red, which is pretty neat. She also comes with a Borg alcove accessory that does not come with anything to attach to, no stand or anything, so I guess you're just supposed to hold it behind her head. And then when you're done, just leave it on the ground, I guess. As you can see, 7 does make a nice companion to the Borg Queen in a way, and again, they're pre-posed, but not overly dynamically pre-posed in ways that look really weird. She is a bit tall, though. I know Jerry Ryan is tall, but she's way taller than Janeway. It's almost like they're from 2 different scales. Now, most Warp Factor waves have been 5 figures, so you're probably wondering where's the 5th. Well, very late into production, Bell was canceled. Bell was a TOS character, played by Frank Gorshin. As seen in this magazine scan, he would have been probably more naturally posed than a lot of the other figures from these couple waves. I mean, you can just look at him and the Borg Queen compared to the rest of them in this photo, and you can see why the pre-posing didn't work. And honestly, it would have been nice to have seen him, but sadly he was canceled. Overall, this wave felt kind of like a waste. We had Kirk and Spock in versions no one needed. We had 7 in a version that was rarely used. At least if they did the full Borg from Scorpion, that had some more screen time. The most worthwhile figure was, well, the Borg Queen. And that's all I got. That's the last retail wave of the 4.5-inch line, and it really went out on a whimper.
In order to beef up the 4.5-inch line this year with some recognizable mainstay characters, Playmates came up with the Transporter series. Definitely feels like another one of those things that came out of the dartboard analogy from earlier, because I don't know who necessarily asked for these or wanted every main character from TOS and TNG, minus some exceptions, in glowy transporter plastic. But we got 12 of them,
As much as it pains me to say it, the bulk of the 4.5-inch figures this year was the Transporter series. This is a way to get the classic characters back out again in new versions without doing anything that's actually worthwhile, but at least it put them back on the shelves. Looking at a Transporter series, I do have Worf. The packaging is not bad. It's nice and concise. I think it presents the gimmick well. And overall, you can see, like, it's got the bio, it's got everything. These aren't total throwaways. Now, unfortunately, the Try Me function is no longer working, so we're going to hope it works when I get this out of the package. Opening it up, I can tell you that it has a lot of twist ties that actually go in and out of the Transporter base, which is kind of surprising, and I forgot that toys used to do that a lot. Looking at the Worf figure, he pretty much is like a half-clear Worf with a Transporter glittery effect going on, so it'll work with a light-up base. And in fact, he is the TNG body with the DS9 head, painted like a DS9 uniform because they inverted the colors for some reason. They did this with all of them. And yeah, the rubber bands kind of got stuck to this guy, so keep that in mind if you're looking for these. The Transporter base itself looks like a Transporter pad that's been isolated with a little backdrop. Now, actually looking at the Transporter pad, you can push the button, and you get a neat little light effect and a sound. Honestly, not too bad. So the Transporter series released 12 figures in 1998. Wave 1 included Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Uhura, and Scotty. Wave 2 included Data, Picard, Worf, Riker, and Geordi LaForge. And then Target had an exclusive limited to 10,000, Chekhov, and Sulu. Well, Playmates decided to rip open some old wounds and toss some salt in them. This is the 1701 series box set. Now, this is controversial. The 1701 series, as we talked about in previous videos, was very controversial. It was limiting figures to 1,701 units. Very much backlash. So Playmates, in their infinite wisdom, re-released all of them at general retail in a box set. I think this is supposed to alleviate some fan concern, but it definitely brought up some just old wounds, because then it meant that they could have released them in mass numbers from the beginning. And that just kind of hurt people because they spent maybe hundreds of dollars to get them because they thought they were that limited. Just for Playmates to turn around and re-release them with the same color accessories, everything's the same except there are no collector numbers on their feet. And who even looks at the collector numbers on the feet anymore? That was definitely a flash in the pan thing. This is actually how I own these figures, and yeah, it's kind of sucks that this was so easy to get that even in 2021, I could pick it up for about 20 bucks. Yeah, this was kind of, I think, a good intention to re-release the figures, but making it so available sort of told people, oh yeah, we could have made them available the whole time like this. We just chose not to.
In an effort to continue to make as many sublines as possible, Playmates introduced 4.5-inch action figures in box sets. Most of these contain one repack figure or repaint figure and one new figure. And they have kind of an environmental display. And there actually is some neat ones in here that are really cool, and they're all based on specific episodes. So let's take a look at these, because I think that out of everything that we got that was kind of weird at the end of the line, this is some of the best stuff.
Our first of the 2-pack box sets is based on the Next Generation episode Clues. This features Picard and Guinan in Dixon Hill attire. So, first of all, we have Picard as Dixon Hill. This is a recolor of the previous Dixon Hill figure, now in a brown suit. This is the one I own, and honestly, I don't feel like I ever need to open the gray one. It's just Picard as Dixon Hill. And it does go well with the Data in 40s attire that I previously owned. Guinan as Gloria is honestly not a bad figure, and she has better arm movement than some of the Warp Factor figures, which is kind of crazy. And overall, yeah, she looks nice, and it's nice to get another Guinan, which means, yeah, we have 3 Guinans now. Kind of crazy. Now, there are 2 other box sets that I don't have. First of all, Kirk with Baylock and Baylock's puppet from the TOS episode Carbonite Maneuver. I own this. I know I bought this. I can't find it. It goes for too much to buy another one for the sake of a video, so I hope you'll forgive me. Baylock and his puppet are both static figures. You can pretty much get everything you need to out of this image. I know I have them somewhere, and I really hope I find them sometime. The other set is based on the TNG episode A Fistful of Datas and features Worf as well as Alexander, now repainted with more paint detail, as well as a holodeck version of Data as the Sheriff. The last 1998 box set, based on the episode Scorpion from Star Trek Voyager, features Harry Kim and Species 8472. I own this one, and actually, it's pretty neat. So looking at the boxes, you can kind of see the general idea of having backdrop displays, 2-packs, that sort of thing that we've gotten for the others. And it has a bunch of descriptions and details on the episode and everything, which is always nice. There's like a book's worth of text on a lot of these later packaging. Now, the actual set does come with 2 different figures and a diorama base, though you're going to have to cut out the cardboard backdrop in order to actually use it on the diorama base, so I just kind of put the figures back in the cardboard if I really want to display it with the diorama. Let's get the Harry Kim out of the way. He's the same basic figure we've already had, except he's got poison on his face from when he got attacked by species 8472. And as you can see, it's not even resculpted, it's just some extra paint detail, and it kind of looks like mud on his face more than anything. Species 8472 is actually one of the most unique figures in the lineup. It's larger than we normally get, as well as having a unique design. This was, I believe, the first all-CG Star Trek alien, and they definitely went a little bit wild with the design. And actually, 8472 does have a lot of articulation, more so than some of the other figures. Though while this design looks like it belongs in Animorphs more than Star Trek, I actually think it made a cool figure. It does look like, though, that they sculpted the legs fully extended and then they're retracted based on the cuts. That's the only real complaint I have. So while this figure does get a lot of attention for being, wow, it's that weird CG alien no one liked that got a toy, it made a cool toy. They actually went all out on this one, and I have to give them credit for that. Plus, yeah, it works as a diorama thing. It's very dynamic.
Now, as the line's interest started to wane, Playmates still found other avenues to release figures. That being mail-away exclusives through magazines such as Toy Fair or other places such as New Force Comics. There are actually more than one this year, and this will be a prominent thing for years to come. So the first mail-away figure is Tapestry 2 Picard. This is Picard if he hadn't taken the choice that he did, and he would have appeared in a nothing job in a medical uniform or a sciences uniform. And yeah, I mean, it's nothing major. Could have gotten this by mailing away from Toy Fair magazine number 11, and there also was a signed variant released. Next up, we have Captain Calhoun. Most people may not know this, but Captain Calhoun comes from Star Trek New Frontier. He's not a well-known character. He is part of the expanded universe, not from the TV shows, and it makes him unique. He was a mail away from the Star Trek Communicator magazine, and he actually was the first appearance of the gray uniforms in the 4.5-inch style. Next up, we have Governor Worf. This was with the VHS box set Worf Return to Grace, and this was limited to 40,000 units. It is essentially just the All Good Things Worf in a different color scheme. As a mail away with Toy Fair magazine number 13, the translucent Geordi LaForge as the Tarkanan 3 alien. This was from the episode Identity Crisis, and this is when he glowed later in the episode, and that actually works pretty good as a counter to the version that was released at retail, which was the non-glowy version. Throughout this series, I've always said, hey, every year there's ships and roleplay. This is the last time I get to say that. There's one ship and one roleplay item. And that's the end of both of those lines for Star Trek. So the last ship released in the Playmates line was the USS Enterprise 1701E from Star Trek Insurrection. This is an update to the First Contact release, and it is more movie accurate, and it does feature a removable captain's yacht, which is pretty cool. It is the ultimate version of the E from Playmates, and would be the last ship released in the line. And the final roleplay is yet another variation on the Starfleet Type 2 phaser, this one from Star Trek Insurrection. I have no further notes. The 9-inch dolls keep trucking forward, somehow releasing seemingly more new characters than the 4.5-inch action figure line, and the 9-inch dolls are going to get more warp factor and start getting into exclusive territory, so brace yourselves, it's getting crazy. The 9-inch warp factor line, Series 3 contained the Jem'Hadar soldier, Gul Dukat, who actually looks like Gul Dukat, which is definitely an upgrade, as well as Captain Kirk in his casual attire. Warp Factor Series 4 of the 9-inch contained Captain Benjamin Sisko in his appearance from Trials and Tribulations. I didn't think I'd be saying the word tribble again. As well as Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax from the episode Trials and Tribulations. As well as 7 of 9 in her silver biosuit. Warp Factor Series 5 contained the Telosian from TOS, Aleem Garrick in a different costume than his 4.5-inch figure, and Bell, who also would have been 4.5-inch, but instead we just got this 9-inch version, but at least one toy version did come out for this guy. Now, likely due to the disaster of the Generations and First Contact lines, Playmates opted to not make any 4.5-inch Insurrection figures, even though it would have been a nice chance to get the gray uniforms in the 4.5-inch style, so instead we just get 9 inches, including Picard in a more casual outfit, Riker shaved and in his uniform, Worf in his casual attire, and LaForge in his uniform with his cool beard. Also, I have this LaForge figure. He's not bad.
he actually looks pretty good overall. In 1998, there was 4 Target-exclusive 9-inch dolls, Mr. Spock in his environmental suit, and Chekhov in his environmental suit, which, as you can imagine, are just Spock and Chekhov in environmental suits. I mean, I have the Chekhov. He's pretty cool, even though if you remove his helmet, it looks really weird because one part of it doesn't come off. The other wave of Target exclusives contained the Doctor, the emergency medical hologram, as well as Ensign Harry Kim. The last wave of 9-inch dolls were exclusive to KB Toys and all based on the episode Mirror Mirror and limited to 7,200 units. We have Dr. McCoy, Lieutenant Uhura, Captain James Kirk, and Mr. Spock.
So apparently the Masterpiece Captains releases were not selling well enough to continue, but well enough to have a whole new 12-inch action figure line. Yeah, we are really close to the end of Playmates' output, and they roll out a whole line of 12-inch figures. Now, this was probably done because Star Wars had a whole line of 12-inch figures starting in 96 to 97, and, Playmates said, hey, we can do 12-inch, and Star Wars said, hey, we can copy your box design. I mean, seriously, these both have, Velcro opening flaps to show the figure inside. They're, uncannily similar.
The 12-inch lineup for Insurrection. First of all, we have Captain Picard in his dress uniform. This figure does look nice, and I do like the packaging on these overall. I like the open window boxes and the opening flap. It's honestly really cool, and it has a lot of bio text. On the back, there is an absolute book's worth of Star Trek history, giving you the basics of Star Trek history from the beginning to now. Speaking of other figures in the lineup, we have Commander William Riker in his dress uniform. We have Lieutenant Commander Worf in his normal uniform, and Lieutenant Commander Data in his normal uniform.
Who'da thunk it? They made more cold cast statues. Cold cast resin, the newest form of technology for Playmates toys.
In terms of cold cast resin, the Latinum series contained a Vulcan leader from First Contact, limited to 550 units, only released in the UK, Japan, and Australia. There was a Kirk, which was limited to 2,500 units, and a 7 of 9 in her silver biosuit, limited to 2,500 units. We had another 6-inch cold cast resin diorama, this one being of Kirk and Spock from Mirror Mirror, limited to 5,000. There also was a 6-inch cold cast resin Ultra Trek line that seemed to use the same sculpts as the basic action figures, containing a Locutus with a limited edition of Unknown, and a Borg Queen, also limited edition of Unknown. They were limited in some way, but we don't know what the number was.
As 1998 draws to a close, 1999 begins. This is going to be kind of a sad year. Star Trek Deep Space Nine wraps up its 7th season with the finale episode, What We Leave Behind. An appropriate title and an appropriate feeling because Playmates Toys didn't release any general retail 4.5-inch action figures this year. This is it. Everything here was a store exclusive because the line was just not desired by retailers anymore. The sales were too low. The bubble of Star Trek popularity had just burst. Even though there was a new Las Vegas attraction with Star Trek The Experience opening in 1998, it didn't reinvigorate Star Trek the way I think a lot of things intended, especially with Insurrection kind of hitting soft with a lot of audience. And with DS9 out the door, Voyager was now the only Star Trek show on air. And notoriously with Voyager, they had a lot of one-off characters, which made it harder for Playmates to make those figures. And what we ultimately ended up getting was a lot of gap fillers and just things that were made because they had to be. And it's kind of a shame that the last full year of the line really is a bunch of stuff most people can't find, because a lot of these figures are actually really rare. And in fact, what's kind of insane is that the 9-inch and the 12-inch still got general retail releases over the 4.5-inch. And that's what I meant when I introduced them earlier in this series, as the 9-inch and 12-inch would take over the line, because that was the main retail output. But all that would change eventually. But let's start diving into 1999 properly. Now we're looking at the Starfleet Command lineup for the 4.5-inch action figures. This ultimately was the last-ditch effort Playmates was trying to do to win over fans, I guess. Whether these were intended to be part of Warp Factor in 98 or 99, but ended up being exclusive because they already made the molds, these are the First Contact uniforms for the TNG cast members. These could have been used for future figures such as DS9 characters. These could have been used for a lot of things, but ultimately they came so late in the line, they ended up just being kind of a one-off. They were also all limited to 10,000 units exclusive to Target in the US. These made them very hard to find, as Target made them regionally available, not locally available, meaning it was only in certain places. On top of that, 7 of 9, a new and popular character for Voyager, featured proper figures of her in her biosuit. There was a silver and there was a blue. Now, there may be some people asking, I've never seen the blue one. Well, that's because the blue 7 of 9, as well as Dr. Crusher in the First Contact uniform, did not release in the US and only released in UK and Australia. And that means there's even less of them out there. These are some of the rarest figures the line has produced and still command high prices. I, in fact, only own one of the Starfleet Command figures, and that being Worf, and he was one of the cheaper ones somehow. I found him at a convention for $25. But usually these command triple-digit numbers, even today, and that's kind of amazing for this line. Now, when it comes down to it, I don't own anything besides Worf, and I don't really want to open Worf due to the rarity of these figures. So I apologize if this is a little brief, but there's not too much unique here that there isn't somewhere else.
Okay, so limited to 10,000 would be the Starfleet Command Edition. These were released in waves of 2 at Target stores. Wave 1 contained Captain Picard in his First Contact gray uniform. We also would get Lieutenant Commander Worf. I actually do own this figure. You can see that he does look nice. It's the same head we've been using since Generations for Worf, which is definitely the better Worf head sculpt. And overall, it's basically like a Warp Series figure without the Warp Series branding. The second wave contains 7 of 9 in her silver biosuit, as well as Lieutenant Commander Data from First Contact. Wave 3 contained Counselor Deanna Troi and Commander William Riker. Those first 3 waves apparently sold so poorly that Target dropped the line, and the last 2 figures only released internationally and only had 4,000 produced, making them some of the rarest figures in the lineup. That includes Dr. Beverly Crusher in her First Contact uniform and 7 of 9 in her blue biosuit. Kind of insane that those 2 figures are probably the rarest in the whole lineup.
2 more Transporter Series figures.
There are 2 more Transporter Series figures, limited to 10,000 at Target, Nurse Christine Chapel, and Yeoman Janice Rand. It is unknown if Deanna Troi and Beverly Crusher were ever going to be part of this lineup, because these are the only 2 that were released or told us on the packaging.
We have a couple more 4.5-inch box sets, and nothing new, nothing that unique. There is technically new figures, some new paint and part swapping, but nothing that fancy.
So Target really just took on the 4.5-inch line, because here are some box sets exclusive to Target. First of all, we have a 2-pack with a Locutus of Borg, that is a repack, as well as a Borg drone based on the version 2 without the chrome, and an environmental display. And then we had another 2-pack, which was the Tholian Web inspired, which has a repack of Spock, as well as Kirk in his environmental suit that's half transported away, sort of an interface thing, but might not look too bad on a transporter base.
Wouldn't you know it? More mail-away figures.
So first we have Spock in his environmental suit from the Tholian Web. This is essentially just the Kirk figure with a Spock head put inside. This was available through Toy Fair magazine number 15, limited to 15,000. The next one is Lieutenant Natasha Yar in a Transporter series without the base, meaning she's lost all the functionality. Her uniform's in the correct colors, so it doesn't match the other figures, and like I'd mentioned, there's no Deanna Troi or Dr. Crusher, so she doesn't even complete a set. Very strange, but she was available through Toy Fair magazine number 19. We also have Captain James T. Kirk in 1920s mobster attire from A Piece of the Action, aka the theme of 1999, you'll see what I mean soon, and he was available through Toy Fair magazine number 23. And then lastly, we had Captain Catherine Janeway, her only figure variant, as her from Flashback, featuring the Monster Maroon uniform, which means she has the Savick body with a Janeway head, and she was available through the New Force Comics website.
For the 1999 9-inch dolls, there was one general retail wave of a second wave of Insurrection, and the rest of them were exclusive to stores. Let's take a look.
The second wave of Insurrection 9-inch dolls includes Deanna Troi in a more casual attire, Data in a more casual attire, Urafo, who is the main villain, as well as Anish, who was a supporting character in the movie. Finishing off their Mirror collection, KB Toys is limited to 7,200 figures, included Sulu and Marlena. The 9-inch dolls exclusive to Target as part of the Starfleet Command Initiative includes Kirk in his environmental suit, 7 of 9 in a burgundy biosuit, Nurse Christine Chapel, Captain Picard in his captain's jacket, Data as Sherlock Holmes for some reason, and LaForge as Watson, also for some reason. KB Toys started a new subset of original series figures, limited to 5,000, including Trelane, who looks much better than his 4.5-inch counterpart, Edith Keeler, who is much better than her 4.5-inch counterpart, and then Kirk, as well as Spock, in their appearances from Amok Time.
So while the 4.5-inch figures have been reduced to Target exclusives, while the 9-inch figures have been exclusive to KB Toys primarily, the 12-inch line got 4 whole waves at general retail. They really were going for the 12 inches at the end. This was the line that stayed general retail. We have 4 waves to go over, and there's one Star Trek Fan Club exclusive. But 4 waves at retail, when the main 4.5-inch line that most people cared about was pretty much dead in the water. It's insane.
So wave 1 of the 12-inch includes Mr. Spock in his TOS appearance. And here is Mr. Spock. I actually have a loose one. It's the only 12-inch I have loose. So you can see a general size scaling of him compared to a 4.5-inch and a 9-inch figure. You can see that overall his details are pretty good. He looks fairly fine, and the uniform details are pretty nicely done on these figures. Articulation is probably about the same as the 9-inch dolls. These are essentially just larger versions. The rest of Wave 1 includes the Andorian Shrosh, Captain Janeway, as well as LaForge from Star Trek Insurrection. Wave 2 of the 12-inch line includes the Mugato, 7 of 9 in her silver biosuit, Dr. McCoy in his TOS appearance, as well as Chekhov. Wave 3 of the 12-inch line, we got the Gorn Captain from TOS, Deanna Troi in her purple jumpsuit thing, Scotty in his TOS appearance, and Sulu in his TOS appearance. There's a lot of TOS in this 12-inch line. Wave 4 includes Q in his judge robes, Uhura in her TOS appearance, Captain Sisko, and Captain Pike, who was from the Masterpiece Captain series as well. There was a fan club exclusive for the Star Trek fan club that had Kirk as a Romulan. It's another one of those, why? Why this late in the line were you making this and not other things?
It's 1999, the line is basically dead, and here's more things no one asked for that were probably decided upon by that same dartboard.
And just because Playmates couldn't let this line die without adding another subset, the 9-inch Alien Combat series. Though I admit these look cool. There was a Borg drone, as well as a Klingon warrior. Very stylized, but they kind of look neat.
We've entered 2000. Most people don't even realize that Playmates was making stuff in 2000. That's how just minimal this all became. And ultimately this was the last year of the line, but there's barely anything to talk about. However, I have one of the 2000 releases. In the 4.5-inch scale, we had 2 releases. A 7 of 9 mail away in her plum biosuit, which is the easiest 7 of 9 in a biosuit to get, and an Amok Time 2-pack exclusive to New Force Comics. These 3 figures are the last figures for Playmates' 4.5-inch line. Let's take a look at them and mourn where we started from.
The last figure I own of the 4.5-inch line to be released was 7 of 9 in her plum biosuit as a Toy Fair magazine number 29 mail away. This is the easiest of the 7 biosuits to get, even though it is still harder to find, and overall I think she looks good. This sculpt, just like some of the others, is pre-posed, but it's like Lita, it's like the Borg Queen, it looks more natural. And overall, while she is limited in articulation, she's fine. She looks good next to her Borg counterpart, and she looks fine next to Janeway, even if she is a little bit tall. Plus, yeah, she goes with the Borg Queen well. You really can have a 7 for every flavor. And yeah, you can put her with any of the Voyager figures and it looks correct. You can even put her with all the Voyager main cast members and guest stars that we got, and she looks like she blends right in. The final 4.5-inch action figure release, Kirk and Spock in an Amok Time 2-pack with an environmental backdrop, limited to 3,000, only available through New Force Comics.
The 9-inch line is pretty much retired. There were releases in 2000, and they were only just warp factor repacks of previous releases. And they're so uncommon I can't even find pictures of them, so we're not going to worry about it. 12-inch figures also got KB Toys repacks, but again, couldn't find pictures of them to even find out if they had different boxes. And ultimately, there were 4 more 12-inch figures, meaning there was more 12-inch in the final year than there was 4.5-inch. And I'm done complaining about that. But let's look at these, because I think Playmates was starting to get obsessed with some TOS episodes. Specifically, a piece of the action certainly got a lot of attention in this toy line.
Also available through New Force Comics was 2 exclusive 12-inch action figures of Kirk and Spock from A Piece of the Action, limited to 1,000. That means Kirk and Spock in A Piece of the Action was in 4.5-inch minus Spock, 9-inch with both, and 12-inch with both, and that's insane. The final 2 12-inch releases would be Kirk and Spock in their Rathacon uniforms, limited to KB Toys and limited to 5,000 units.
2000 has come to an end, which means we've come to the end of the Playmates Star Trek toy line. Now this video isn't over yet because we still have some other topics to talk about, but I just want to say that in 8 years, Playmates produced the widest variety of Star Trek toys and products we could have ever seen. Whether it was, the high diversity of the 4.5-inch line, whether it was 9-inch and 12-inch dolls that nobody really asked for, whether it was switching to 6-inch randomly because they felt like it, or making cold cast resin because somebody had that idea. They had such weird and random stuff, but they also had a commitment to just making whatever Star Trek they could, and I have not seen a company do that since, or before. This was the longest running single toy line from a company, and their entire run is honestly legendary because it covered every show and every movie that had been out at the time. And while we would have other people that would replace them, such as Diamond Select, when it came to doing Enterprise and some of the other series, such as TOS, the movies, TNG, and a little DS9, they never touched Voyager. And they didn't really do their action figure line beyond just main cast members in a lot of ways. And so when I think it comes down to it, I think that Playmates should still be commended for the fact that they put out so many different characters. Some were just one-offs, some were just variants, and while they can be critiqued and criticized for a lot of reasons, especially the way they treat the collector community with things like 1701, I think it ultimately comes down to the fact that we did have a wide variety of Star Trek figures that we may never see anything of that magnitude again. And I just wanted to celebrate that. And now I'm going to talk about characters they should have made because there are some omissions that are too glaring to let go. So let's look at who they didn't make.
So let's talk missing characters from the 4.5-inch and the 9-inch lines. Honestly, they made so many characters, but here's the ones I think that really we did need. In the TOS movie lineup, we never got Spock, McCoy, Uhura, and Sulu in the Rathacon era uniforms. Those uniforms are iconic, and we should have had the full set. TNG made a lot of characters, but one they missed? Nurse Alyssa Ogawa. Honestly, you probably just needed to sculpt a new head. She appeared in 16 episodes and was quite a frequent guest star, as well as having her own dedicated storyline in an episode, so yeah, she even appeared in a couple of the movies. For DS9, there was a lot of exclusions, and it's kind of a shame because DS9 did have the largest guest cast that essentially became regulars with how often they appeared. But speaking of series regulars, Ezri Dax is the only series regular character to not have a 4.5-inch figure or any other figure in the lineup. She only appeared in season 7, yes, but the line was still healthy enough when that happened that it could have been done, and it's a shame that it wasn't. In terms of guest stars though, Nog. We really should have got a Starfleet uniform version. He really became his own person at that time, and he deserved to have, moving elbows. General Martok never got made? One of the coolest Klingons in the entire franchise? Ridiculous. Cassidy Yates, a great supporting character. The line had always had great supporting characters. We just got Keiko, but no Cassidy. Speaking of powerful women in DS9, what about Mugi? Yeah, Ishka. We got so many other Ferengi. We got Quark. We got Rom. We even got a little Nog. But no Mugi. On that train, where was Brunt? Brunt would have been a great figure as well. And speaking of Jeffrey Combs, where was Wei Yun and where was Damar? Those two were like the tag team villain group of the last third of DS9. That would have been great. And speaking of villains, the female changeling. You probably could have even reused Odo's face because apparently they used the same mask in the series. And of course, the true villain of DS9, Kai Wynn. Playmates, my child. Why didn't we get a Kai Wynn? Over in Voyager, I struggled to find any characters that didn't get made because Voyager did have a large main cast, but Naomi Wildman would have been a great companion to Seven, and the Hirogen was an alien I really liked that could have gone well with the Species 8472 as well as other figures. In terms of the 9-inch line, we were lacking in some series regulars, which I thought was strange. For TNG, there was no TNG Worf, there was no Tasha Yar, and there was no Wesley Crusher. For DS9, of course, no Ezri Dax, but no Quark and no Jake either. And for Voyager, no Kess, no Neelix, and no B'Elanna Torres? Really?
So ultimately, this series would not be complete unless I talked about the canceled toys. I luckily was able to find a lot of product catalogs, some Toy Fair images, and some information out there. So while this could be its own video, I just don't feel like there's enough to talk about beyond just, hey, look at the thing they didn't make. So let's take a look at the canceled toy rundown. First up, in the 1994 catalog, Space Talk was shown with just the normal 4.5-inch figures, but it showed Worf, Deanna, Picard, and Data, of which only Picard ever got made in Space Talk. There also was a canceled phaser rifle toy, which honestly looked pretty cool, and I wish that would have come out. In 1995, there was an All Good Things Enterprise electronic version as opposed to the transwarping version we got. There was a Kazon ship that would have come with an exclusive Kazon figure. There was a prototype for a Cardassian ship, which actually appeared in a Toy Fair booth as well. There was a catalog listing for the Chromium series, which was listed as being 3-inch figure assortment that would have been die-cast and featured a bunch of different characters we normally would see. The Ferengi Marauder was another canceled electronic ship. There was also a training phaser that would have come with a target of a Borg to shoot, as well as a Romulan disruptor for the roleplay line. There also was plans for a Inner Space Series connecting playset to make the USS Enterprise D, and actually I kind of like the way this looked, though I'm ultimately happy with what we got. There was a Star Trek Battle of the Borg board game that guess just never happened. It's weird when you have a canceled board game. And then there was the 30th anniversary TOS bridge playset, which we previously mentioned, that just never came to market. 1998 was sort of the downfall of the line, so in turn a lot of these items just were cut. First of all, the deluxe 9-inch figure assortment would have had an extra outfit each, so you could have had Spock in his Voyage home disguise as well as his normal Monster Maroon uniform, Picard in his Locutus look as well as his normal look, and then Kira Nerys in a fancy dress from Way of the Warrior, as well as her normal look. There also was listings, but not a picture, for Commander Data in his first season attire, as well as an elementary Dear Data outfit, presumably him as Sherlock Holmes. For the 12-inch figures, they were originally going to be packed similar to the Masterpiece Captain series before the packaging change, and they did have a Salt Vampire plan, but never showed any pictures of it. At one point, there was going to be a cold cast resin Worf, but much like him and the Vulcan leader he's next to, never really saw wide release, nor release at all for Worf. There were some canceled console series. These would have been 6-inch TOS figures with parts to make up the TOS bridge, and they were shown at a Toy Fair. Cisco and Pike in their 12 inches were originally supposed to be packed in the Masterpiece Captain series before that packaging style was retired for the version we did get. There was a diorama of 7 of 9 for the Cold Cast series that would have featured her in the brig during The Gift. There also was an Ultra Check 7, which would have been in her burgundy biosuit and looked similar to the 4.5-inch figure. And then there was additional Ultra Trek figures that we did not see, which included Khan, Mirror Kirk, as well as First Contact Data. But that's about it for the lineup of the canceled toys. Like I said, there may be more out there that I don't know about, but this is everything I could find in my research. And that's wave 1 of Playmates' new Star Trek toy line. Wait, what am I doing here? This is not the right timeline. So years had passed after the cancellation of the line. Diamond Select Toys had stepped in and done some figures, done some ships. They were really good at ships and roleplay, actually. But in 2009, with Paramount launching the brand new Star Trek film that was a pseudo reboot to bring in new audiences and kind of reinvigorate the band, they went and got Playmates as the licensor. Unfortunately, we had one of the biggest disasters of toy shelves that made toy companies nervous to pick up the Star Trek license when Playmates lost it again, and specifically it made retailers nervous to ever stock Star Trek on the shelves because the following toys sat around for years after the movie. And why did this happen? What was so wrong with this lineup? Well, let's take a look at the 2009 figures that were released and what was promised that never got delivered, that ultimately led to the downfall of the 2009 movie line before it ever truly began.
So for the 3 3/4-inch 2009 line, which does not scale well with the old figures at all, which is a shame, we had Kirk, Sulu, Original Spock, Uhura, Pike, Cadet McCoy, Nero, Cadet Chekhov, Spock, and Scotty. That means that the entire main cast wasn't released in the same outfit styles. These all contain pieces of the bridge that would go with the bridge playset that was never completed due to the cancellations. For the 6-inch lineup for 2009, that would probably, I guess, go with your old First Contact figures. Kirk, Spock. We had original Spock, Pike, Nero, Sulu, Cadet Uhura, Cadet McCoy, Cadet Chekhov, and Scotty. Once again, a mismatched set. There is no complete set of the main cast members in the same uniforms. Just because working in 3 different scales worked from so good before when the line almost tanked from oversaturation, they did it again, and here is a 12-inch line. We have Kirk, we have original Spock, we have Spock, and we have McCoy, with Sulu and Pike being exclusive to Toys R Us. So not a complete set there either. The crux of the 3 3/4-inch toy line was the play sets. Put some giant air quotes around play sets. First of all, the USS Enterprise bridge. This was essentially a flat plastic mat that came with some pieces to make up the bridge, and you would have to buy every other figure, including ones that never came out, in order to complete it. At least it came with a Kirk figure. And the other playset was the transporter room, which, much like the bridge, also had to be completed by buying all the other figures, though luckily less of it had to be completed, and you did get a Scotty figure included. This is what tanked the line, it's because they relied on people buying this as well as every single figure to complete a playset instead of just making a full playset. Not everything is lost though, because the roleplay lineup for 2009 was pretty good. We have the Phaser, which I actually own and I reviewed years ago. I just can't figure out where I put it, but it had a cool little flip gimmick. There was a communicator as well as a tricorder. There also was the Starfleet Command Mission Utility Belt, that was a thing, and the one ship released was the USS Enterprise in an electronic fashion that probably would have gone well with the old ships. So while the Star Trek 2009 movie did well, the toys didn't. Playmates put the Star Trek toy line on hold and wanted to have possible reorganization. It never came to pass. The toy companies were pretty much overstocked with the lineup. There was 3 different scales doing basically the same thing, and they were trying to get people to buy every single figure by putting in pieces, and it just didn't appeal to people. Part of it was because the movie wasn't very toyetic. A lot of the color schemes and patterns and design work looked cool in the movie, but didn't translate well to toys, and I think it didn't appeal to kids. Heck, I barely own any, and I was like 14 when that movie came out. And apparently Playmates was working on a plan to help collectors finish their bridge and transporter playsets, but I don't have any info if that ever actually came to be. In terms of canceled toys, for the 3 3/4-inch, we had Kirk Off-Duty, regular Chekhov, Space Sulu, Dracolius, McCoy, Heguragai, Kirk in Space, Keenzer, Cadet Kirk, Sarek, Spock as instructor, and General Isle. For the 6-inch line, canceled figures included Kirk in a spacesuit, Chekhov, Instructor Spock, Dracolius, McCoy, Hengurgi, and Cadet Kirk. For 12-inch, there was a canceled Nero, Scotty, Uhura, and Kirk that would have finished off the main set, I think. There also was these canceled chibi figures, as that was a thing in 2009. There also was a classic assortment that was planned at one point that would have kind of brought the older characters into the 3 3/4-inch style. There was a Kid Spock figure that had design sheets. There was a couple more ships planned, old Spock in a coat, Vulcan Spock, and yeah, ultimately this stuff just didn't come to pass. And it's kind of a shame, but yeah, it's just how it goes. After the failure of the 2009 toy line, stores were reluctant to get toys. Hasbro picked up the license for Star Trek Into Darkness, but didn't produce anything significant beyond some building sets under Creo and maybe some other little things, but no significant full toy line. And sadly, we pretty much would just see some sporadic releases from different companies. Barbie would do some 50th anniversary Star Trek dolls, Diamond Select would put some stuff out here and there. There wasn't really that much. There was a return to Mego. Mego came back from the dead and started producing Star Trek toys again, and while it wasn't their main focus of the line, it has been pretty expansive and expanded the roster beyond TOS to include TNG, DS9, and Discovery. And honestly, it's really cool to see more Star Trek toys starting to pop up. It was nice when Super 7 announced the Reaction line would be covering Star Trek Next Generation and starting to make figures like Wesley Crusher in his early season appearance, which is something Playmates never got to, and these figures also fit in with the old Galoob TNG figures, which is pretty cool. That being said, Playmobil did put out this really nice, high-end, expensive Enterprise playset that is too big to film at times, and I haven't figured out how to shoot a video for it. And then of course you have Exo-6, who's producing a lot of different characters from different lines, such as Voyager, and I have reviewed Janeway before because, hey, I at least got one of those. But those are in the $200+ range for each figure, so it's not quite the same. Having an affordable Star Trek line that has the ability for kids and adult collectors to want to pick it up is definitely important. It's something we've been lacking. And hopefully, now that the 2022 return of the Star Trek line from Playmates, we'll actually start to see that. And I hope it's successful this time. And I hope that they learn from what the mistakes of the past were, and maybe this thing can go a little bit longer than it did last time.
So that concludes this video, and that concludes this series. Thank you to all the support that everyone's given me over the last year. I wanted to chronicle this line because I really do love it. It really is my favorite Star Trek toy line. And with the news that Playmates will be returning to this, and hopefully in a big way, that was just the catalyst to do this. And I'm glad that everyone's enjoyed it. I've gotten so much positive feedback on it. I hope you've all really enjoyed it. And for those of you that are watching this without having watched the previous videos, welcome! There's 5 more of these for you to check out. And there's plenty more Star Trek on the channel from the past, as well as the future. Because as Playmates has returned, I'm planning to review all of the upcoming toys. I'm dedicated for the long haul, and I hope you will join me on this journey. So hit the subscribe button and the notification bell if you haven't, hit the like button to let YouTube know that you enjoyed this video, and leave a comment down below and tell me your favorite thing about Playmates' Star Trek toy line. Or if you want to feel negative, tell me your least favorite thing about Playmates' Star Trek toy line. And stay tuned, as there is many more things in the future. Also, be sure to check out Hero Club at hero-club.com for Star Trek news and more, and my wonderful graphic designer on Twitter at darkclaw643. And until next time, this is Soundout saying, live long and prosper.